Maybe sitting down or get ready for our presentations. That would be amazing. My name is Valeria Kolosenko. I work with the social impact team at Consensus. Thank you all for being here. Vanessa Grillette, the executive director of Consensus, and Red Godfrey of Boma Investments are going to be first to present. We'd like to welcome them up to the stage now. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. We have some slides. I don't know if they're going to show up, but if not, it doesn't really matter. We're very excited to have you here. We have a team at Consensus that's been working on social impact for the past year and a half, and one of the main initiatives was to bring together everyone in this coalition called the Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition, and really make sure that every member and everyone who's in the industry and wants to work together has a forum to connect and to do great things together. So moving on to the next slide, I wanted to explain what we're going to be doing in the next years. We've officially incorporated the Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition because we think it needs an independent foundation, so that it's not just a few technologists or NGOs driving the conversation, but everyone else in this room. And basically, we've done two things in the past year. We've organized, this is our second conference. The first one was in New York, and we've organized two accelerators, which we'll get more into the detail of. And the idea behind the accelerators is to create as many opportunities for entrepreneurs to solve I would say the world's most pressing problem, which is a little bit of a cliche, but is, I think, what we're all here to solve for. So thank you for coming here. Maybe we can move to the next slide. What we've done is that we've incorporated a foundation in the US so that people can join as members, and there are several levels of membership and engagement. We've officially designated the first board members. If we can move to the next slide. So it's more an organizational structure. We're going to have a board, a permanent board structure, and then an advisory board made up of all the members, and whomever wants to be part of that to drive the conversation is welcome to join. And then we'll have working groups and a company called Virtual who's going to help us operate the company. Currently, the board of directors is comprised of 6 individuals: myself, Red Godfrey, Oskana, Ibrahim, Stephen, and David. All these board members, and you will see more information on our website, have deep expertise in impact, have also invested in blockchain and blockchain for social impact solutions. And basically, this board is just here to drive the high-level conversation, and then we'll have an advisory board made up of the people who actually work on the ground and want to get things done. So this is just the first announcement. Today, you will see the results of our incubator. We've had over 700 people competing worldwide. It was a virtual hackathon. We had 50 teams submit solutions, and we are giving away over 50K. We hope in the future, as the foundation grows, that we'll be able to give more money to these social entrepreneurs and innovators, and also formalize a little bit more the incubator so that we can help them through their journey and grow. There were 4 challenges: hardware, democracy, agriculture, and refugees. And throughout the day, you will be meeting with the prize winners and seeing the videos that they presented at the hackathon so that you get really an idea of how exciting these projects are. We also had an extra prize dedicated to diversity and inclusion, which is really one of the core values of what the Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition is going to be. I also want to mention that currently the coalition will be focused on Ethereum, on the Ethereum blockchain and Ethereum blockchain solutions. That might change in the future, but we believe that it's one of the technologies that allows for building most of the applications and giving most of the opportunities to the entrepreneurs to raise money and interact with the public blockchain. So looking towards the future, ideally we want public blockchain solutions, and we want interoperability with other protocols in the space who are also very active. So some of the planned activities of what we're doing, of course there's going to be conferences, and we think we're going to do 2 or 3 a year, once in New York, but we want to do, Tokyo, Hong Kong, India, Latin America, Europe. We want this to be a global movement. I've been working in the States for 6 years, and we do have the tendency to huddle and have a U.S. vision, and I think this is such a global movement that the foundation wants to support that. So if you have connections in other countries and you want to share them and leverage them for us to continue the work, that would be fantastic. We're going to create working groups, and I'll let Rhett take it from here to explain how this works, and we'll be continuing also the incubator and driving the conversation in terms of investing and what it means to invest in blockchain solutions for social impact. So thank you very much. I also want to thank the Peace Tech Labs who are hosting us in this incredible venue, and the Institute of Peace. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's wonderful to look out and see bright faces and excited eyes staring back at us. We are in a beautiful building on a beautiful day. The storm has cleared, and I think ahead of us lays a bright future if we can manage to create it together. And that's one of the major reasons why we're here today. So as a coalition, the Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition is of course made up of all of you. It is driven by us and our passion and our vision. So in order to get work done, we are making working groups be the real engine of this organization. So I'm from an organization called BOMA. We work in social impact investment, and we have the opportunity as members to begin to start these working groups. So the working group that BOMA started is in social impact investment, in impact investment. There's a whole range of opportunities that you can get involved in. So if we have 4 on the list here, I'll get to in a second. But the goal is that working groups will be the outcome-driven, again, engines of this organization. So whether you are working in financial inclusion, or you're working in identity, you're working in environment, this is your chance to get involved. So I'm going to move ahead. We have 5 working groups right now up and going. So there's impact investment that is chaired by the Global Development Incubator and BOMA, my organization. We work in financial inclusion, supply chain, identity, and vulnerable populations, and energy and environment. So these last 4 working groups, we are looking for presently brave individuals or organizations who are willing to be chairs or vice chairs of these working groups. These are people who are willing to put in the time, the dedication, the effort to get groups up and going. That's not to say you won't have support. There is a wonderful organization called Virtual who will be offering facilitation and coordination support for all of these working groups. So if you do pick up the banner and decide to run a working group, you will have some backup, so don't worry about that. If you're interested at all in joining a working group or in being able to give your expertise, or if ideally you're willing to pick up the banner and run a working group, please either contact Valeria, who is, you can stand up, Valeria. Hi, Valeria, she's fantastic. Or you can come to me directly. So we're excited to kick off our day. Again, if you have any questions at all about how to get involved, talk to Valeria, talk to me, or of course Vanessa. And this is your day, so let's make the most of it. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, welcome.
We'd now like to welcome Sheldon Himmelfarb to the stage, the President and CEO of Peace Tech Lab.
Thank you very, very much. And good morning, everybody, and welcome. Wow, what an outstanding turnout. You know, standing room only up there. Sometimes we do a lot of best practices research in this building, and today I'm looking around, I'm thinking, we may be studying the airline industry a little too much. It's really a great crowd. How many of you are here beneath the wings of the dove for the first time? Geez, that is just fantastic. It is such an honor for us to be able to get you in here, to host you in this beautiful hall and have this chance to work together on how to use blockchain to make the world a more peaceful and prosperous place. As you heard, I'm the CEO of the Peace Tech Lab, and I could not be more excited. This is exactly why the lab was created by the U.S. Institute of Peace over 3 years ago, namely to expand and improve the use of technology in peace building and for the greater social good. And I know there are a lot of people in this room who are trying to do exactly the same thing. Some of you are working in the public sector, some in the private sector, some are hardcore tech, others hardcore policy folks. And that is really the great thing about this room today. Because if there's one thing that I've learned working on conflict issues in conflict countries since, since the Mesozoic era, as my team likes to remind me, it's this, that when policymakers are talking to policymakers, and technologists are talking to technologists, and data scientists to data scientists, and conflict experts to conflict experts, then we will never move the needle on our shared goal of creating a more peaceful, more prosperous planet. Conflict is about complex human dynamics, and that demands collaboration across disciplines, across sectors, and across geographies. And that's what we've got in this room today. So kudos to the organizers, Consensus, our partners from Consensus, the Peace Tech Lab's Ground Truth global data team led by Rohini Srihari, who you'll hear from later on, and to the multi-sector Blockchain for Social Impact Coalition for pulling this meeting together. And kudos to all of you from companies, from international organizations, government agencies who filled this room today. You know, it's easy to get down on tech today. The techlash has become a familiar news story. Our elections have been hacked, social media is being used to incite violence, our privacy has been breached. In short, we're hearing all the time in the media about how tech has let us down, backfired, hijacked by the bad guys for harm and hatred. And the technology industry was too complacent to stop them. But I'd like to offer a different view. Folks, I believe the solution is more technology, not less. And I think many of you are here today to get smart about blockchain because you believe that too. This is not a time for complacency. This is a struggle for the soul of technology where we need to be taking bold steps to restore the public's faith in technology and its power to improve people's lives. So is more, better, faster blockchain implementation one of those steps? I'm really, really looking forward to the discussion today across disciplines, across sectors, and across geographies to help answer that question. But first, it is my distinct honor to introduce someone you folks need to know. Because we're here today to talk about using blockchain to deliver international aid in natural catastrophes, in pandemics, in refugee crises, and in the hard, inglorious work of long-term development. And she has seen all of these situations firsthand. Once president of Mercy Corps, once assistant administrator at USAID, and now president of the United States Institute of Peace, and a member of the Peace Tech Lab board, I'm delighted to say. Please join me in welcoming to the podium Nancy Lindborg.
Good morning, everybody. How great to see this room so filled and buzzing with energy. And as Sheldon identified for us, this is the first time for a lot of you to be here at U.S. Institute of Peace. So I'm delighted to welcome you here. And I want to just give you a little bit of history on the building that you're in. U.S. Institute of Peace was founded by Congress in 1984. By a group of senators and Congress members who were really motivated by their own war experience. And they looked around and they said, you know, we have a lot of military academies. We could use an academy that's dedicated to waging peace as successfully as we wage war. So USIP was created as a nonpartisan, independent federal institute dedicated to the proposition that peace is very possible. It's essential for our national and international security, and it's very possible and practical. And we need to be thinking every day and acting every day on how to make peace a reality. And that's what all of you are doing here today, and that's one of the reasons this building was built. And we're built right here on the Mall, part of a symbol of American dedication to looking for peaceful ways of resolving conflicts. And we're right across from the Lincoln Memorial, which for all of us here in this building is a daily reminder of what happens when conflict is not resolved before it becomes violent. And we operate here in this building on the daily recognition that anytime you've got more than one person, you're going to have conflict. You're going to have conflict in your family, in your communities. But conflict can be transformative. Conflict can lead to incredible positive change. We've seen that here in this country with the civil rights movement, the women's movement, environmental movement. These have led to incredibly positive changes in our country. When conflict is not managed well, when it leads to violence, that's when it tears apart families, communities, countries. And that's what we're dedicated to preventing here at USIP, is how to prevent and how to resolve violent conflicts around the world. And we work with partners, we work with community leaders, faith leaders, government leaders on connecting research, policy, and tools so that can happen more effectively. Obviously, technology is one of those tools. And we are at a moment of enormous disruption globally, not just in the technology world, but at a time where, you know, we always like to say we're at a pivotal moment. We are at a pivotal moment right now where you have more civil conflicts that are lasting longer, they're deadlier, historic levels of people who are displaced by violent conflict, 70 million. We have rising authoritarianism, rising global great power competition, and a tweaking, a rumbling, a questioning of the liberal world order. As we look at what are the technology solutions entering into that world, it is critical that we look at not just what are the technology fixes for this incredible list of problem sets you've identified, but how to do it in a way that ensures that the technology is within a framework of ethics and norms and commitments to do good. That it is in the hands of people who are committed to social good, not for the use of repression or marginalization or all the other ways in which we're seeing disruption create violence, create situations where people do not have opportunities and a voice for the future. This is an incredible group of people to be considering those issues. This also gives me great inspiration and great heart to know that there is this marrying of technology, of commitment to innovation, of commitment to looking at issues about privacy and social good. So I am delighted that you are here under the wings of the dove. This building is all about convening people from across fields, as Sheldon said, from the tech world, private sector, government, NGOs, and that's how great new ideas are born. So welcome to U.S. Institute of Peace. I'm delighted that we're able to host you here today, and I wish you all the best, and no pressure, but go out and save the world. Thank you. And it is my great pleasure, I would very much like to introduce our morning keynote speaker, and I'm delighted to introduce Leslie Go, who is a true leader in the blockchain and social impact space. Leslie's the Chief Technology Officer at the World Bank and a fellow at Singapore University of Social Sciences. She's an advocate of women in technologies and STEM education, and has over 20 years of experience in working in high-profile data and artificial intelligence initiatives, all the things that we really need to be smart about. So please give me a warm welcome to Leslie Go.
Thank you, Nancy, for the warm welcome, and also to Vanessa for the opportunity to be here, and my dear friend Joe Lubin, who will be here later in the afternoon. So I've just been back in the United States for only 3 months, having spent 3 years in Asia, working with many countries in the emerging market, and getting the first-hand experience of what it is like to understand and look at poverty in the eyes and look at where technology can help them raise the profile and be part of the digital economy. So here at World Bank Group, we focus on our twin goal of reducing extreme world poverty and increasing shared prosperity. Let me highlight the numbers to give you some ideas of what I'm talking about, because I think usually with the numbers, it gives us the ability to understand what the problem space may be. So this is from my colleague in the Findex group, where we look at the data to address financial inclusion. In 2017, this report was last published. We looked at the numbers of the unbanked. There's 1.7 billion of adult population around the world who are unbanked. That means they do not have access to all the digital economy that you and I have access to in a developed space. Now, you look at the number and says, what does that really mean? What's the comparison? Well, we look back in 2011, when the data was first published, it was 2.5 billion people, adults, around the world. So we made some progress. Now, the insights around here is the opportunity for connect. 2/3 of them are now on the mobile devices, and we can now connect with them and be able to encourage them to participate in the digital economy. However, the truth still remains that between men and women, there's still 7% less likely for women to have an account. That is depressing for me. As a strong woman advocate for women empowerment, I find that disheartening. But there's hope because of the connectedness of the mobile devices and the use of technology, such as blockchain, that empowers these women to transact in a secure manner, to give them access to the digital economy, to the capital for the small and medium enterprises, to give them a chance to be part of the solution, to design something that they care a lot about in order to inject the usability with the touch of the women. Now let's look at some of the numbers and also the pillars around enabling forces to make that happen. For universal access, we need to make sure that everyone have active usage, because without the active usage, you really do not get a change of behavior. Let's move up the chain from payments and loans to savings and investment that creates sustainable behavior change. If you look at what World Bank Group is doing around the world, we are the largest development institution to bring together the impact, the social impact, together with the community in 3 Bs. The first B is building the digital economy, fundamentally, to enable different parts of the emerging markets to have shared access to opportunity and boosting the human capital in order for everyone to reach the highest potential and to have equal opportunity to education, to great technology around STEM education, so that more women and men can find jobs in the digital economy. And the last is around brokering, the convening power of this institution to bring together public-private partnership so we can go further and stronger together. Now, at the World Bank Group, we don't just talk about it. We want to understand what technology does to people around the world in the emerging market. So we experiment. So a year ago, we started the Innovation Lab. We first called the Blockchain Lab, and we looked into a few key use cases where blockchain can really impact a person's life. For instance, taking advantage of decentralization model, we enable and empower the users to have full access from anywhere and be able to have full transparency of that information. And that is powerful because the technology would then surface a lot of the hidden and opaque issues to create integrity in the ecosystem. The other thing is around digital identity. This is the cornerstone of a lot of financial inclusion challenge for refugees, for people who do not even have a piece of paper to say who they are. Now they can be part of the ecosystem with blockchain and digital identity. There are challenges. So there are a lot of areas where the policymakers and central banks, regulators are thinking through hard. These are areas that are experimenting and exploring as well. When I was in Asia, I worked closely with all the central banks to help them understand what it means to engage more around the blockchain community, to understand what is the implication, balancing risk and encouraging innovation at the same time. Working with Monetary Authority of Singapore on Project Ubin, that was phase 2 for real-time growth settlement, and now they're into phase 3 to work together with the community in the ASEAN region. Now, as I describe all the potential, I put together the emerging technologies categories for development in order to drive social impact. This is where there's huge potential to look into the enabling environment that talk about empowering everyone in the population who are unbanked to not just partake in the payment space, but also into savings and investment and insurance. This is where we bring together a lot of the emerging technology, AI and blockchain, and so many other cool technology that really brings the world together in the digital space. And the opportunity to really go deeper into the access and affordability and also active usage for these people to change the behavior so that they have a chance to be part of the ecosystem. We talked a lot about blockchain over the last few years. There's been a lot of interest and proof of concept. Now is the time for us to really take some of these ideas to bring it into the hands of the people who are at the base of the pyramid so that they can have a chance, an equal opportunity to change their fate. Now, this is where we can really create the opportunity to focus on the way they can transact better, the way they can think about the next generation to create the opportunity for the sustainable future. And with this, I hope that we'll all join forces together to create a sustainable ecosystem so that we can create the space for everyone in order to change the fate and reduce world poverty by 2030, extreme world poverty, and increase shared prosperity. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful conference.
Thank you, Leslie. Up next, we'd like to welcome to the stage Josephine Goob, CEO of Techfugees, and Lee Kuehn, author and journalist for CoinDesk. In addition, we have the sessions in the second room starting at this time as well. And the session that's going to be happening at the mezzanine level conference room, which is just to the left over there where the young man is waving his hand, his name is John, is Tracking Minerals in Complex Zones with Alex Costura of our DC Labs moderating, Lauren Roman from Everledger, and Christina Villegas, Director of Mines to Markets from PACT. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? 1, 2, 3. Yes. Yours is on. Yes. Bonjour. Hello? There we go. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us today. My name is Lee Kuehn. As she said, I'm a journalist at CoinDesk. And this topic we're going to talk about today, I'm really excited about. It's really close to my heart because I started my career working in Palestinian refugee camps and also working with African asylum seekers. And I know that you're also, Josephine Goob here today, CEO of Techfugees, is equally passionate about technology and human rights issues. So I'm just really excited. Can you tell me a little bit about why it is that you're so interested and passionate about refugee issues? What got you interested in this to start with?
Hi, everyone. I'm CEO of Techfugees. You might have heard of the name. We're basically a non-profit organization based out of London. And we are coordinating the commitment of the technology community to the needs of refugees. And we do this with the refugees. A little bit about where I'm from. I'm French. I'm from the north of France. So if you're familiar with France, you might know Saint-Tropez in the south. Well, I'm from the opposite, the north. And in the north, you have Calais. And I don't know the ones of you who know Calais. It's an informal refugee, migrant, they call it, because I'll go into details about that. But migrant camp that has made the headlines in Europe of how 2,000, 5,000, and 10,000 migrants were living in slums at the heart of Europe, trying to cross to go to the UK. So I was born there, and for all my childhood, I've been witnessing migrants in Calais trying to cross the UK, going on lorries and dying. Today, they're from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. Back when I was a kid, they were from Yugoslavia. In the 2000s, they were from Sudan. So it just changed the nationalities. But the pain and suffering happening there has always been. And I'm not saying that when I was a kid, I was in Calais every day seeing those migrants. It's just that growing up and seeing a disparity over me with my parents in a car, going from France to the UK without any trouble, and being surrounded with people running around, trying to get on lorries, was scary, but also confusing. Why some human beings are allowed to cross when some others are not, and they're going to risk their lives. So this is where it's coming from. And I would add to that that when I studied in London and I saw Theresa May implementing new changes on immigration for students, sort of kicking them out of the UK as the moment they were graduated, it wasn't clear to me how someone who paid 3 times the fees I paid, because I'm a European, so I don't pay the same university fees as any Chinese, Indian, Nigerian that goes to LSE, London School of Economics, would be kicked out because of new immigration laws. So I just felt a profound injustice of how where you're born is going to set what access and rights you have in this world. So this is where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's really good to know, and it's interesting. I think that sometimes it can feel really removed, refugee issues, from our daily lives. According to UN statistics, there are 65 million displaced persons around the world today. That's roughly the entire population of the UK. Can we take a show of hands of the room? How many people here have ever been to London? Awesome. So next time you go to London, I want you to look around and imagine every single human being there is a displaced person, because the entire population of the UK is basically what we're talking about here. It's a lot of people. So can you tell me a little bit about, I think when we talk about refugee issues, we usually think about it as an ethical issue, a humanitarian issue. Can you tell me a little bit about how this entire population actually impacts a wide range of economic and social dynamics?
Yeah. So you say 65 million people, and at Techfugees we say 65 million journeys, because they don't speak the same language. Those 65 million people, they're not based in the same geographies. They have not flown away for the same reason. Their forced migration might be by war, but it might be by climate, or it might be by homophobia. And so they don't speak the same language, they don't have the same age, they don't go through the same journey. So it's when we talk about refugees and we see it as an emergency and as a humanitarian issue, it is, but partially. It is also that, and I'm sure everybody knows here because some of you are probably more knowledgeable than me in refugee statistics, but 80% of refugees are living in cities outside of camps. So it's interesting to me how the media has enforced a trait stressed on they are white men, not white men, brown men, dirty, poor, crossing the boundaries, crossing the barriers, like the frontiers, when that may be 10 minutes of their lives that is captured in camera. Whereas you've been in Israel and you've seen the situation. I've been in Calais, and I've been in Paris at the moment. They just, 2 days ago, they've expelled 1,200, they call migrants, from a camp within the city of Paris. So it affects cities, it affects wider geographies than we believe, and to park refugees as some kind of identity is a problem too, because you don't stay a refugee all your life. It's part of your journey, but then you want to come out of it. So we have to see the refugee challenge not as a humanitarian issue. It's like climate change, it's happening, it's a wider issue of society and how we're going to make our society able and capable to absorb the flow of people that are going to be forced to migrate. I think the World Bank has given the number of more than 140 million climate refugees by 2050. Could be people from Bangladesh, but could be also people from Florida. And in the US, you had this forced migration, climate change, well, not climate change, but climate migration back in Texas and in the plains in the 1930s. It's the biggest migration records in the history of America, so you know what I'm talking about. So let's not put the refugee topic into just a humanitarian issue, and let's not fix people as refugee all their life. I think that's the point I'm trying to get across.
All right, awesome. So, I mean, you pointed out it involves climate issues, it involves urban issues, it involves issues of war and peace, pretty much anything where humans are living. You also mentioned, I mean, it's really important that a lot of them are living in urban environments and maybe not fulfilling this ideal we have of this impoverished, extremely disconnected person. As was said earlier today, a lot of them have access to mobile phones. How do you feel like that changes the situation in terms of the main challenges some refugees face in their daily lives?
I feel like I have experts here that are very knowledgeable about refugees, but maybe I'm wrong. So I'd just like to ask a question to the audience is, who of you think that less than 50% of refugees are living in areas where there's 2G or 3G access? Raise your hand if you think that less than 50. Okay. Less than 60? Less than 70? Okay, less than 80? So who believes, said another way, that more than 85% of refugees are living in areas where they have access to 2G, 3G? I see you're experts. So yeah, it's 87%. And the problem is not the access, it's the money to access that 2G and 3G. So indeed, it's important that now they have in their hands something, the mobile phone, something which the technology of the mobile phone is something more powerful than the technology that put the human on the moon to try to think of ways to deliver services through that technology because they have it in hands. It doesn't mean, and obviously and naturally, it doesn't mean that if they have the smartphones, they know how to use it and that they use it like in the West more broadly as a tool to optimize. But it's for sure, from what we've seen on the ground in Greece, in Jordan, in different places, especially the kids, that they use it to find information and to connect to contacts that can help them in their daily lives. And if they're from Africa, even more to get financial transaction going. So we have to look at usage of the way the refugees use that technology and go away from, yes, they have the mobile phone, yeah, sure, but what is their usage, I think.
Can you tell me a little bit about usage? And maybe not for mobile phones, but let's talk about blockchain technology and also self-sovereign identity technology. What kind of impact have we already seen on the ground with programs that are working?
Okay. I won't talk about something I don't know, so I'll just talk about the WFP program that I know pretty well. And I'll talk a little bit about money. It's a Finnish test of using blockchain for refugees being resettled there. But what I've seen from the WFP is that they're using a private blockchain to provide cash, sort of, to the refugees. Now, the refugees don't see anything because it's in Zaatari, it's for 10 to 50,000 people, and they're trying to go to 100,000 people in Jordan. Refugees don't see it at all that the blockchain is here because all they do is scan their eyes and get things paid at the food store. But it has enabled the World Food Programme to actually save money. Because before that, they were using the local vendors. Now that they're using on blockchain, they're becoming sort of a bank themselves, and they have everything tracked privately because it's not a public blockchain, and they're able to deliver the cash automatically much faster than if they were going to vendors. What I'm saying here is, first, they're not using a public blockchain, they are using a private blockchain. So why? They wanted to experiment in a safe place, but it's not using the potential of the blockchain at full, in some sense. And I'm trying to be like positively, constructively criticizing here. I'm not trying to say that it's bad. I think you have to sort of innovate in a safe environment when you're dealing with vulnerable population. The second thing is, we learned from that experiment is they're able to scale, yes. And what is really the benefit is the money they're saving. It's not that refugees own their data. And I know that they're doing that test and prototype because they want to, on the longer term, on the longer journey, give refugees their ownership of data. But we're not there yet. So the sort of beneficiary of this today, the benefits is the World Food Bank. And it's the refugee because the money saved will be given back to the refugees. But we need to really look at what are the experiments today being done on the ground and not tomorrow. Basically, what I'm just trying to say is I go every day on the ground with refugees, and it's just frustrating to see so many people talking about projects and proof of concept. And really, if you have a proof of concept, please go on the ground, do it. Do it safely. I think that needs to be done in a more ethical ways. But please go on the ground and stop talking about your idea and coming to me asking, what do you think of my idea? Please go on the ground and do it.
Let's address that. I mean, I think that's really important, right? Yeah. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. You and me are both relatively privileged white women talking about issues that predominantly impact people from developing nations. How do you, as someone who runs a global company, manage cohesion and while also keeping insights from the ground up and solutions from the ground up from these diverse communities rather than trying to force a one-size-fits-all tech solution onto diverse situations and peoples?
So,
sorry, it's a hard one.
No, we're privileged, for sure. So we're a non-profit organization, right? We're a non-profit international organization. We were born out of just organically out of a meetup created by Mike Butcher, the editor of TechCrunch, in September 2015 in London. We never planned to be an organization. And it came from the people, because after Mike Butcher posted on social media, it's just 2,000 people that joined the call in 48 hours, and then 300 people that showed up, from CEOs to refugees to NGOs, wanting to work together on creating innovative solutions for the refugees. It was at the time the picture of the little baby came on Europeans, I guess, publications, newspapers. And there was a lot of emotions. The way we do things at TechFugees, for you to understand, is we don't create the technology. That's what I want to make clear, because I get a lot of people coming to us and be like, can you create this, this, this? I'm like, no, we are coordinating a community and the engagement, the commitment of that community. And what we create is spaces for refugees and non-refugees to meet. So you have the answer to your question is, we don't do a hackathon if we don't have refugees part of the hackathon. We're not here to talk about the problems of refugees. We have the refugees speak for themselves. And the second thing we enforce is, if you're going to create that technology for refugees, so you do it with them, that's great, but don't use them as feedback people, as your typical user, and then never give him the feedback of how you built the technology thanks to his feedback first. Like, I see a lot of people collecting data of refugees, asking refugees to give data, but they never say then what they did with their data, and it's important they do. The second thing is, you need to empower the refugees with what you do. So now I'm going to be a bit more concrete, so we stop talking about in concepts and all of this. We have several people, entrepreneurs in our community, that built a link between refugees and non-refugees, going on their strength, on the strength of refugees. They chose refugees that were in camps in Lebanon that speak a good Arabic and also probably good English. And they've linked them with people that want to learn Arabic in the world. Those entrepreneurs, companies are called Paper Planes, Natakalam, Shadowbox. They're in different countries, but they all had the same idea. The refugees know how to speak Arabic, and they could teach the world Arabic. What it does for the refugee is three things. Yes, it connects them to the world, and so they feel seen and visible and not forgotten. That's great. When you're stuck in a camp, that's something probably life-changing. The second thing that it does, it gives them revenue. It gives them revenue because they're paid for the session they're doing online for people that are not speaking Arabic. And by doing this, it's sort of empowering those people to go and think beyond and to think that they could maybe, with that money, start something of an enterprise or start having courses within the camp. So whatever you build it not to make the refugees dependent on your technology, but make it so that it empowers them. And at TechFugees, after 3 years of running hackathons across 25 countries, so I think we are at 55 hackathons by now, we've seen same problems coming, same solutions. But what really makes the difference in technology that is being built is when it empowers the refugees. And we've been able to publish 8 guiding principles of building technology for refugees thanks to that. Thanks to those 50 hackathons and seeing those entrepreneurs succeeding, basically. So, yes, we're privileged women, and we need to, when we do things, not try to save people, even if it's very noble and very well-intentioned, save people, but empower them.
By recognizing their skills.
Recognizing their skills, co-creating with them, and as an organization, we are decentralized. It makes it a nightmare to run. But it's so much better because every time a local TechFugees chapter, we call it a hub, comes with new ideas of how to run their program, the way they take initiative is that the local chapter takes responsibility over running the hackathon, takes responsibility over what's coming out of it. And it's much better than being a top-down organization where I would be calling Jordan and be like, guys, can you create a hackathon on this, because I think we need to do this. Gotcha. The guy who runs TechFugees, Jordan, he's an Iraqi refugee. We're time's up.
I actually want to give the audience time for one question, if anybody has one. Go ahead.
Super good question. Basically, I'm out of my notes now. Great. We don't have many women, and so we were frustrated of this. So we created a mentorship program for refugee women. We call it the Fellows, so it doesn't appear as women refugees as an identity. It's 12 women we're following in Paris at the moment. It's a pilot that will spread in Europe. And basically, those 12 women are from very different places, so Africa, Asia, Middle East. And they're former architects, doctors, engineers, can't find a job in France. Why? Their diplomas are not recognized. They don't speak a good French. And so the French are like, nah, she doesn't speak French, she won't understand our culture. I'm French, I can say that. But it's different problems in different cities. If you go to the UK, they'll have different problems. So there's a real problem of seeing them as talented people. And we work on this with those women. And the woman told us it's the first program we see that is specifically targeted to us that we want to get involved in because it's just for women and it's safe environment. The second thing, it's not looking at us as victims. Because usually a program for women refugees is linked to violence, is linked to rape, but it's not linked to, oh, we see you as a talent, let's help you get employed locally.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your insight with us today.
Thank you.
Anyway, there it went. Okay, sorry. We've left the...
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Josephine. Up next, we'd like to welcome to the stage Rohini Srihari, the Chief Data Scientist of Peace Tech Lab. Come on up.
Well, thank you. It's great to be in front of such a great audience. So many people interested in technology, blockchain for social impact. That's really great. So I'm Rohini. I'm the Chief Data Scientist at Peace Tech Lab, as they mentioned. And my own background is technology. I work in AI and machine learning. And for the past year and a half, it's been just wonderful to be able to work with a cross-disciplinary team, social scientists, people with international relations and conflict, who understand conflict. So what I'm going to do today is talk to you a little bit about the work that we're doing at the lab. And there is a blockchain piece of this as well. So it's data and technology for scalable peace building. And I think I really want to emphasize the data part of it. I think some of us take the data piece for granted. And I just want to start off with showing you just the variety of data that's available for us right now. Everyone talks about big data in terms of the volume of data, but there's also the different kinds of data that's available. And just wanted to show you a quick video that our interns put together that talks about the kind of data that's available.
Unlimited amount of data to ingest and analyze. Technology now allows us to tap into the troves of unstructured data generated by open sources and quickly hone in on the issues and events important to our work. The rise of social media and the real-time data it generates has also proven to be a game changer. Social media data can illustrate macro trends in conflict, human behavior, and social sentiment. It can also highlight hyperlocal developments and incidents that might otherwise go unnoticed to outside observers, providing peace builders and other stakeholders with valuable, granular insights. The rise of internet-enabled sensors has also expanded our access to data. This has proven particularly relevant to the collection of environmental data, such as levels of soil moisture, air quality, and noise pollution. Satellite, sensor, and drone data have further enabled us to gather evidence of conflict and human rights violations in locations where physical access is difficult or impossible. The images shown here, produced by Planet Labs and Digital Globe, and analyzed by Human Rights Watch, show the destruction of villages in Myanmar as captured from above. Among the most ubiquitous sensors out there is the smartphone. By leveraging the explosion of cell phone usage worldwide, we have developed the capability to gain locally sourced insights to issues that have challenged development and peace-building practitioners for decades. Data has unlocked exciting, new possibilities for peace builders and development practitioners alike. With the promise of this new technological era, we can each do our part to make the world a better place, one step at a time.
All right, so thanks to our interns for putting this video together. So now that we have all this data, what do you do with it? And this is really the heart of what I think all of us are interested in. And I just wanted to point out a few, some really interesting, what we call success stories. One of them was a project that was actually implemented right here at USIP. And this was in the West Bank, where there was a lot of conflict because security forces really weren't sure of where the borders were. And so a lot of unnecessary conflict due to that. And by using just mobile phones, GPS, and being able to map this all out, they demonstrated a significant reduction in the conflict due to this. So that's an example. Another one is Hala Systems. This is a company that was actually part of the Peace Tech Accelerator, an incubator where we help companies doing social impact move forward. And so they use sensor and social media technology in Syria to provide early warning of bombing raids. I mean, this, even a 2 or 3 minute warning there can save hundreds of lives, so pretty impressive. But the last one is to tell you that you always don't need the really high technology, AI, machine learning. Sometimes even low tech is very useful in collecting data that makes a difference. And so this was another project done at the Peace Tech Lab with refugee camps and women who were taught how to use simple tools like Kobo Toolbox to do surveys, and based on that, they determined that it was really a shortage of medicines and basic supplies that were needed, and this was delivered to them. So just a sort of an assortment of the kinds of projects. But the thing that we are focused on at Peace Tech Lab is really scalable solutions. Each of these involve time, money, and so on. So we have embarked on our own effort called Ground Truth Global. And this is a system that provides early warning of social and economic disruption in these emerging countries due to all kinds of volatility. So I'll just walk you through a little bit about Ground Truth. But before that, we'll just take a quick look at what do we mean by early warning. Early warning could be something on the order of minutes, like the system that Hala Systems implemented in Syria. But it could also mean what will happen in a couple of years. Is the state unstable? Where we're really focused on is, can we provide some early warning of things that might happen in the next few days, next few weeks, next few months? If we can do that, then people can actually take action to either prevent it, to mitigate the impact, and so on. And that's what really Ground Truth is really focused on. So quickly to walk you through Ground Truth, I'm not going to go through all of this, but what we're really interested in is on the left-hand side, we talk about different kinds of indicators. So these are indicators that could provide early warning of social disruption, all kinds of economic disruption, and so on. So things like hate speech. We've shown that hate speech is correlated with violence. You can have labor issues and crime and all of these. You could then have issues related to water and food security, and finally environmental issues. All of these could lead to conflict, right? And what's really interesting is that we are now at a point where we can actually gather data related to each of these indicators pretty much anywhere in the world. So by using a combination of this sensor data, social media data, and pulling all that together, you can aggregate it to say that, for example, in Cairo today, we think the stress level related to social unrest is at a 7. whereas at last week, it was at a 5, right? So it's really, this is what we're really trying to do with Ground Truth, is pull in all that data, aggregate it, and based on that, come up with various kinds of outputs. One of them is, of course, the early warning system. But ultimately, what we're trying to do is do data storytelling, right? To tell you what's happening, what may happen, and why it's happening, and also, hopefully, what you can do about it as well. So in the time, I don't have time to go through Ground Truth in detail, but these are sort of the countries that we're covering. Bringing each country online takes a lot of effort, and so the countries in blue are what we have. The countries in green are what we're going to be covering by the end of the year. Bringing a new country online involves in curating data sources, lexicons, understanding what are the drivers of conflict in that country. So there's a lot of work that goes on, and we have a fantastic team of people working with us, some of them right here. We're pretty excited about that. I'll just show you one example from Ground Truth. This is sort of the home screen. I don't think you can see much. But this is your typical heat map, what are the hot spots in the world where trouble is going on. I'll just give you one example. So this was on April 22nd, our system predicted that there was going to be some unrest in an area of southern India probably related to water. Now, why is that important? Well, if, for example, you are a corporation, and by the way, the interesting thing about Ground Truth is this is a solution that can be used by a wide variety of organizations, NGOs, aid organizations, but also corporations who are looking for this kind of real-time feedback in these types of countries. So we predicted that on April 22nd there was going to be a protest. And if you are a bottling company that's making soft drink beverages, which is actually the case here, you're worried about this. Why? Not because of shortage of water. It's because you have access to the water, but the people around you don't. And so, there might be retaliation, unrest, and all of that. So if you have a couple of days advance warning of this, you can diffuse the situation. You can help provide water tankers to these people. And a lot of these companies do want to engage in those communities. So an example of how you could actually do something constructive with this kind of early warning. I'll just skip towards the end here. And this is Pakistan. And we're showing all the conflict areas in Pakistan. A lot of the conflict here also is related to water security, especially in the southern part of Pakistan in Sindh province. And we're tracking all of this. And you can see the incidents related specifically to water security. And if you actually plot the graph, you can see that this is highly correlated with rainfall. So you have low rainfall, the incident of protests suddenly spikes, right? And this was 2017, when the rainfall was not too bad. But in 2018, it's almost drought conditions, and the level of protest is significantly higher. So these are the kinds of correlations that we're looking at. Now, in the time remaining, I just wanted to mention one thing. We talked about local data. So what is local data? It's data that we actually source locally. That is, you ask people in these cities, in these villages, to give you information. And this is a very important part of what Ground Truth needs. It needs this type of data from all over the world, from different cities. So it's a humongous data collection project. Not only that, but if you're asking people to contribute data, you have to be sensitive to their privacy. We're not interested in any personal information, but sometimes there's retaliation against people who are providing sensitive data, for example, around corruption and so on. So you want to make sure you protect these people. The other issue is, if you want people to go on giving you data on a regular basis, you need to incentivize them as well. Why should I contribute data? Maybe if I'm contributing data about food prices in the market, then the system can return to me what the food prices are in neighboring markets, right? So incentivization doesn't always have to be money. It could be other valuable information as well. So we were looking for, how do we go about crowdsourcing this and addressing all these kinds of issues protecting people, incentivizing people, and also in order to scale this up, you need to have the private sector also involved in some way. And this is where we ran into the people from Consensus, and we started thinking about a whole new application, which we're very excited about. This is a crowdsourced data collection platform, and we're calling this Ways for Social Disruption because it's gathering signals and data from all kinds of different data, and we're trying to use this to actually predict social disruption. But this is ultimately around local data collection. And so if you think about it, we know what kind of data we need to gather, right? So we want to know, for example, are the schools closed today for some unusual reason in your city? So these are the kinds of questions we want. And they might differ from city to city, from time to time. So we also started thinking, how do we go about getting large numbers of people on board with this? And we started thinking the first people who you think of are taxi drivers. Taxi drivers usually know everything that's going on in the city. And so we were considering a partnership with some of the rideshare companies because they already have the technology, they have the network sort of built in there. And a partnership with them would really be very fruitful. The other thing we also have to worry about is people, if you're providing incentivization in the form of tokens or whatever that can be redeemed, you have to worry about people trying to game the system, right? So false data. And there again, blockchain can really help. You can have, smart contracts where you can have 2 or 3 people who need to actually validate the data before it gets stored, and so on. So this is one of those perfect applications of blockchain technology. Blockchain's used for a lot of things, but we really feel that this is a really good use of blockchain because it really addresses some of the problems that we're trying to face. So we're very, very excited about this. So this is something that we're just getting started with, starting with a few cities and then rolling out and hopefully expanding. So I think I just want to end on this particular note. I think there's a tremendous opportunity to use data, and even data that we can't even imagine today, as well as leading edge technology to really make a difference. And that's what it's all about, making a difference, reducing conflict, poverty. But in order to do this, there's a lot of challenges. Some of it related to the ethical use of the data, data protection, protecting the people who are contributing the data. And our view is that a successful, scalable solution for this is going to involve public-private partnerships, and that's what we're really looking to do. So anyway, this was Ground Truth Global. We'd love to give you a demo if you're interested. Contact anyone at Peace Tech Lab or the Ground Truth team, and we're happy to go through with it in detail with you. And thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So over the past 6 weeks, 93 teams from over 53 countries participated in the Decentralized Impact Incubator. And 110 mentors volunteered their time and expertise to help them, and 44 judges participated in the reviewing process. Today, we are super proud to present to you the best of the best. And please join me welcoming our winner of the Democracy Challenge, Team PopChain.
Hi, everyone. My name is Valerie Dene Mack, and I'm joined by my teammate, Gail Gundin. And we are the PopChain team. So we believe that census data should not be exclusionary or discriminatory. Census data should reflect accurately everyone in our society. And this was not the original intention of the census when it was first created in 1790. But since then, a lot of things have changed. Today, census data is integral to the way our country operates. It's used for a lot of different reasons. So the major one is drawing congressional district lines, but it's also used to determine how over $600 billion in federal funds are distributed. Census data has an impact on our communities, on public policy. It has an impact on enterprises and how they operate and how small startups are born. The census is really vital to our nation, but it's also deeply flawed. And that's why we created PopChain. Because a citizenship question has not been on the decennial census for over 60 years. And there's real valid concern that the introduction of this question will lead to gross undercount for the upcoming census. And that's because a lot of people, including undocumented individuals, will be deterred from participating. We created PopChain because LGBTQ identities are not reflected on the census. And there have been organizations who have specifically requested to have gender identity and sexual identity questions placed on the census. This includes the Department of Housing and Development, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and of course, LGBTQ rights activists who want to be acknowledged by the nation in a very concrete way. Currently, there is no accurate data that tells us how many LGBTQ people live in the United States. And that's harmful because organizations that rely on this information can't get it, and they can't provide the support that they want to those who are in need. We created PopChain because we believe that data privacy and security should be a basic human right. And of course, right now is a time where data privacy and security is on the forefront of everyone's mind. The traditional census doesn't offer any assurance that our information is going to be kept private and safe when we submit the form. And that's what makes the census untrusted, inaccurate, and ineffective. So PopChain employs the principles of the Open Census Protocol in order to solve these problems. The first is extensibility. So we're creating a census where individuals can propose new questions be added. Next, we have anonymity. By default, the PopChain census is anonymous for every submission. Then verifiability. Anyone should have the ability to verify the security mechanism that we're using. And finally, decentralization. We're using a decentralized method to maintain the census and ensure its security. So how did we get here? Well, we decided to start doing our research in Queens, New York. And Queens actually has a history of having unreasonably low census counts. In the past census in 2010, New York State actually lost 2 representatives in the House, and this is attributed to an undercount in Queens. So my teammate Gail, all right, I'm not gonna play that because it has sound. But my teammate Gail was on the ground in Jackson Heights, Queens, and she was interviewing people off the street, really, but also people who are local leaders in the community, people who are elected officials, and public servants. And from these conversations, we learned that we actually have a unique opportunity. We can partner with community organizations who will benefit from our data collection process and services, and in turn, we'll have the best access to the people who are really underserved and undercounted. So this allows us to distribute the PopChain census on the ground. In building these relationships and establishing trust with these people, that was one of the most difficult things of the 6-week timeline that we had. But it was also one of the most valuable because we really got to understand who our users are, what are their needs, what are their pain points. It gave us motivation and it gave us intention as we went through our design and development process. And it led us towards technological solutions that are accessible and truly inclusive. So how does it work? Well, we're creating a progressive web application, which means that it can run on any computer or smartphone. And in addition, we're building an SMS-based interface so that anyone with a traditional flip phone can submit the census as well. The way this works is we're using digital identity services such as Uport. So with this service, someone can log into our platform, and from there they submit their census form completely anonymously. Once they're done, this data is encrypted and sent to the Ethereum blockchain. Once we've collected all the results across the nation, we decrypt the data, we aggregate it, anonymize it, and generalize it, and then publish this freely to everyone online. We also provide a subscription-based API so that government agencies and companies can get deeper insights that can help them make more informed decisions. This was a long 6 weeks, but it was really rewarding, and we really got to understand how blockchain technology can be used in untraditional forms. So we believe that by using this technology, we can provide undercounted and underrepresented people with the tools that they need to submit to a national census in a way that just currently isn't possible. We're empowering people with our technology, and we hope that we'll be able to work with you and collaborate with you all too, so that you can drive this mission forward. I want to give a huge thanks to the Blockchain for Social Impact team, to Sophie, one of the organizers of the team as well. Thank you so much. We had great mentors through this process, and we're really happy that everyone supports this mission that we have to create and reinvent the census using blockchain tech. Thanks so much.
Hello. Hey, everybody on the mezzanine. We can hear you, so if you guys can quiet down on the mezzanine. Hello? That would be amazing. They can't hear us. Oh, unfortunately. Okay. Anyways, just a heads up. If you are going up to the mezzanine and you can hear me, please keep it down. Or if you need to talk, we have a couple separate areas, so we'll ask one of us where those areas are. There's one area downstairs. If you have to have a long conversation that's fairly loud, that's where you can be. All right, up next, we have blockchain and the future of energy and climate in this room. Kareem Jabbar, the Chief Innovation Officer and co-founder of Blockchain Labs for Open Collaboration, is the moderator. Please come up to the stage. Nick Beglinger from Clean Tech Foundation, the CEO. Catherine Foster, the Carbon and Markets and Finance Innovation Blockchain Specialist from the World Bank Group. Welcome. As well as Evan Caron, co-founder and managing director of Switch. Linda Christofferson, special advisor to Choose. And Geoff Rochester, head of CSR and NGO partnerships at Quipo. In addition, we currently have a second track happening in mezzanine. So there's a TED-style lightning talk coming up on the topic of water and blockchain, and Rabbi Mehta, managing director of Meta Group, is going to be presenting. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'll stand up here. So actually, I am not Kareem Jabbar. My name is Catherine Foster. We've decided on a bit of a shift, and I'm going to be moderating the session because Kareem and Block are building out some really cool things, and we wanted to give them the opportunity to speak about this as well. And because I'm one of those people that can sandwich the conversation and keep these guys aligned, or in line in terms of the timing, I hope. Is there a timekeeper here that can give us some signals? No? No? Okay. Not even a clock? No? In like 15 minutes. Give us a signal. Okay. So I just want to, well, the panel's been introduced. We have Nick Beglinger, Clean Tech 21, CEO, founder, and founder of the Hackathon. And I think what we're going to do is start with you. Each panelist is going to give a 3-minute discussion about where they are, what they're doing, some of the cool projects they're working on, and then we're going to have a discussion about some key issues that we've been outlining, and then we're going to open it up for Q&A, if that's all right. So thank you. Nick, please.
Thanks,
give us an
Catherine.
introduction.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nick. I'm a Swiss economist, and for the last 10 years, I run the Clean Tech 21 Foundation. In the first 8 years, we focused on an advocacy issue. I run the Switzerland's first Green Business Association. After the Paris climate talks, I decided that it was enough for Swiss politics, and I focused the foundation basically at the intersection of climate and distributed ledger technologies, or blockchain as we all call it here. I do that because we think climate is the world's biggest challenge, and we need disruptive innovation to address that challenge. So we have done in the past 2.5 years a series of activities. Most importantly, it was during the COP23 climate conferences in Bonn last November, when we organized the Hack for Climate, the first ever hackathon at the Climate Distributed Ledger intersection, and the first ever organized in connection with a climate conference. The whole purpose of this is really to accelerate innovation. We have 3 main technologies we focus on. It's DLT in the center, it's IoT and AI in addition to that. And I'll stop here because right after this panel, I'll have a lightning talk up there. So whoever wants to know more about what we're doing, join me up there at 11:15.
Thank you, Nick. And next we have Karim Jabbar, CIO of Blockchain Labs for Open Collaboration in Copenhagen.
Yes, hi everybody. My name is Karim Jabbar. I just flew in from Copenhagen. I am a co-founder of the Blockchain Labs for Open Collaboration. We work on specific issues related to blockchain application in industries. So our main focus is on the maritime industry that we've been working with for a while, and also within the energy/climate sector. Within the maritime, we have just gotten some funding from Lloyd's Register Foundation in London in order to build 3 technical demonstrations to essentially see what blockchain could be used for in the realm of maritime. The process that we work with is essentially getting stakeholders together through workshops and meetings and that sort of stuff in order to figure out what are the actual needs. So rather than having industry briefs that we then get to give over to technical staff to actually build it, we try to get people together across the supply chain to actually figure out what are the points of intersection. Once we achieve that, we try to workshop the details of what should be demonstrated, and then we essentially pass that on to technical suppliers. Our first demonstrator has just been launched in Singapore. It's on fuel bunkering, so essentially the dirty fuel supply chain, and I can hopefully get an opportunity to talk a little bit about that. And in terms of the energy sector, we started out, as many people do in blockchain, wanting to do distributed energy production and peer-to-peer marketplaces. We had some collaborations with the municipality of Copenhagen with a CO2 neutral island or CO2 negative island in Denmark called Samsø, which essentially has a lot of locally produced and owned renewable energy. And what we quickly found out here, there's too many legal constraints in order to us to pursue this avenue. So we basically took a meta approach, and currently we're working more on the climate, so essentially the CO2 aspect of it, and trying to build infrastructure for that purpose, particularly in developing economies and solutions that basically look behind the meter, so stuff that isn't grid connected. I'll be happy to expand more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And in fact, Karim was one of the reviewers of the World Bank's blockchain climate markets framework, and we're very lucky to have him on board. Next, we have Linda Christofferson, Special Advisor of Choose.
Yes. Hi, is this on? Hi, my name is Linda Christofferson. I am an advisor for Choose, who is creating the first impact-backed token to incentivize things that are working towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So what we're doing, Choose core competencies, is basically around climate positivity. We created a way of purchasing carbon quotas on behalf of corporations and individuals, where we're retiring the carbon quotas, but now we're building this to be much bigger than that, where we're creating a blockchain solution to incentivize big polluters to work towards sustainable goals. We want to start this off with what our core competencies are, which is around carbon and energy, climate quotas, and then also trying to scale this to be much larger around anything or everything that's related to sustainability and UN's development goals.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Evan Caron, of the co-founder and director? No.
Yeah, director, co-founder,
Of?
Switch and the Token Commons Foundation. So my name is Evan Caron. I am the co-founder of the Token Commons Foundation and the head of a project company called Switch. my background has been in renewable energy and energy trading. Former Wall Street executive, spent about 15 years in that business, which is, now I'm out of it, but spent a lot of time in the energy markets, electricity specifically, and really watched how the world adopted renewable energy at scale and where the issues were. And a lot of the issues that came up were in the incentive structures. Basically, what you ended up having is unintended consequences. So you had a lot of money going to specific projects that actually had very little actual real climate impact. And so in some markets, you have wind farms that are producing at negative prices and actually potentially increasing in carbon offsets, carbons that's emitted. So what we work on at the foundation is building protocols to basically pull in what they call dynamic adaptive control, which is a function of mechanism design that looks at where the next billion or the next 10 billion of funding should go to the projects that actually have the most impact from a fossil fuel displacement perspective. And it's a very much, the research has been done and leveraging Eleanor Ostrom's approaches towards commons management and polycentric governance towards a combined goal or a global goal. And that's really it.
Thank you very much. And next up, finally but not least, we have Jeff Rochester, Head of CSR and NGO Partnerships at Quipo.
So my name is Jeff, and my background is marketing. I come at this from a consumer engagement marketing standpoint. I was with the Nature Conservancy for 8 years prior to this job, and before that I had run marketing organizations for Showtime and for World Wrestling. In the environmental movement, I'm known as the wrestling guy, actually. So I bring a distinct kind of point of view on conservation, the environment, and climate. And my passion is that we have to popularize it and make it more accessible. So Quipo is a company in transition. It started as a traditional, almost Tom's one-for-one model. You bought merchandise on the site, and they protected rainforests in Brazil and Panama. We're evolving that model this summer. In fact, this month, we're launching with club promoters in Ibiza, to where when you buy a ticket to a rave party, a dance party in Ibiza, some of that money will go to protect the rainforest. So that's kind of version 2 of the model, is how to make conservation, corporate social responsibility very easy and user-friendly. The third iteration, which we expect to achieve towards the end of the summer, is how do you attach blockchain for that? So at the end of the day, there are 2 things that we're very passionate about: consumer engagement, and then bringing corporations into the fold. How do you get McDonald's, Starbucks, Macy's, big brands to create corporate social responsibility programs that help to protect the rainforest and other ecosystems?
Thank you very much. I think actually we'll start from there. That's a really interesting way to begin the conversation, because each one of you has indicated the necessity of partnerships and collaborations so that we shift from either focusing on the individual behavioral side, if we have innovations in place, that we can actually have the ecosystem and in place to be able to build those and scale those up. So I would love to hear from each of you how you've actually managed that.
Well, I can go first if you like.
Yep.
So, like many startups, I guess, in the blockchain space can probably relate to this. We started out being kind of tech focused. We thought we knew what was good and what people actually wanted, and we basically went out to educate people on this, and quickly realized that every single industry that we talked to is much more complex than we initially thought. And the process of actually getting people together to talk to them, to identify, as I said before, what the points of intersections are, is actually the most important part. And we actually realize now that we spend maybe 80% of our time engaging with different stakeholders in these industries, getting them together around tables, facilitating workshops in order to figure out what is the hype here, is it useful or is it not useful, and can we identify certain use cases where blockchain or distributed ledger technologies could actually make sense. So, and this is a fundamental shift, I think, from technology in general and other non-distributed types of technology, where typically it's seen as a competitive edge that you want to build in-house in order to strengthen your own brand or capabilities, whereas this is fundamentally collaborative in nature. And in order to get the maximum out of it, we need to rethink some of the mechanisms about how do we create these types of things. So we're still learning, but that's essentially what we've learned so far. More people and more focus on the social aspect, actually, than on the tech. It will come.
Absolutely, and that begins with problem definition. Nick, you wanted to say something as well?
Yeah, I very much agree with Karim on this. We also had the experience that it's very difficult to get blockchain talent, and the best blockchainies can really choose where they want to work on. On the other hand, that great talent is dependent on deep industry know-how in order to make tangible solutions that really work in the market and can be applied, that fit into regulatory frameworks, for example. So we've developed the model for Hack for Climate that basically is an open innovation co-creation model where the main developments are happening outside in our community of hackers. We have this big advantage of attracting really the best talent to the climate conferences, to a big 5-day hack where it is very prestigious to be part of that, and we can grow a large community. So all we really do in the innovation process is define challenges with industry and NGO partners, and then post these challenges into the community and have the community develop them, because we very much made the experience that by this way we get to the best talent and we get the deep industry know-how, and combining it in a good way, shaking it up, and get very tangible and very innovative solutions at the same time.
Thank you. Linda or Jeff?
Sure. Yeah, I can go next. So Choose's core competencies is around getting consumer engagement, corporate engagement, and individual engagement around climate change. What we're doing with this blockchain solution is trying to bridge even further than that, and basically say with this incentivized token system, we're going to pay big polluters to do better for the world. We're going to create a system where individuals or corporations who have good intentions are incentivizing the big polluters for doing something that's better for the environment. And that's what we're really trying to build off from the beginning when we started with Choose. But as of now, we started looking at this blockchain system overall, and we realized that we can scale this to be much larger. So we want to work towards anything that's impact related, anything that goes towards positive impact that aligns with the UN's Sustainability Development Goals. So in addition to looking at climate impact, we want to work with organizations or groups that are interested in plastics reduction, working with refugee camps. Anything that works towards sustainability goal is really what we're trying to work with, and also incentivizing and creating sort of an impact economy. That's really our goal and focus, that anyone can purchase tokens and basically invest in areas that they believe in that are impactful for the world.
I just want to emphasize what she just said and hammer a point home. There are two groups I would encourage all of you, three groups to take a look at. Sustainable Brands is a coalition of some of the largest companies in the world, and they're one of the only ones that's focused on sustainability and marketing. From my perspective, a lot of brands and corporations are trying to do good. They have not done a good job of communicating that, right? JetBlue did one of the largest renewable purchases in the airline sector 2 years ago, $500 million transaction. They're not talking to their customers about it. Walmart has Project Gigaton, one of the most ambitious projects to take CO2 out of their supply chain. So for all of you that are interested in this conversation of working with corporate partners, I would encourage you to check out Sustainable Brands. Then there's a second group called CECP. CECP is a coalition of 250 companies, CEO-led. They represent about $6 trillion of revenue, and they're trying to do more social good, be it gender equality, climate change, et cetera. And then the third group to watch is there's a group called the Fair Fashion Center. Fair Fashion Center is a coalition of leaders, CEOs that represent 10% of the fashion industry. My point to the group is I doubt any one of those three organizations has started to factor in blockchain to their social good plans. And again, from Quipo's perspective, we see this marvelous intersection of millennials wanting to work for employers that are doing good, millennials want to buy from brands that are doing social good, and the third insight is Edelman does a trust study every year. Trust in media, trust in governments is down, trust in corporations, trust in NGOs is up. So again, from a macro level, what we see is a wonderful opportunity for all of us to use these technologies to make it easier for corporations to demonstrate their social benefit and to communicate and connect with their customers.
Evan, you had something to say.
Yeah, the goal of a lot of these a lot of corporations, and Walmart actually is probably one of the largest solar owners in the country, actually, from their TRE retail group. The math actually makes sense to invest in renewable technology from an energy perspective. And not just in the US, but in most parts of the world. The solar costs are down 80% over the last handful of years, despite local, people who don't want solar in the United States by putting tariffs on panels, but that's another question. Anyway, the math actually works for these companies to actually do it. So it's not just the right thing to do, it's actually the economic thing to do. And they don't necessarily have the platform to go out and do it. There's a lot of companies like Microsoft and some of these big tech companies, and they're one of the largest consumers of energy in the world, and they're getting bigger. Data centers are massive. 450 megawatt data centers are the same size as massive oil refineries and LNG facilities, and I mean, they're the size of a giant coal power plant. But more to the point, they have the responsibility to do it, and they're actually doing it, but they don't have the teams, they don't have the platforms to do it, and they end up spending a lot of money and a lot of inefficiencies on the rent-sinking middlemen, the ex-bankers or the bankers, that take significant amount of fees, up to 20% of the project economics actually go to developers, financiers, bankers, and so that really prevents a lot of projects from getting off the ground.
They fooled me. They don't want me to talk. I wanted to add in from my own experience here. I didn't introduce myself, but I'm a former diplomat on climate, human security, everything from blood diamonds to landmines to the climate negotiations. And for the last 12 years, I've been building out innovation in Switzerland. And for the last 4 years of that, it was through the EU's Climate Kick, which accelerated 900 startups, hundreds of innovation projects. And we did this because of the public-private partnership approach and having those corporates buy into the actual foundations of that. And Nick, I know one of your projects is being funded through that, and I think I reviewed it. So I wanted to talk briefly about take that to the next level, because it's about the social political context here, and you mentioned this as well. Europe, we have very much a social economic context that is different. We have the sharing economy has really taken root, not just with the younger generations. But here, environmentalism, climate is much more politicized, and the individual behavior is really the focal point. So how can we bridge that through the business modeling? You take it to that next level. Is it about the data availability? How do you prove the impact? And actually, how do we finance that? How can we build this into the climate markets themselves? I want to talk about that actual infrastructure now.
Maybe I just answer quickly. I wanted to just add a couple of more organizations, because Vanessa at the beginning said we shouldn't focus too much on the US, and there are other sustainable business organizations like the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, for example, located in Geneva. So there are others, and I think very important, if one looks at them, is to make sure that they are really sustainable and not just talk about sustainability. So there's something called science-based targets, for example, that take the real science and then translate them into goals for corporates. I think these are very useful, because I must say, climate is a huge problem. We have 30 years to get to net zero, and it's simply not enough, just to talk about it. And also it's not enough if the top 2, 3, 4, 500 companies in the world do their stuff, because the world's not run by only those companies. There's a whole bunch of other companies that need to be addressed. So we need that, the talking. We need a lot of doing. We need it by the large companies, and we need it also by the small companies. So we need innovation and regulation in order to get to where we need to in climate. I just think it's very, very important that we don't just, feel good and talk about, that it's all hunky-dory, because it's not. We really have lots to do and lots ahead, and not very much time to do so. I think innovation truly plays a very, very important part, and the Climate Kick program that brings in corporates and supports innovative concepts does a really good job in doing so. But one just needs to be very, very tough judging those different efforts, because as I said, there are 30 years left to go from very much to zero, net zero emissions, where we need to go. And a lot of projects, they sound nice, but they're not disruptive. And in order to get there, we need to apply disruptive innovation and disruptive regulation. So look out for that and make sure you back those that really, have the potential to lead us where we must go.
Right. Thanks, Nick. I would just add to that to bring it back down to the pragmatic level, because in the Climate Kick, we would have these calls, for example, for innovation on alternative proteins, for example. So we do these calls, and then we would get hundreds of hackathons and startup ideas, and we had a plethora of alternative insects, food-based, but no one had looked at the regulatory space. So of course we hit a wall. So these are absolutely essential elements. And another thing is the hackathon approach itself, or the innovation call approach. Let's make sure it's diversified so that if we have a call on transportation, we're not getting the usual e-bike sharing and car sharing, because that's not going to play in every society. But let's bring it back down to the original question, because I want to hear from the others about how they're working in terms of the making it meaningful. What data is necessary? What infrastructure is necessary for this to happen? And how can we bridge that to more meaningful frameworks like carbon markets or renewable energy certificates and whatnot? Karim, you actually are working on a token.
I can briefly talk about that. I think what's important here is that at the end of the day, it's a concerted effort among multiple parties in order to reach this goal that as Nick says, is kind of broad and overarching for everybody. So the way to go about it, I think, is to focus on finding ways to leverage blockchain, which is not narrow in focus, but anchored and interoperable with other approaches to blockchain. So for example, what we do, we try to find high overarching frameworks that we can tag along to make sense, so that our effort does not become just yet another token in a sea of tokens, which will eventually die. So I think what makes sense is to say, well, if in this case, if it's the World Bank framework, which looks at interoperability between climate markets, because we have this proliferation of climate markets that today use different methodologies, don't really capture mitigation value in the same kind of way. How can we find ways of doing fungible analysis so that we can, in the token, actually make sure that those can trade across these markets, so we don't have fractured markets, but essentially have one large pool of one large market, which will be more stable and better working for the future, and therefore every single actor in here I think would do best in trying to figure out how does our initiative fit into this broader framework that is actually laid out for us. And there's plenty and I think the pie is too big for all of us. I mean, there's enough for everybody to actually grab a piece of it. And what we've been doing at Block in our energy project is to look at renewable energy certificates. We see this as a low-hanging fruit. When we talk about carbon has many sources, and the way that you would essentially validate what a ton of carbon equivalent is has different methodologies, and it's going to be very different if it's forestry, forest conservation, versus if it's production of renewable energy. So what we're thinking of is, can we make the system that exists today simpler, more efficient, and actually use blockchain as a way to imprint these certificates with a carbon mitigation value.
So take that to a very practical level, and then I want to pass on to the others, because we had the Brooklyn solar project, and then we had your solar project. And what's the difference? Brooklyn, after 2015, it wasn't able to scale. But yours, you actually have a token burn process where it's actually being attached to renewable energy.
Yeah, so we encountered the same problem, I would say, that a lot of distributed energy peer-to-peer marketplaces have encountered, which is because of regulation, it's very difficult to actually go out and scale it. Because if I'm to sell to my neighbor, I'm not going to be allowed. I'm going to have to sell back to the grid. The neighbor is going to have to buy it from the grid at market price, including taxes to the government and what have you, which is, I guess, fair enough. But then it hinders the actual proliferation of these types of things.
Right.
And what we're trying to do is actually circumventing this by looking at carbon credits as a subsidy that can be added on top of it, rather than
Great. And Linda and Evan, I think you're both working on ICOs and tokens too. How are you going beyond just the two basic models that we have right now?
So, I mean, overall, we have an incentivization model. We're basically going to pay big polluters or people that produce too much plastics or anything that's bad towards the environment, to do better for the world. And that's going to be driven by the social economy, social impact. In terms of authenticating the module, I think is more what we're looking for, is also around carbon credits. You can provide proof that's going to be validated by the community through a rewards module, and then you're being provided and rewarded a token that, again, can be traded throughout the supply chain. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. I'll come back to supply chains, but Evan,
I think, to Kareem's point on distributed energy resources, and I just want to comment on this, is that the world is getting there. We will get to microgrids, nanogrids, behind-the-meter optimization with batteries, two-way batteries. We're going to get there. Whether blockchain can get there today, that's a different story, but we need to have a data layer and the data commons and the approach around incentivizing data sharing in order to get there. Because right now, the data is sitting in silos, in utilities, and in spreadsheets, and I've managed them, and they don't talk to each other. And in order for the world to get to a more efficient, decentralized energy grid, more resilient energy grid, we need to have these incentive approaches to actually share information and be incentivized to join the community around the decentralized energy resources. And so the one major hurdle is the IoT devices in general. And IoT devices, everybody said they're a big deal, they are, but they have bad information. And bad data could potentially cause significant concerns associated with optimizing an electricity grid. And people overestimate or undercomplicate how complicated the physical electricity grid actually is. You're dealing with frequency, you're dealing with reactive power. This is, and I'm not connecting my power to my neighbor's house. I don't want to get electrocuted. So it's it's a very complex system. Blockchain can be very helpful, and it will be very helpful in this approach. But I think when we talk about validation and verification of an action or an activity, we're still not there yet. There is a lot of potential for fraud, especially when there's money involved. And so you look at some of the emerging technologies now with trusted compute environments, software guard extensions, where you can actually create a proof directly on a CPU rather than a GPU, or require some type of consensus approach for actual data validation. Then we get there very quickly. And so that's what we're really excited about. We're excited about using AI and using machine learning and using basically similar to a hackathon, but a real-time hackathon or arena of models to compete with models to identify the most optimal solution.
Great.
And so, yeah, sorry.
Actually, I wanted to ask Linda, because you were talking about supply chains, and I think we've already seen some very good proof of concepts of tracking and tracing along the supply chain, but rather than being decentralized, this really is adopting the certifications and things along the way. So, and what's the next step there in terms of actually getting advantages down to the communities?
Yeah, so in terms of traceability, let's take the cause of carbon credits. It's basically that if you purchase impact or invest in impact, you want that to be traceable throughout the token's life cycle. We created a life cycle where the impact originator is the one that's basically generating or being rewarded for the good that they're doing, an impact owner, and then you have a realization as well. I think since this is a global issue, supply chain availability, and if we're looking at multiple areas, especially broader than climate itself, it's really important to have a decentralized system to track and trace at a global level.
And then that actually adds the capacity to then add on some layers for mechanisms backwards, sort of like forward payment options for the local farmers and growers. So we'll get there, but it's really about building that first layer. And I wanted to throw you the last word before we open it up to Q&A, because you come from that CSR background.
Yeah, no, and we had a pre-meeting earlier, and I want to go back to something that Nick said, because I think there's a tendency with these new technologies to want to run out in kind of almost a solo approach and be disruptive, which is important. But I think there's not enough care and attention to working more closely with some of the endemic players. I look at Brazil that has laws on deforestation. They're having a problem executing the laws because of a lack of data, et cetera. So I think what we need is a more integrated, deeper approach to working with some of these endemic players and bringing them along with these solutions, because there's the data, there's the policy, there's the customer behavior. Blockchain has the ability to link all of those as opposed to operating in silos.
I think I wanted to open it up to the audience to ask a question. I'm not sure if we have mics out there, but I'm happy to run through and hand over the mic. Does anyone have a question they would like to ask? Do you have mics? Okay, great. There's a mic right there. Turn the mic on. Mic over here. Is it working now?
Here.
Right. Do we have another mic runner in the room as well?
Hi. First off, as a side note, as someone who spent a lot of time in the Ostrom workshop, I appreciate the Ostrom.
Hold the mic closer, please.
Oh,
Yeah.
as someone who spent a lot of time in the Ostrom workshop, I appreciate the Ostrom reference. But I was wondering, so in the case, I was wondering if folks were looking at all at integrating blockchain with payments for ecosystem service programs. So I guess this is more of a question for you and for Jeff, if you're looking at like things like Red Plus and programs like that to integrate into.
That's actually what I'm working on, but I will throw it to them.
No, I don't have
Yeah, I mean, I heard you right. Red Plus, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be speaking about the use case we're doing in Red Plus. It's called Red Chain. We think the area of land management is very, very interesting in order from a blockchain perspective, but also from an AI and IoT perspective. Yeah. We have a lot more information coming down from satellites. Satellites get a lot better. We have a way to basically do a very, very transparent and automated Red Plus process by using satellite data, by having an automated image comparison that looks at whether a forest is still forest between two time zones. Time periods, and then with a AI system we can look at past deforestation patterns and judge where in the future the danger of deforestation is highest, and we tie it all together with smart contracts that involve a staking system of the local custodian, so that if somebody, a farmer, takes care of a forest and he does take care or she does take care of that forest, that person is rewarded in an automated way as well. Mm-hmm. And I think below the line, what it really shows is that these blockchain with other technologies has the potential to automate systems, which as a main drivers has a better incentive to share information and results in much greater transparency, and therefore can trigger more funding into areas where where funding used to be quite difficult.
I would just add on to that, yeah, I mean, the data is one of the biggest barriers in Red Plus, and when you're going to the carbon markets, et cetera. But in the data issue, we're dealing basically in some regions, some of the most pressing regions where, there's no connectivity. Everything's still written down. Everything's paper maps. So being able to integrate the IoT, the satellites is absolutely essential. But there's still another part of that blockchain isn't ready to address, and that's the land ownership, land rights issues, which we also have to integrate as we go forward, because the data that's being used for these programs actually can then incentivize, as you say, the diversity in the communities and the financing back to those communities. But that's another discussion that has to happen around this space, because just having the automation there doesn't resolve any political conflict that's inherent in that.
Thank you so much.
Right. There's a question right behind you, unless there's others out there in the audience. Yep.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for highlighting your topic. So the question is, what will it take to establish an efficient carbon market so that we can incorporate it and be disruptive as an overall economy?
One carbon market is not feasible, is it? We're dealing with numerous carbon markets, hundreds that are emerging. China just started its own, and they all have their own rules and operating devices and data, and also finance mechanisms. This is why Kyoto failed, and why we're working on new ones. But I think
I have a view on this. I think one of the ways to create an efficient carbon market is to do a carbon tax ASAP. Because I think if you look at the experience we had with carbon markets, the price levels at which a ton of CO2 is traded on these carbon markets, we are not moving fast enough by a long shot. So rather than just focusing on carbon markets, I think it's high time to focus on carbon tax. There are carbon tax systems that include a dividend model where you tax as a government, but then budget neutrally distribute back to the economy, so you don't bloat government but actually leave the purchasing power in the economy. I think these models, it's high time to look at those models, because I truly don't think a carbon market as we have it in very developed countries is exportable to the developing world, reaching the climate targets in time.
Absolutely, and that was exactly the question I was going to ask you, Nick, about the taxes. But I think, that's one layer, but that actually requires government intake. So if the governments are the ones establishing the carbon markets, carbon tax should absolutely be a part of that. But what we have here is really an interesting demonstration of some of the other projects that we might in the future be able to bundle together and have a sort of a fungibility, address the fungibility issue, bundling assets. So I would love the others to weigh in on this too, because we're talking a lot about individual behavioral data. Is there a way to harness that going forward?
Well, in principle, it could be feasible, but again, it's a long way to get there. And the approach that we're taking so far is trying to make sure that all our efforts are aligned with others' efforts going in the same direction. And speaking of fungibility, what I think makes most sense is to figure out how can we leverage blockchain certificates, so essentially digital certificates, and make sure that if we talk in the case of carbon, so how do we make sure that we capture the mitigation value of that particular climate asset and basically connect that to the asset the same way that you would geostamp it and timestamp it and geolocate it, you would also have a mitigation value. What that would actually do in the case of electricity, for example, is that a REC or REC created in a emerging economy with a lot of diesel generators and so on, where the energy mix is really dirty, the impact, of course, is going to be higher there than doing it in Iceland, where it's all geothermal. So in that sense, you're going to create a demand for, if you want to make an impact, to actually purchase these things for the places where it's actually most impactful. And this is something that's not really possible. And by having that pegged, you could actually bundle them together into credits of higher order.
And you could build algorithms in terms of the pricing mechanisms, because what, for those that don't know, the carbon mechanism basically is that there are different price differentials across the world and across the market. So trying to build that in is a very complex situation as well. Did you want to say something about the...
Yeah, we can talk a little about carbon markets as well. So we're not waiting for governments to solve the issue. We're basically specializing in offsetting carbon footprint, and we work with the UN closed carbon market in doing so. With this blockchain solution, obviously that's going to be our first point of attack. And what's interesting is that instead of looking at this as from a tax perspective, we're basically saying we want to pay you to reduce your footprint from the beginning. So basically solve an issue before it becomes an issue. And that's really how we want to create this kind of impact economy, especially with carbon offsetting in the environment, through solving an issue at the forefront.
Thanks. Does that answer your question for now?
Most definitely. Thank you.
We're working on it. Next question. There's a question at the back. Sorry? Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? My name's Greg. Really cool talk. So when we were talking about kind of the intersection of artificial intelligence and energy, we noticed an interesting security layer kind of emerge from that. And I was just wondering, for somebody that's in the energy space, have you guys been thinking about the intersection of AI and energy and any security protocols, or maybe some tips and advice for people who might be in the room who, might want to think about something like that?
I think Evan's there.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, everyone talks about data commons, but there's when you're talking about critical human infrastructure and things that have obviously issues with national security, sharing data on where a power plant is and what it's generating can be fairly dangerous in the wrong hands, right? And so hopefully one of the goals is building the right type of governance mechanism on controlling how that information is shared and tokenizing the sharing of that information, so that information is potentially not disclosed in the wrong kind of channels. But there is definitely a security layer, an IoT security layer specifically, because you have the issue of man-in-the-middle attacks, spoofing. That's where some of the trusted compute environments are going to exist. That's where some of the software guard extensions are going to exist, where you have direct encryption directly on a device, so that the channel is fully end-to-end encrypted. And when you talk about AI in general, and you talk about issues with AI, talking to AI and what potentially that can happen, obviously, and that's a big risk. I don't think the blockchain community is necessarily tackling that issue, and probably not tackling quantum computing issues either. But from my perspective, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit when talking about figuring out ways to optimize a decentralized energy or distributed energy grid. And it's not just about one technology, it's about mix of technologies. And so maybe the AI is not necessarily on dispatch and optimization, but maybe it's on what types of assets need to be generated or invested in where to get the best, kind of the most optimal approach for grid resiliency, grid security, and then eventual actual impact from a climate perspective.
Great. I want to wrap things up with just a final word to say we've discussed governance, data, partnerships, innovations, ICOs, et cetera, and I think we're just entering the dialogue. And I want to thank you all for some really great insights, and I would invite people to come and see Nick's lightning round as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've been asked to mention again, if we can keep the conversations down on the mezzanine level, that would be amazing. Thank you. Up next on this stage, we have a presentation by Tom Lombardi, who is the head of market development for Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Come on up.
Doesn't work either? Guess I'm working on this. I'll just use this. Hi, woo. Got everyone's attention up top. All right, Tom Lombardi, head of market development for the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Enterprise is not a word you thought you would hear today, but we are big supporters of this organization, and we certainly have a lot of initiatives around social impact. I wasn't really sure what to talk about today. I wanted to stay away from the normal pitch. I was told a sort of a TED Talk style, so maybe we can find some compromise today. You see from the screen, half of you want to save the world, half of you want to fire the middle office. There's certainly a balance between this emerging technology and sort of starting from the basics of, what can be the baby steps? What are some of the low-hanging fruit? And a lot of our members are trying to address those, but it takes the people in this room to make that transformational change. And the EA is creating standards around enterprise-ready blockchain deployments. So I'll get to that in a bit. Just a little bit of KYC. How many people work for a nonprofit? I do. I'm raising my hand. All right. How many are blockchain professionals? Okay, almost less. So I sound like a pro. Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit about why I'm here and why Enterprise, and maybe some tips to sort of kickstart this. So why the Enterprise? Technologists today are working on platforms that were unimaginable 10 years ago. And I mean, if we look at something like Ethereum, it only went live like less than three years ago. So, to say nascent is almost not giving its credit. I mean, this is the not even the first pitch of the first inning of the game. And so what we're doing is we're bringing organizations together to create standards and to create an environment where people have shared systems and common goals, so that we can all partake in this ecosystem and not just have proprietary siloed projects. Okay, so you've seen this quote before, right? First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. I believe that was misquoted by our President Trump recently. I didn't see him on the way in, so I think we're good. But Tim May took it a step further, reposted by the great Nick Szabo. You know, at first they say it's theoretically impossible. You think about a platform like Bitcoin. You know, how could thousands of GPU rigs or ASICs miners keep a ledger of the global financial system, right? It's a valid question. We get to the next step. Maybe possible, but certainly not practical, right? This is the view of the banks as this tech was emerging, and banks have built these billions of dollars of these legacy systems throughout the 80s and 90s, and that's when they were built, and we're still using those same systems. So they're certainly ready for an upgrade, but it's not practical, feasible. The next one, but only fringe groups are using it, right? So look at the early days of Bitcoin. We had nefarious characters. We saw things like Silk Road, some of the complications with Mt. Gox, and it was looked at as a hobbyist and a hobbyist sort of group, but also embraced by people harboring terrorism or the drug trade. You constantly hear that from politicians and certain corporate leaders. All right, so later, we are studying it. This was 2016 for large companies. This is the year of the distributed ledger technology. It's a more professional way of saying blockchain, right? It sounds more elegant. It looks better in a corporate deck, and this was sort of my eye-opening experience. My background, I'm a recovering investment banker. I saw the clear conflict between stakeholders and between customers and banks and information sharing and investors maximizing returns. You think there's sausage made in Washington. Look at some of these global banking institutions. And then, I stepped back from that and said, well, I worked for a foundation. I was managing their private equity investments. The intent was there, but the content wasn't. It was still sort of this old world recycling of capital. But I spent some time running an e-commerce company, and the two, I always say that my banking experience and my tech experience created a Bitcoin baby. And it was something that I had to take full custody of that. And so when I look back at like 2016, these banks are studying it, it was just sort of a pause. It was a pause, it was a reflection. Here we are today, and this is now, and this is the exciting part. It is the future. We are here to provide governance and regulation. This kind of sort of gives me goosebumps right now, because something I've been so passionate about over the last three and a half years is really coming to fruition, and it took a long path for me to get here. Before that, I want to tell a story. Does anyone know about Luis Cuende? Anyone know? We got one. Okay, one. Two. All right. So I can't make up this story. I've got to be a little bit clear. So Luis Cuende, he was an impoverished young man out of Spain. He was 12 years old, and he started developing open source software at the age of 12. His father was a software developer, but he came from a very humble background. His family had problems with banking systems. They couldn't get loans. He was so bright, he was appointed the advisor to the European Commission for technology and hacking specifically. But he was discriminated. He was discriminated by his age because he was so young. He can't fire up an LLC in Delaware or probably even a foundation in Zug. He was discriminated with his upbringing. He didn't have a degree from Stanford or the leading schools. And so he had this sort of, these headwinds that were really suppressed his growth. So what did he do? He created a system called Aragon Network. It is a digital jurisdiction for self-sovereignty. It allows groups, companies, nonprofits, NGOs to establish themselves, capital formation, partnerships, without the bias of where you're from, who you are, age, gender, and capital. And, he saw this opportunity, and, Aragon is something that he saw that governments couldn't take away from him. It was essentially, no one could expropriate what was built, and that was his dream. That was his dream, and he. Last year, Aragon Group raised $25 million in an ICO, and that network is worth close to $90 million today. So, harnessing the power of this technology for everyone, not just the corporations who are members of the EEA, not just governments who are looking for better ways to track their citizens, but a way for individuals to coordinate, a way for individuals to come together in capital formation and partnerships. That's what we aspire to do. All right, so I got to pay the bills here. So the EEA, Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, we're a standards organization, sort of run parallel to the Ethereum Foundation. Our roadmap includes things like permission blockchains. This is part of the crawl before you get in a rocket ship. So we're helping our members build frameworks around permission blockchains and giving them the tool set to get involved. So the announcement today, we're launching. We have a number of working groups, much like BSIC has working groups around industry verticals. And today we're going to launch a working group around social impact. And the way that works is that a lot of our work is around groupthink and cooperation. And so social impact organizations have different requirements and different priorities. So our membership base has 527 members, I believe. And we want to bring some of these incubator projects in front of them. We want to bring some of these global, social organizations to bring real use cases, to bring problem sets, to bring ideas, so that our members can get access, certainly for scale, and to bring this to the mainstream. I mean, that's really what we're trying to do, escaping the sort of doldrums of basement programmers and bringing it to the landscape where, your parents and grandparents are asking you about this blockchain thing. I mean, I think that would be a measure of our success. I just want to sort of end with a couple notes. I got the commercial biz out of the way. Beginner's mind. I had a sort of an interesting path getting in this industry, and it's blockchain is not something you can just sort of pipe into your existing systems. For some things, maybe, but the way it'll change this world requires a total reset of your thinking, and I encourage you to step back and to kind of leave your preconceptions at the door. And we have a lot of these ICOs, and there's a lot of noise in the market, and there's a lot of but there are a lot of really good ideas that maybe aren't ready for today, but we can look to in 5, 10, 25 years as viable platforms. So, I use the example. I have a 3.5-year-old, and he's a handful, and the things that he says and the things that he sees that I don't see. He looks at pictures and he says, "There's a guitar," because he loves guitars, and I'm looking at the foreground, and he's bringing in information that, that he doesn't filter. And so, you know, kids are so sort of pure in that sense. And, you know, with all of our experience through life, through business, we have this sort of mental model as to what's important, right? Our profit's important, our user growth important, right? But if we use our beginner's mind, right, and our Shoshin and Zen Buddhism, then we can reset, and I think it takes that level of reset to be successful in this space. Just wanted to, another little plug, I work with, I took 2 years off of my professional career. Again, this is sort of part of the reset. And one of the efforts I worked, organization called Operation Hope out of Los Angeles. And it's about teaching, you know, inner city kids and adults about financial responsibility. And my experience with them and the questions they asked me are just amazing. So we just got to... Team money! Now we got to run this. Was that fun? You guys learn a lot?
God, I'm too short.
All right, let's get you down here.
I'm too short, yay!
All right, guys. That's it. Have that beginner's mind and have that, ask questions that you didn't think were within your reach, and using, you know, thinking about the implications of blockchain technology and what it can do for you and your organization. It comes from those far-reaching places. So, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Tom. I want to announce the next speaker from the World Food Program, but I would like to make an announcement to the people who are actually not sitting down here. And there's a lot of noise and a lot of people speaking and engaging upstairs, but we would like to kindly ask you to either come downstairs or find another room to speak, because the noise level is not tolerable. So could you kindly find another place to connect and network? Valeria is upstairs to help you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is one of my favorite speakers, I have to say. Robert Opp is leading the blockchain efforts at the World Food Program and has had very, very successful implementation of blockchain in areas of the world that are very difficult, helping refugees get better service through their programs. And so without further delay, I'd like to introduce you, Robert.
Okay, I'm going to try to get out from behind the podium. Hi everybody, it's great to be with you. My name is Robert Opp. I'm the Director of Innovation for the United Nations World Food Program. And I'll tell you a little bit about the way we're approaching blockchain at the moment and where we want to go in the future. So actually, I think this presentation started on the last slide. There we go. Okay, great. So, in the World Food Program, we start with the problem we're trying to solve. And the problem that we're trying to solve is the fact that 1 in 9 people are still, in 2018, affected by hunger, not receiving adequate quality or quantity of nutrition. And I think you can probably guess some of the main causes of hunger. But some of those include, for example, natural disasters, which quite frankly, extreme weather events are becoming more frequent these days because of climate change, so that's a major driver. You also have a driver related to war and conflict, which pushes people from their homes, creates vulnerability among populations, and there are 65 million people displaced right now, which is the highest level since World War II, and that trend is actually increasing, not decreasing. And then you have the grinding desperate poverty that people experience that really prevents them from giving themselves or their children adequate nutrition. And this picture shows a group of children from Guatemala that are standing underneath the international benchmark for age for height. You can see how short they are. And they are stunted. This is not genetic. They are stunted because they have not received enough nutrition in their young lives to reach their maximum physical potential. And what's even worse is they will not reach their maximum mental potential either. So hunger costs millions, trillions of dollars in lost productivity each year. And actually the world has committed to ending hunger by 2030. It's one of the Sustainable Development Goals, where every member state of the UN has said we will end hunger by 2030. There's some good news, which is that over the last 25 years, we've made progress against hunger. So on the aggregate, we've gone down from 1 billion people in 1990 to 795 million in 2015. The bad news is that the last 2 years, we actually saw a reversal of that trend. So obviously, if we keep going the way we're going, we are not going to make it to ending hunger by 2030. So this is the problem, one of humanity's greatest enduring challenges. Now, the World Food Program, just to give you a 20-second introduction, it's the United Nations agency charged with providing food assistance. And each year across around 80 countries, we provide food assistance for between 80 to 100 million people. And we do that with physical food commodity deliveries, and that's quite a large physical supply chain. So we move 3.5 million tons of food a year. At any given time, we have 5,000 trucks on the road and ships on the high seas, and we run a small airline to do that. And increasingly, we're giving assistance in the form not just of food, but of cash. And that makes sense when you consider that there are more parts of the world where there's functioning food markets. We give people cash so they can participate in that. And when we look at the role of innovation, it is in mind to address the problems that we are trying to solve within our agency and for the broader anti-hunger effort. And so we're busy looking at things like artificial intelligence, blockchain, agricultural technologies, mobile connectedness and things, all with this in mind. And it's with that spirit that I'll tell you about how we're experimenting with blockchain. So I mentioned before that we're giving increasingly not just food assistance to people, physical food, we're giving actually cash assistance as well. And last year, we gave $1.4 billion worth of cash assistance to people. That number is going to rise to probably $2 billion this year. And that is both in the form of what we can call conditional cash transfers, so like vouchers. You know, you can give a voucher for somebody to go to a retail store and draw down on a credit, basically, to buy food for what they need. Sometimes we also give cash in the form of just going to an ATM or another cash point, pulling it out, and then people can buy what they want. But this is important because cash distributions face certain challenges. And especially in the places where we work, which is all of the rather undesirable places of the world, some of those challenges include high costs, the cost around delivering cash. You need intermediaries to provide you services to do that. There's also a risk in doing that. Every time you transfer funds that we've received from government donors or other donors of the world, you transfer it to a third party, there's a risk. There's a privacy issue because if you're giving people cash entitlements, you need to know some form of information about their identity. You need to share that with intermediaries. And of course, there's accountability of aid flows, how we are stewarding public resources. And so one of the things that we decided to look at looking at that cash, those challenges related to cash, is how could we use blockchain to address some of those challenges. So what we've done is created a platform called Building Blocks. It's based on the Ethereum protocol, and at the moment, it's a private Ethereum chain. I'll come back to that in a minute. I'll tell you a little bit about how the program works, how it worked previously, and how it works now. So in Jordan, where we are assisting 500,000 refugees, Syrian refugees from the conflict in Syria, 100,000 of those are living in camps, and they are registered by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and this program is already pretty high-tech. They're actually registered biometrically with iris scan technology. That was already in place, so that's not the innovation. But what this program does is this is a digital voucher program for refugees. With their iris scan, they can go to any one of a number of retail points, supermarkets, around the camps in Jordan, and they can draw down on their monthly entitlement just with a scan of their iris. That is the program already in place. So, what happens right now is the World Food Program receives money from donors, and it receives identity-related information from the High Commissioner for Refugees. And we need to provide that information to a third-party financial service provider. And that financial service provider creates wallets for people, each refugee who's entitled. We create wallets for them. The financial service provider also traces the transactions and the payment flows, does the reconciliations, and makes sure that the retailers are paid what they're owed for the vouchers that are used. So that's the current process. But with the blockchain system that we've used, we actually eliminate the role, in this case, of the financial service provider. So we have the funds and we have the identity information, but we use that now on our own blockchain to register and create virtual wallets for people ourselves on the blockchain. Then we use the blockchain to trace the payments as well. We use the blockchain to reconcile because we have a perfect data trail. And then we transfer funds directly to retailers in batch transfers or bulk payments so that we reduce the amount of transfers that need to be done, and it's really quite economical. So this program, what we're seeing so far is an increase in transparency. We have more information about transfers to people than we ever had before. We feel it's more secure because we're not sharing identity information and funds to third parties. We feel it's more confidential because of that as well. And actually, we're also saving, I would say, a significant amount of resources doing this because the financial service provider was charging us a 1.5% fee on every single transaction to be able to do the functions that are now being done by the blockchain. And so we're saving in this program, with 100,000 refugees involved right now, we're saving $40,000 a month. We've used this system so far to transfer $14 million of benefits to people. It started as a very early proof of concept in January of last year. By mid-year last year, we were at 10,000 refugees to establish the proof of concept. We scaled that at the beginning of this year to 100,000, as I mentioned. By the end of this year, we hope actually to scale beyond that and move to probably 500,000 people in Jordan, so the whole number of refugees that we assist in Jordan. And now we're also facing some very interesting scaling issues. So what we have to do going forward with this system is we need to integrate it with corporate systems. So we run, for example, an SAP-based ERP system, so how do these systems connect to each other? It's a big issue. We're also looking at, beyond the iris scan technology we use with this, what are the kinds of other technology we can use for for transfers? So mobile mobile money, card-based systems that we use in different other parts of the world. So how can we expand this to those other modalities? And then we'll also scale this system up to other countries that we've got to be able to test in different contexts. How can it work? Can we provide a continuity of service? Will we get the same benefits? How is it going to work in different contexts? So we need to establish that to really be sure that what we're doing is the right thing. But I also want to mention very critically, what we're doing now, using a private Ethereum blockchain to do what I've just mentioned, improve our financial flows, can actually be done by a database. And we're starting to see people who are coming and saying, well, you know, you guys aren't doing anything new. You could do this with a database. Why the hell are you using blockchain? Well, my answer to that is, if we thought this was the end state of blockchain in the World Food Program, we would use a database. It probably makes more sense. It's probably cheaper. It's better established. But this is not the end point for us. This is the beginning point. Because the other thing that we want to do with this system is start to expand it, both inside the organization to other use cases, as well as offer it as a collaborative and neutral platform with other agencies that are involved in humanitarian response. We're already working with the United Nations Women Program, and they will join this system. We'll work collaboratively on this, and we are also talking to several others right now about joining forces to make this work. And in terms of WFP, one of the other areas that we are exploring is supply chain. So I mentioned the physical supply chain, moving 3.5 million tons of food each year. We're starting to look at our Djibouti to Ethiopia corridor, which is one of the main corridors in the world, and whether we can use blockchain to increase the efficiency and transparency, the accountability of those physical supply chain flows. We're also looking at how this fits into the identity ecosystem. And there's lots of people talking about identity here. World Food Program is not an identity issuer, but de facto we have people's information about people's identities, and we need to have a broader ecosystem that looking at digital identity and how that's going to be managed for the benefit of people themselves. And then there's a ton of other use cases, many of which are being discussed today. For example, land registry for small farmers who are working with very insecure land titles. These things will all help with the broader anti-hunger ecosystem. And I would just say as a final note, to reinforce this idea that we really see this as a beginning of where we're going, that we really need to kind of figure out how, as a humanitarian system in particular, we're going to create a neutral way of collaborating so that we see this developing over time and we can really reap the benefits of data sharing, of having unique individuals that are being served by different agencies. We can have that all in one place. This is a growing platform that we have a real opportunity to build together. So with that, I think, I don't know if we have time for questions. Oh, okay, yeah, well, why not? I don't see anyone here telling me to shut up yet. Who said shut up? It's okay, it's fine.
Hi, thank you so much for your speech. My name is Ash. I'm at the Blockchain Trust Accelerator at New America. So I have my question's in two parts. My first question is, so databases have been in existence for what seems like forever. Why did the World Food Program choose to go with the banking institutions, the financial, like the third party, instead of using database if it was possible? Like, what was the benefit that you got from using these third parties? And the second question is, how do your recipients have access to these virtual wallets that you create through the blockchain? How do they access their money? Do they know how much they have left? And are they able to see it anywhere? Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so to answer your second question first, actually, so nothing has changed for beneficiaries themselves, the refugees themselves, between the old system and the new system. So their user experience is identical. So we're really just dealing with a back-end change. They didn't really have access to their wallets before. They don't have access to their wallets now. So one big question we have is, what is the future of financial inclusion for this system? Because how do we actually start getting refugees with bank accounts? And in some countries, many countries, they're actually not allowed to have bank accounts either. So it's an open question for us that we realize that we need to figure out a better way to have financial inclusion in the system. On your second question, this is actually more of a, I think more of a kind of an internal scaling issue. So to give you an idea, 5 years ago, we were delivering about $180 million of cash value as compared to 1.4 billion last year. So we haven't really been working to we've been using financial service providers because they've been the ones that we can go to at a country level and plug in and get things set up quickly. So if we had not been experimenting with blockchain now, we would be experimenting with databases to do the same thing. So it's just, I think, a kind of a life cycle of our program type of issue. Any other questions? Okay.
Hi, my name is Jay. I work with the IRC. You mentioned you're implementing, or you have rather, an SAP ERP system. We're just out of the design phase of a large ERP of our own. What would you say are some of the things you're running into with, I understand, a fairly long-standing ERP system that you're working with?
I would say there's a couple different answers to that question, and at a sheer technical level, I'm not going to have a good answer for you. But what I see happening is that it's kind of like any new system that you bring on board. So the blockchain-based system that we're using, it wouldn't be any different than any other database that we would bring. But the big issue that I see is that there's a strong need to get all the business process flows aligned. So it's like we kind of gave parts of the organization a heart attack by trying to put this in and then say, okay, now we have to make it work with SAP, because it's like, well, wow, we weren't anticipating having to do that. And now we have to kind of redo our business flows. So this is the issue about scaling, right? So it's, we did this proof of concept in kind of a safe space environment by running sort of parallel and redundant systems, you know. But now it's prime time. Now we have to get into the heart of the roots of the organization's infrastructure. And that is causing us challenges. I mean, it's going well, I have to say. It's causing challenges. And one of the things that has happened is we've actually asked our internal auditor to come in and look at the whole system, including the business processes, to help us sort out whether we've done this in the right way or not. Because I don't want anyone turning around and saying to me, you know, you guys have just jeopardized the organization's financial integrity by introducing a untested technology. So this is, but so far, everything we've done is holding up to scrutiny. And so including that SAP integration link, which is a lot about just getting your automated workflows happening properly.
Yes, hi, I'm Daisy. I work at the Inter-American Development Bank. I wanted to know how many retailers are your tail end in terms of numbers, and also the transaction cost on the blockchain in terms of all these payments. Who's bearing that cost? Is that something within the program, or is it something through the retailers?
Yeah, so this program, because it's based in the refugees that are living in camps in Jordan, has a limited number of retailers. I think it's 3 to 5 supermarkets, something like that. I mean, globally, we work with thousands and thousands of retailers, but what we've done is plug into the system that was already there for the digital voucher program we had. And these are large supermarkets that are set up around, but we also work with small retailers elsewhere in the world. So this one is fairly limited because they all have the same point of sale equipment that has the iris scan technology that they had previous, and that has nothing to do with the blockchain. So that was plugged in. I'm sorry, I forgot your second question.
The transaction cost.
Oh, yes.
To register on the blockchain. Who's taking up that cost?
So right now we are, and this is still scaling. So we've had to augment the staffing capacity in our country office a little bit by one person to be able to kind of make this work, but a lot of it is still done manually until we get our automatic integrations working. So the transaction costs, once the automatic integrations are there, are going to be virtually zero. The development costs are somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000. And so far, it's the World Food Program bearing the cost of that. We'll also bear the cost of maintenance until we can get some other kind of arrangement, whether we go to a consortium or some sort of other arrangement. We'll keep doing the maintenance for now.
Hi, thank you again for the presentation. My name is Moises Randon. I work in CSIS, a think tank in Washington, focusing on the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela. Two brief questions. One, what were your main policy challenges to implement building blocks in other countries? I know it's a pilot program in Jordan, but I'm just thinking, how likely is this to be implemented in other crises like in Venezuela and Colombia, where they're receiving a lot of refugees as well? I know WFP has some presence there. And that's the other second question. Are you guys trying to implement that initiative in countries like in Venezuela, Colombia? Just curious. Thanks.
Yes. So I mean, our pathway to scale will definitely be to pilot this elsewhere, because the way our cash programs have evolved, there are different types of programs. I mentioned there's some that are like ATM-based. People pull cash out of ATMs. There's other types of digital vouchers. People receive cash on cards. They receive cash by mobile phone. So we need to test it elsewhere. I can't say that Colombia or Venezuela are on the list for that just yet. We're likely more to go to a couple countries in sub-Saharan Africa, because we've got slightly larger programs and we want to test those out. But you know, policy-wise, you know, it's less of a policy issue for us and more of a practicality type issue. We've got to keep our eye on cost-benefit for this. So we need to be able to understand well enough how to quantify the benefits that we're getting out of this in order to make that calculation that this is worth implementing elsewhere. And that's going to be the real key to scale. And this was also a finding of the review that we did with our auditors, which is how to better calculate the total return on investment that we're getting, both in terms of not just financial savings, but it's all the other benefits that are quite significant that we need to be able to quantify. And that's sort of like that's a practical policy issue. We have to convince our country directors and our leadership in the organization that this is worth pursuing in a broader scale. But I believe we are on a good path to do that. I think my time is almost up, but I'm happy to take questions until someone boots me off the stage.
Hi, my name is Shamak. I'm from MasterCard Corporate. Quick question on digital identity. If you could just elaborate on the future of where you're heading with digital ID. And also here what I see is that you remove the link to the financial institutions, so you're owning, in a way, a lot more information about people's ID-related engagements that over time may constitute their identity profile, which in turn we hope people use to become bankable, but we just removed some of that link that you had before. So there's some trade-offs, right?
Yeah, great question. So as I said before, and as you've kind of nicely summarized, the issue is that the World Food Program does not aspire to be an issuer of identity. National governments have that responsibility. The High Commissioner for Refugees has that responsibility. But in a de facto sense, the information and data that we're gathering about people is starting to constitute identity. So we're looking to work as part of a broader ecosystem to sort out how to manage these things. And so if you've got, for example, unique individuals that are being assisted by multiple agencies, what we're saying is that it would be a great benefit for a lot of humanitarian organizations to have that all in one place, which is kind of connected to your identity as sort of a kind of an economic history or a sort of a history that is being put in place, that it would be very useful to understand more about the impact of our programs when you're being served by all sorts of different organizations. And then ultimately, of course, you get into this issue of how are you stewarding that data? Because at the moment, we're owning private keys and all that kind of stuff. How to responsibly do that, which needs some policy development work, and we've got data protection policies and privacy policies and things like that for the people that we serve. But ultimately, how do we move in that progression to user-centric data management or self-sovereign data management, which I would like to see happen, but we're not the only actor in that. So we're working with others to figure out what that has to look like in order to make that a reality. It's extremely important, but But we're realistic. We're just not going to make it work on our own.
Hi, my name is Justin. I run a tech startup for live streaming content. One of the questions I had for you was that 2 questions ago you were talking about quantifying that data to figure out how much real social impact that you guys are doing. Do you have any way of real-time visualization of that data that we could show globally that, you know, like the different demographics of the different countries, of the different people that you're affecting? Is there real-time processing of that data or visualization of that data?
The very short answer is not yet. We'd like to get there, but we don't have that yet. We have some visualization of the live transactions as they happen. Like I could flip onto a system and show you live transactions happening in Jordan as refugees buy things from the grocery stores right now. But it's not converted yet into that kind of benefits type visualization. Not yet. No. I don't know who's running the show here. Yeah, can you just come up and tell me to leave, or? Okay, thank you. Oh, you're Sophie.
Yeah.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to. Okay. So coming up is our winner of the Agriculture Challenge. You will be amazed by this solution. This is the solution for the future of humanity. So just join me welcoming Team Green Blocks. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So 48 hours ago we didn't have an idea we'd be standing up here today, but it's a real pleasure and honor to present to you today. So we're Green Blocks. We were born out of the Blockchain for Social Impact incubator 6 weeks ago. I'll just need a... So we are a team of 3, truly international from, let me just, Billy from Canada, so he's a geoscientist and blockchain specialist. Louis, who couldn't be here with us today, he's a software developer, and myself, product marketer. And what really brought us together was an interest in blockchain, passion for agriculture, and specifically urban farming. Also a belief that we think current food production system and distribution systems need to be innovated in order to serve the needs of the future world population. So when we started the challenge, we looked at kind of key macro trends. And what we found were kind of three trends that stood out. First of all, cities are growing. So according to the UN, by 2050, we'll be 10 billion people, 66% of which will live in urban environments. And we believe the current food production systems will not be able to cater to the needs. Urban farming can be a solution. It won't solve the issue, but it will definitely be a significant, have a significant impact. The second trend is we're currently living in open loop cities. This means we're importing our food and we're exporting our waste. We need to move to a model where we have closed cities, so closed loop cities, where we create circular economies and we produce our own food and recycle our own waste. And the third trend is around jobs for urban workers. So specifically, high capital intensive, low skilled jobs are at risk to be replaced by AI and automation. So we need to provide more opportunities for local workforce to engage within their cities. When we look at urban farming specifically, we see 3 key trends. So the first one is unused farmable space. A lot of owners of vacant space don't have the resources to really develop their farmland. And that's one thing we want to address. The second point here is small farmers generally have low accessibility to capital. Generally, real estate and land follows the funding, so it's very hard for small-scale farmers to actually secure funding. And the last one is high inventory risk. Also for small-scale farmers, often they don't have the means to forecast demand, and specifically for perishable goods, they'll be sitting on high inventory. So looking at these trends, we came up with Green Blocks. So what is Greenblocks? Greenblocks is a decentralized, community-driven marketplace for serviced and unserviced farmable property. And what we do, or what we try to do essentially, is connect landowners with urban farmers by moving lease agreements onto the blockchain and having them execute in a trustless environment. What we also want to do is connect urban farmers with consumers. These can be individuals, these can be retailers, supermarkets, in order to move those purchase agreements onto the blockchain and essentially create a crowdfunding mechanism where urban farmers can gain access to capital. And at the same time, individuals or retailers can actually engage in their local community. And all of this is obviously run on a blockchain backbone. So all the contractual agreements, reputation systems, as well as payments will be handled in a trustless and immutable environment. So to give you a better idea what our solution does, we actually have a video that we submitted for the challenge, which we'd like to show you now. If we could just prompt that.
Introducing Greenblocks. Meet Alice. Alice is a business owner in the city. She has a medium-sized office with roof access, most of which goes unused. Now meet Bob. Bob wants to become an urban farmer, but hasn't got access to any land. He's tried renting space in the past, but his lease agreement was unsuitable for his needs. Bob is also having trouble raising money for his farm. The bank will only give him a loan at a crazy interest rate, and there's nowhere else for him to turn. Now meet Greenblocks. Greenblocks is a decentralized application that will unlock the potential for urban farming. Greenblocks puts leasing agreements on the blockchain, making them immutable and enforceable with smart contracts. Greenblocks also provides a crowdfunding platform to farmers, enabling urban farmers to tap into a new type of capital. Now, Alice and Bob can come to an agreement about leasing her land with no middlemen, and Bob can secure land and funding for his urban farm. There's 3 challenges that Greenblocks aims to tackle. According to the UN, by 2050, over 66% of the world's population will live in cities. We need new ways to feed these growing urban populations, and we need to do so with minimal impact to our environment. Cities need to become more sustainable if we are to reach our climate goals. Cities are currently open-loop systems, which import produce and export waste. We need ways to close these loops and make cities more sustainable, lowering their environmental impact. Finally, low-skilled workers in urban centers are at risk of losing their jobs to AI and automation. We need ways to give them jobs without forcing them to leave their cities. Urban farming has a great potential for cities to impact each of these 3 challenge areas, and Greenblocks aims to unlock this potential. Fundamentally, Greenblocks is a platform business. The more farmers, investors, and landholders using Greenblocks, the more valuable it is for everybody. We are focusing heavily on bootstrapping this network in order for the platform to gain traction. In the early stages, Greenblocks will be funded from outside investment and will generate revenue from small fees on transactions in the Greenblocks ecosystem. Whenever a farmer sells a token to an investor, and whenever a landholder is paid as part of their leasing agreement. As Greenblocks scales, we will reduce or completely remove these fees, and the network will be cross-subsidized by second-layer products. Some early products include crop insurance, farm and crop planning based on intensive data collection and analysis, and automatic portfolio management for Greenblocks investors. Here's what Greenblocks looks like. Landholders can make money by leasing their unused land. They create a deed in Greenblocks, go through a verification process, and then create a leasing agreement. Prospective urban farmers or farmers looking to expand can browse the open lease agreements near them and negotiate with the landholder. When both parties are happy, they sign the agreement, which is saved and enforced on the blockchain. From the Greenblocks app, farmers can register a new plot of land. Once it's been verified, tokens are created for that plot, which the farmer sells in order to fund their business. Greenblocks works pretty closely to other crowdfunding platforms, so it should look pretty familiar. When it's time to harvest, Greenblocks calculates who the farmer owes and makes it easy to settle accounts. Finally, Greenblocks lets anyone, from individual investors to business entities, invest in urban farms. Investors get paid in Ethereum at harvest time or can be paid in produce. Investors can browse for plots they might be interested in and purchase tokens directly from farmers, or they can purchase tokens from other investors in a secondary market.
You can stop it there.
Here's our timeline.
So hopefully that gave you a good understanding of what Greenblocks is. And now I'm going to talk about the technology and development roadmap that we have planned. Oops. Go back one. Could we go back a slide? So the users will be able to access the platform through their web browsers on their desktop computers and mobile devices. And we'll also provide a desktop wallet for more advanced users. The smart contracts are going to be built on the Ethereum blockchain, and we're going to store metadata within the IPFS network with hashes of that metadata stored on the smart contracts. So our development roadmap can be split up into 3 phases: our market research phase, our minimum viable product phase, and our pilot phase. During the market research phase, we're going to conduct focus groups and surveys with our potential users to try to find the best product market fit possible. We'll take what we find out into our minimum viable product phase and build out all of the core components of the platform and get them integrated together. For the pilot phase, we'll begin building our community out and stress testing all of the different platform components and exploring secondary offerings such as crop insurance or open data networks for weather data. We plan on launching our alpha product in August of next year, and at that point we hope to expand from focusing just on urban farming to cover all small local farming. If you're interested in more information, you can visit our website at greenblocks.network and sign up there to receive any further information that we put out. Thank you for your time.
Poor agriculture practices are damaging Earth's land and environment. Sometimes the cause is simply poor access to information. Next, I want to introduce Team Thor, another winner of the Agriculture Challenge. They're based in England, who cannot be here with us in person, but I would like to show their video. They're a really awesome project. Thank you.
There's a problem. Well, quite a few of them. And we want to help. But unfortunately, there's a problem there too. See, getting cash on the ground in areas that lack a working infrastructure or trusted political system is difficult. The current system involves the transfer of funds through multiple banks, nations, and intermediaries. This takes time and money. But what if we could reduce transaction costs to less than 1% and deliver cash on the ground in 3 days or less? Project Bifrost allows us to do just that. Here's how. Bifrost uses blockchain technology to enable peer-to-peer value transfers, creating a more direct bridge between financial contributor and those in
Weather is one thing that we can't control, but affects us all. For some, the weather can have a big impact on their livelihood and even survival. There needs to be a way for everyone to access the best possible weather information. Between 2005 and 2014, 93 billion US dollars was lost in crop and livestock productions due to natural hazards and disasters in developing countries. Weather-related disasters may slow overall economic growth, especially where agriculture and food production still account for a large share of gross domestic product and employment. Financial losses from droughts, floods and storms can cripple families, communities and even nations, leaving them in poverty loops. Inaccurate or non-existent weather forecasts affects many farmers in developing countries. Thor is here to change all of that. Thor is a global, open and decentralized weather data platform using blockchain technology, removing silos from weather data, enabling innovation and a borderless infrastructure. Weather station owners and forecasters will be incentivized to contribute high-quality data and improving coverage. Rarer and higher quality data points will result in greater rewards. Thor will enable more reliable and accessible weather forecasts, ultimately enabling farmers to make better choices and reduce financial losses. Contributors are rewarded with the Thor Weather Data Read Token. People or organizations who want to read data, such as weather forecasters, insurance companies or researchers, use tokens to gain access. So how are we going to get this data into the hands of farmers? Using a simple feature phone, farmers can request a forecast from Thor Weather via SMS. This is just the beginning. The benefit of an open system is that it fosters an ecosystem of innovative weather services. To find out more, visit us at thor-weather.io and join the democratization of the world's weather data.
And I'm Steve.
And I'm Bio.
And I'm Charlotte.
And I'm Yuli.
We are Team Thor.
I grew up in a family of farmers, so I've always understood the importance of weather and the impact it can have on our livelihood. I remember when I was young and my dad would take me through the fields and he'd showed me how delicate wheat was. But he also showed me the devastating impact heavy rain could have on our wheat fields. Thanks to the accuracy of weather forecasts, we could always plan ahead and we could harvest early to make the really most out of our land. So I never really realized how lucky we were to have these weather forecasts available to us, because in my research I realized developing countries have such limited weather forecasts that they have to resort to guessing the weather or praying for weather. 80% of food consumed in the developing world is coming from millions of rain-fed farms, and they are using outdated forecasting methods. Agriculture is the single largest employer in the world, and more reliable forecasts would mean more reliable income for 40% of the world's population. We all met at a blockchain hackathon in London earlier this year, which was sponsored by the Bank of Papua New Guinea. So Shala, Bio and Yuli, they come from a commercial background, which nicely complemented Steve, Iffy and myself, who are all three of us software engineers. Despite our different backgrounds, we realized quickly that we shared the same values, so we clicked and we started working together. During the weekend, we got the opportunity to interact with Papua New Guineans who told us how terrible and unreliable the weather forecasts were in Papua New Guinea. They also shared with us that 80% of the GDP in Papua New Guinea comes from agriculture. This really validated to us that Thor can have, in a country like Papua New Guinea, a huge impact on their population and their livelihoods and their GDP. Weather doesn't stop at borders. It is a global concern and opportunity to enable the poorest people in the world to lift themselves out of poverty.
I get that. One p.m. Please start walking towards where y'all got your food. There's an elevator that'll take you down towards it. Thank you.
We're going to be quieting down now for the next session. As you know, the MIT workshop is starting right now in the PStack Labs incubator downstairs. To proceed there, you go through this opening to the left, and there's have the blockchain and development aid panel. And if I can have the speakers come up to the front, we have Paul Nelson, FinTech and Digital Finance Advisor for USAID, Robert Opp, Director, Office of Innovation and Change at UN World Food Program, Adrian Lawrence, Partner at Baker and McKenzie, Susan David Karavik, Business Management Officer, ITS Technology and Innovation, Blockchain Lab, World Bank Group, Ricardo Salinas, Overseas Private Investment Corporation, and John Jordan, Deputy Director of the Refugee Processing Center, Bureau of Population. If everybody can quiet down, and please remember, if you're on the mezzanine balcony, please move yourself to the back of the room so that the echo does not resonate down here. Thank you, and enjoy.
All right, everyone, thanks for joining us today. Hopefully you're all excited about talking about international development applications for distributed ledger technology. My name is Paul Nelson. I'm from USAID, and for those of you who aren't familiar, it's a development agency, a part of the US government. I sit in a part of the building that focuses on digital technology and better understanding how we as an organization can use digital tools to improve development outcomes. We're excited to participate in this panel with these folks because a month or so ago we released a primer on distributed ledger technology focused on understanding where it's relevant. Of course, we're a mission-based or mission-focused institution, and as a result, we're curious about any technology, any innovation, any partnership model that can help us do our jobs. And so the purpose of the primer that we released was not to say DLT will be able to achieve X, Y, Z, but instead to say, here are the things that we hope the DLT community and our partners can demonstrate this technology's capabilities with, and you can say, this is not how the technology is just different, but this is how it's better. So with that said, we have limited time, and so luckily the host already introduced our panelists, so I won't do that, and we can dive right into some preliminary questions. And what we'll do, I'm going to go through just a first round of questions, and then I'll look to you in the audience, and if you happen to already have a question at that point, I'll invite you to share it, and if not, then we'll just go, and then toward the end, we'll open it up for questions as well. So the first one, John, as the Deputy Director of the Refugee Processing Center in the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration at the State Department, you guys are focused on vulnerable populations coming from various different contexts. And in late 2017, the State Department organized a forum focused on blockchain. And so one first question that we would have is, since then, how has your office or how has State Department more broadly evolved its thinking about where DLT is relevant to State Department priorities?
Sure, thank you for the question. First, just let me thank the U.S. Institute for Peace for hosting this event. Very much looking forward to the conversation today. As was mentioned, we hosted an event at the department back last fall, and I think one of the more interesting parts was the kind of opening remarks were provided by our Deputy Secretary John Sullivan, who had mentioned that at that point in time, blockchain has really grabbed the attention of both governments and organizations globally, and really stressed the importance of that to the department, that we need to pay attention to how this technology is maturing, how it's evolving, and really try to see if there's opportunities where it can be leveraged to further and advance the mission of the department. So that was really, I think, a kickoff point that started a little bit of a community of interest. I wouldn't say it's necessarily formal as far as a community of interest, but a lot of folks throughout the department who are starting to pay attention to what this technology is, what it actually brings as far as a solution in furtherance of the department's mission. And as far as really the evolution of our thoughts, I think one of the key aspects that has started to really resonate a little bit as we've begun to educate ourselves is the delicate balance that needs to happen. It's no secret, governments, ours is not obviously immune to this, likes to try to dictate, likes to try to see, kind of the development, centralized development of activities and technologies. And I think it's important for us, as well as other governments, to recognize the benefits of allowing this technology to mature in a decentralized manner, allowing kind of the industry to really drive the innovation here. And of course, paying attention and ensuring where appropriate, we start to leverage what governments tend to bring to bear, focusing on things like interoperability and making sure that those standards are something that are a key focus area for the industry partners that are really focusing on driving this forward. We're definitely continuing to monitor the space and trying to identify opportunities again where there's concrete use cases that we may be able to help push along a little bit, either directly or indirectly through some of our partnerships. And I think those are where we're really trying to focus on at the moment.
Thanks. And maybe I'd pass off to Robert Opp. So World Food Program, Director of Innovation and Change Management, which I thought means something that's maybe more exciting and then something that's much more difficult to accomplish in an organization like the WFP. You're working with some of those startups that are developing the technology, so you're hopefully informing the way that they are approaching the technology and its development and relevance for our work. Before lunch, you shared a little bit about the work with building blocks and some work with refugee populations, I think, in Jordan. I'm curious on evaluating outcomes and evaluating the impact of the technology itself. So are there ways, how is WFP trying to compare it to alternatives, or either at the outcome level or looking at the technology itself to better understand this is necessary versus this is optional?
Yeah, absolutely. And before lunch, I explained, I know not everyone was here, but we have a private Ethereum blockchain that is in place in Jordan, serving Syrian refugees who are receiving digital voucher entitlements from the World Food Program. And essentially, it replaces the back-end system that was previously done by a financial service provider. And one of the tricky parts of that project is that what I was mentioning before, that if our endpoint was where we are right now, there's actually nothing we're doing now that can't be done with a database. And so if you were to compare it straight across with a database and the solution now, I'm not sure you'd find a clear winner on which one is the superior technology. But what we've tried to incorporate in our thinking around this is also how to evaluate the future potential. Because we know that blockchain's real potential will be realized when we've got more participants in a collaborative structure that we think can and should happen. So we've tried to create a framework, and we've worked with our team in internal audit, actually, in the organization to help us do this. They've suggested a few ways to kind of take a total sort of sense of what the benefits are, total benefits, including the ones that are more difficult to quantify around privacy risk and things like that. So I think that we will have a strong kind of, or a robust way of measuring that. But we really need to also look at the future potential of where we can go in terms of looking at using distributed ledger for supply chain in the organization, looking at distributed ledgers for other aspects of digital identification work across the system. And really, we need to look at this as a starting point, not an end point. And that's really tricky for large organizations' systems to handle, as I think as John was alluding to.
Just to follow up on that, is the framework for evaluation, is it technology agnostic, given that, and given the fact that you have to incorporate, comparing it to legacy systems or thinking about different types of risks that you would want to gauge? Or are you having to adapt how you look at it specifically for this technology and how it functions, which is maybe different than prior options?
A little bit of both, but mostly looking at this, we're adapting the framework for, or trying to adapt it for blockchain. So in other words, as I said before, we're not really taking a counterfactual of a database system because, well, we didn't put one of those in place either. So we've got this project. It's compared against it's definitely showing benefits compared against the previous process that we used. So that's clear. We've got financial savings, we've got reduction of risk and increase in privacy and increase in transparency. That's clear. But thinking of that future scenario is where we're going to have to do more adjustment to distributed ledger technologies. So we have just, in addition to having a review done by our internal auditor, we've also launched an internal strategic management review, which is really, and we've got some support from Deloitte and some others to come in and help us think through this. And we struggled with the terms of reference of that review, because are we reviewing it as the current state and what we've achieved, or are we reviewing the future potential? And we've come down to kind of doing both.
Great, thanks. And if we could shift to you, Ricardo, as someone that focuses at OPIC on also innovation and maybe working with innovators in different ways than OPIC has perhaps in the past, but also looking at ways that OPIC can become more effective as a development finance institution. Could you perhaps, number one, share for the room just the 30-second overview of what OPIC does, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, and then also shift to how it's approaching or how it's looking at DLT as a sector, given what it perceives its role to be?
Sure. Yeah, to kick off, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, for those not in the know, which sometimes is difficult for us to get our name out there, we're the U.S. government's development finance institution, and our mandate is really to mobilize private sector solutions and entrepreneurship to address critical development challenges in the developing world. So mostly focused on operating on a self-sustaining basis, so that what operations we do have are at no net cost to the taxpayer, and that we're supporting private sector solutions that are sustainable in the long term. We have a portfolio of about $23 billion. Our sector mandate is very broad, which gives us a lot of latitude and flexibility. And we mainly do debt solutions, so direct loans and guarantees, as well as leverage into investment funds. And we also have a product that's pretty unique in the market, political risk insurance. It's really important, I think, to focus and level set with the private sector focus for us. I think that's how we've started to develop a framework for how to look at blockchain and DLT more broadly. And I think we've kind of categorized it into two buckets. The first being, how do these solutions, how would they possibly look at improving our internal processes so that we can serve our role in the market a little bit better? Is that through the distribution of funds? Is that through the monitoring process, the policy goals that we have? And then the second being, how do we enable these types of solutions with private sector partners? So the investees that we have and how they're deploying it and solving some of these critical development challenges and improving outcomes for folks.
And as you do that, as you get up to speed as an organization on the sector, similar to the question for Robert, have you gotten to the point of being able to say, these are the criterion that we would apply for choosing whether to proceed with something, or to know whether we think this would be an appropriate application in the political risk insurance context, for example? Or are you at the point yet where you institutionally that's a relevant conversation?
Yeah, I think we're still in that exploratory mode. We've definitely immersed ourselves in the conversation, and being a part of this conference is kind of one of those steps that we have taken towards continuing that conversation. But through consultants, through industry players, thought leaders, some of the established partners that we do have, we're still kind of exploring what that elusive use case that makes sense for us it looks like. And I think we're starting to narrow that down a little bit. I think kudos to your team for putting out the primer on blockchain. I think the framework and the rubric that you have there follows a lot of what we're trying to do. And I think as far as OPIC's unique perspective on that, I think focusing on a strong value proposition and the return on investment specifically for these private sector players that might be implementing blockchain solutions is really what we've boiled it down to. So is the value that's being provided through that solution, if it's to the client itself or to their end customers through the product and service, is it delivering more value than it costs to implement and maintain? And I think that was the one area of focus that we think is still a challenge for us. Getting to that ROI, what does that actually look like? Is it also achieving for us what our framework is for new technologies on improving development outcomes? So is it reducing costs? Is it increasing access? Is it improving the quality of products and services for our target population and making those development outcomes happen?
Great, thanks. Susan Sarevich at the World Bank, perhaps there may be variable levels of awareness in the room as well on what the blockchain lab is and what your team at the World Bank is looking at. So perhaps if you could just share a 30-second overview of both what the focus is on and perhaps how you are actively exploring the technology with your colleagues.
Sure. So we formed the blockchain lab a little less than a year ago, and the blockchain lab itself sits within the IT department of the World Bank, and the IT department serves all of the different institutions within the bank. And so our focus is really assisting our internal clients with exploring the technology, not only to make the World Bank more efficient from their internal processes, but also what is the impact on client countries. So we work with those who have an idea to see whether this technology or other emerging technologies as well could potentially solve the problem that they're working on. So what the lab does is prototypes. We simulate, we prototype, we try to get the client to think about the process, how it's going to change, what's the business model going to be like, who's going to be affected, and all of the environment around the use case itself.
Great, and as you've done that, so you've probably put multiple use cases through their paces to better understand, is there something here, is there something not here? Has your thinking as a team evolved or kind of acquired more nuance as you also attempt to help teams evaluate efficacy of a potential application or usefulness?
Yeah, so we've always tried to take from the beginning, we've tried to set up the lab to take a multidisciplinary approach to each of the use cases. How we've tried to do that was to set up decentralized communities within the bank. So the first community that we helped set up was a legal policy community. So we have a few lawyers who are spearheading that effort, and what we do is go over what is the current process, what's the future process going to look like, and we go through a legal perspective of what could potentially change, what are the legal issues that could come up from it, who owns the data, where does the data sit, and a lot of these questions that we know are going to be sticklers and potentially roadblocks when it comes to operationalizing. So from an IT side, we know that sometimes it's not really the technology that's the difficult piece, it's everything else around it. So we really try to get people to look at what are these things that are potential roadblocks, how can we potentially move forward on them? And then if we're not ready for this technology yet, and some use cases aren't ready yet, how do we prepare? What kind of regulation framework is needed? And to start getting people to make these considerations.
Great, well that's a good segue for Adrian, given your role as a lawyer with Baker McKenzie. Just to say, so after I ask a question of Adrian, then if there are those in the room that will have a question, just raise your hand and then we'll try to get one or two and then move back to the panel. So Adrian, it's not just technology, it's also the legal environment, the regulatory implications of different specific use cases. For you, are there legal issues that you think will continue to complicate the so-called mainstreaming of DLT applications? And You know, everyone I'm sure in the room is aware of the GDPR now active in the EU, and what does that have or pose for this sector, for example?
Thanks, Paul. So I usually start talking about this kind of topic by, you know, just dispelling that myth that you often hear that we're in an unregulated space. You know, I often hear people talk about Bitcoin as unregulated or potentially blockchain as unregulated because there is no law of Bitcoin or there is no law of blockchain. There's no law of the internet either. We're in an environment where the consideration of the use case from a legal perspective always has to be the primary question. So we're always looking at, well, what is it that you actually are trying to achieve here, and how does regulation overlay that? And it overlays that in a few different ways. One, of course, very important way in which that happens is that inevitably the kinds of implementations we're talking about are multi-jurisdictional. We're inevitably talking about the laws of many different countries which may or may not be aligned. And in this space, they're probably not aligned. So we're probably looking at different overlapping pieces of regulation attaching to any particular implementation. Now, of course, that you might just think of that as a description of the internet in its 1.0 characterization. But the real challenge here is the decentralized nature of these implementations. As someone interacting with a blockchain in some way, how do I know what my rights are going to be? How do I know what my obligations are going to be in a world that is that decentralized? And that's really at the heart of the questions that we start to see from a legal perspective. That implements itself or that comes about in a variety of different ways. So that comes about in the privacy sphere, where we now have a law in Europe, the GDPR, which is significantly stronger than the laws in most other parts of the world, including in the US. How does that impact an implementation which of its nature is going to touch Europe in some way or touch European data in some way? How do we reconcile those two things? When we think about tokenization of assets or rights, how do we think about the regulation of that if we're trying to issue a token where that might be regulated in one way in, say, Singapore, in another way in the US, and in another way in Switzerland? What is that going to mean for compliance across that implementation? So it's that kind of question that I think everybody is grappling with, but that we're certainly grappling with from the legal side.
Two in particular, great. Well, anyone in the audience already have a question? Feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, wow, people, luckily I have a lot of questions on my piece of paper here, so feel free to save it till the end. Oh, we do have a couple. Let's see, there we go. All right, so we'll take the three questions in turn, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Hi, Michael at Forbes here. Just wondering if you could go into a little more detail about the maturity of those proofs of concept that the World Bank is working on. I'd love to hear some more juicy gossip on that.
Okay, number one, and then if you could hand the mic to your colleague there.
Hi, I know we're talking about international and developing country issues, but hello?
That's not an example of censorship, that's just...
As I was sitting here listening to the ideas, it seems as if that even, for example, the World Food Organization that has solutions for developing countries, some of that could be used in the US, for example, to prevent welfare fraud, even though we have more strict privacy issues here. And I was wondering if there's a cross-pollination of ideas within the government for the solutions that you're finding for other countries.
Okay, thanks.
My question is a little bit more basic. I work for an international development organization that does very large-scale agriculture programs and 3 to 5 year long projects. For somebody that knows conceptually what blockchain is but doesn't know anything about how do I pilot this, where would I go for a toolkit, steps 1 through 20, here are the things that you need to think about from IT, ecosystem, legal, ownership, kind of the ABCs 101 of how do you pilot this in a large-scale ag project. where would I go? What are the best resources to get the most neutral kind of basic information?
All right, thanks. So maybe I'll just take advantage of that last question just to say one of the things that USAID is doing over the next couple months with a partner is develop a guide of sorts focused on DLT in the agriculture sector specifically. So it'll be broad, but it'll still be focused on agriculture. So hopefully that might go to some degree to provide some useful pointers, although I'm sure the folks on the panel may be aware of others. And then we had a question from Michael about, I guess, the proof of concepts, anything that you'd care to share either on maybe the examples or and so forth. And then the question of cross-pollination of ideas that maybe any of you might be able to take advantage of, domestic, overseas, I think was probably the main ones there. Maybe.
So what the World Bank is working on. World Bank touches a lot of different sectors, and there's been interest from many of these different sectors. Use cases that we're actively working on and trying to prototype in our lab and simulate how that process would work. We are looking at supply chain, agricultural supply chain to be more specific, and how can blockchain potentially be used to increase the market share of small, medium-sized farms. We're also looking at health-related supply chain from the last mile of medical delivery. We are looking at carbon markets and have a multi-phase prototyping exercise there to see how can the carbon markets interoperate against each other, and how can we increase participation in them. Is there a way through using DLT technology that we can simplify access to a market for a country that's not currently participating, and could it potentially serve as their registry? We are also looking at the potential of crowdfunding scholarships for educational purposes. So that's a couple of them to start out with. All right.
Great, thanks. And to the question on cross-pollination of ideas, I don't know if there's any of you that...
Sure, I'll mention something. I mean, I think there is a community of interest that exists within the federal government with representation from a lot of different organizations. I don't know if there's particular interest from agencies that would be involved in that particular use case. I think you're talking about things like welfare fraud and things of that nature, which probably channeled under health or human services, for example, or Social Security Administration, things of that nature. But I think venues and forums like this actually serve as a great opportunity for those things to happen, actually. I've had the fortunate opportunity now to speak at a few different forums and venues that certainly did have other government representatives that were taking part either on the panel, as we see here, or even in the audience. And that tends to lead to a lot of the connections that tend to be made so that you can have that cross-pollination. I think certainly myself personally and everyone I tend to interact with always looks to find those opportunities to leverage best practices, particularly as the federal government, as we try to do that as much as possible. And I think we'll certainly be continuing to do that as well as these opportunities tend to mature.
So you can, I'll give you the opportunity to share a little bit more specifically on your work. So again, your focus is on vulnerable populations. So could you share a little bit about what types of use cases or partnerships that are of particular interest in that area, that certain things that you thought piqued people's curiosity about the applications?
Sure. So, it's interesting. I think one of the more challenging things that happen with this space, distributed ledger technology and blockchain, is the education side, particularly when you're not deeply involved in it. I kind of go back to something I had heard at a similar forum where it's almost a kind of double-edged sword when you're looking at Bitcoin, for example, because on one hand, it generates a lot of awareness. People understand that this means something, but then they instantly assume that when you mention blockchain, that's what you're speaking of. So as an individual who's responsible for an organization that delivers aid and provides resettlement opportunities for vulnerable populations, while cryptocurrency utilization of Bitcoin is great, it doesn't necessarily always apply to my use cases. So I have to explain to a lot of my colleagues, a lot of senior leaders and policy leaders that the underlying technology is tends to be separated a little bit. So from a use case perspective, some of the things that we're really paying attention to, and we have to see how the space matures, would be things like digital identities and trying to understand where that space will go over time. Certainly, the delivery of aid, either from a supply chain perspective and making sure that that's tracked appropriately, but then also even kind of somewhat tiptoeing into the financial side of it, and understanding where that space is going to mature as well when we look at the opportunities presented to potentially find more efficient ways to deliver aid. I think one of the things, particularly my Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration, is always focused on is making sure that as much of our resources as possible is going to the vulnerable populations that are in need. And we have great networks of organizations that assist us in doing that. But we have to always be mindful that as technology advances, as opportunities advance, we need to look for ways to do those things better. And certainly blockchain is showing promise as a means in which to see that space advance in a more efficient manner, but of course we still are in somewhat of an education phase to a certain extent.
Great. Thanks. It's a good tie into something that I would like to ask you, Rob, at the WFP about metrics and the idea of, okay, how do you assign or assess program effectiveness traditionally or typically as an institution, and then are there challenges that you've encountered as you try to apply some sort of incorporate non-traditional metrics into that might shed more light on how DLT is relevant?
Yeah, it's very similar to what John is saying, very similar to what we were talking about before, which is we are using a combination of traditional and non-traditional, I would say. Traditionally, our blockchain application now is having, it's showing hard savings. And so that's pretty easy. That's a pretty easy metric to use. And it's one that gets the attention of a lot of our own country managers, which helps with internal adoption and all of that sort of thing, or the interest in that.
Cost efficiency, sort of.
Cost efficiency, absolutely. But where we really need to kind of push into is somehow to measure the value in terms of people's privacy compared to other systems that we might use. So one of the key issues with our system is that whereas previously we would need to pass some identity information and some funds to a third party, we no longer have to do that. And there's both a value to that and there's a risk to that, because in a sense we were also transferring risk to a financial service provider. We're no longer transferring the risk either, we're retaining the funds and following those. But at the same time, we're reducing the risk of working with a third party that, every time you transfer that kind of sensitive information and funding to a third party, you do incur a certain risk. So it's kind of like a balance sheet of risk that we're dealing with. And that happens in some other projects, but when it comes to distributed ledger technology, what I'm finding, at least kind of internally and with some others, there is that skepticism there, and there's a sort of education process, exactly the way John was talking about, that you have to get over this hump that you're not, well, no, we're not paying refugees with Bitcoin. No, that's not what we're doing. We're using the ledger aspect of this technology, which is very powerful, has its own set of benefits and characteristics, and we will need to assess that in a different way than we would traditionally.
Great, thanks. For Adrian, coming back to the policy question, again, there's a thicket of challenges I think that usually come up when you talk about the regulatory landscape. Are you seeing, you raised a couple issues that people are likely to encounter, whether it's an ICO related issue or AML CFT issue or whatnot. Is there a maturation or an evolution that you've observed in how the sector or the folks that you work with in the sector have accounted for some of those things that will need to inform the development of their platform or their service or technology?
Yes, I think there is. I think, we've moved beyond the sort of highly frenzied initial stage where, we were getting a lot of people coming to us, with very exciting ideas, but very little in the way of plans to meet their regulatory obligations or even, a way through that. So we are seeing maturation in that space. I think we're seeing a lot of participants really, start to think in much more detail around how do I design this system, how do I design my product so that it will meet the underlying concerns around privacy, around ensuring that we do in fact meet the regulatory obligations in the various jurisdictions that we're operating in. I think we're also seeing a maturation on the regulator side. I think we're seeing regulators start to move beyond the Bitcoin piece as well, and the sort of natural tendency just to kind of push blockchain implementation into the too hard basket. I think we're getting good levels of education, and I'm talking across a range of regulators. Of course, you'll get a range of different kind of levels of understanding. But I think there is a basic understanding amongst many regulators in many different sectors around the world that they need to engage with this technology. They need to understand how it works. They need to understand how regulatory regimes might appropriately intersect with the technology. I like the way John put it, that regulators are kind of stepping back and saying we actually do want this technology to thrive. Yes, of course, we've got some policy requirements that we need to make sure are implemented and protections that need to be in place, but let's make sure those basic protections are in place, but otherwise give the technology, give the players in the space some room to actually do what they want to do.
Okay, thanks. In Ricardo, in OPIC's context, I'm curious if there are particular use cases or sort of capabilities that DLT as a sector poses and that are of greater interest or lesser interest to OPIC based on your preliminary thinking.
Yeah, I think to frame it appropriately, I think what we've started to narrow in on is that at least for the target populations in these emerging markets of where we're looking at that kind of private sector engagement, it is a little bit further along in the process. So our loan minimum size is kind of in the $1 million target, which kind of limits us to the past proof of concept, past sort of pilot, and more in the growth and scaling up stage. So where do we see that as being most viable? I think of course, in the financial services industry. So through different applications there with increasing transparency, increasing speed, process efficiency inside of a financial services company, how again does that lower the cost of financing, lower the cost of delivery, if it potentially, if we were going to be talking about identity solutions kind of layered in on top of that, to increase the size of the market or introduce new markets to some of these players. So that's kind of, I think, the principal area. And the other, I think, would be kind of in the agriculture space. I think we've heard a lot during the conference so far about sustainability, traceability throughout the supply chain and being more efficient there. I think that also applies to healthcare. But part of the critical question there is, are we solving the biggest pain point through this application? And I think in that earlier stage, and some of those companies that we're trying to look at, there are kind of bigger problems to solve before we start to layer in this type of technology. And if there are other solutions, if it's a database instead, or what have you, in whatever potential use case you might have, is it still going to deliver value to that end customer? Is someone going to be paying for it, and who is going to be paying for it, and how that gets absorbed overall in the supply chain? So I think it's that trade-off, the ROI again, and those are the kind of three sectors that I think would be most promising to us.
Thanks. Now I'll turn around to the audience again for a second round in case there are other questions primed, ready to go. Feel free to raise your hand. We got one over here on the right, two over here on the right. You can also shout, and maybe I can attempt to restate.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Weir. I'm an epidemiologist by training, but focus on public-private partnerships for HIV and other infectious diseases, including malaria and everyone's favorite Ebola. Quick question related to policy and regulation for EMRs. I think as practitioners, we've known that EMRs save lives. Like, it's pretty clear. Whether that's better diagnostics or whatever it happens to be, having that information in front of that practitioner is mission critical. And we also know, because donor funding is so siloed, that you get your HIV service one place and you get your family planning service another, and there's no conclusive medical record. So as I've seen blockchain, I think it's been really fascinating as a tool to kind of stitch those things together. And I think from the donor space, it has clear benefits for tracking supplies and tracking commodities. We know almost always commodities are not trackable below whatever that district hospital happens to be. So it's more than the last mile. I want to know it made it to the patient. And the only way to really do that is with an EMR. So I'm curious if you have comments about how blockchain can be used to stitch together various EMR technologies. And then also, there's a huge policy piece from that in terms of what happens to those records. And many of the governments, especially in East and Southern Africa, have some very strong opinions about what's allowed to be in the cloud and what can't be in the cloud. So just looking for your thoughts and comments.
Great, thanks. And then if you could hand the mic to, I think there was a colleague next to you.
I think that was that your question?
Right behind you. Thanks.
So Aaron Stanley with Forbes here. Question for Robert. You mentioned in talking about the refugee program that basically like nothing that you're doing with this particular project couldn't have been done otherwise with a regular database. And I was just wondering if you could expand a bit on maybe how you came to that. Was that something you realized going in, or something you realized afterwards, or maybe expand a bit on that?
All right, so we had one question. It looks like one question on electronic medical records and health. I don't know if that's a use case that you've looked at perhaps in the World Bank, or if that's a topic of interest that maybe you've encountered as well, maybe.
So we have started looking at it. We're not doing any experiments in that particular area. But it's related to the digital ID and people having sovereignty over their own data. I think blockchain plays a part of it in combination with other technologies, and I think we do have a ways to go to figure out the governance of that model. Who will eventually own that data, and where does it sit? And how do you ensure that that person is always going to have access to that data, even if the company goes away? What happens? How does it get transferred from one place to another? So I don't think that we've figured out all of these issues. I do think from a local standpoint, there is some potential, maybe even with current technologies, to come up with that trust framework from the local providers and the population to be able to establish better sharing of information and ensure that that person has access to their own medical records. The trick here is the storage piece, and as you said, and correctly so, problems of putting it in the cloud, problems with where do I share it. Most companies are advocating for having a wallet on your mobile device. What about for those who don't have that technology? So this is an area which, for those of you who are in the tech side, is ripe for more innovation. It would be great to see people coming up with different solutions for how can people who don't have access to these types of technology, what are solutions for them? Be a great place for more innovative thinking.
One persistent question that I have, and maybe this is one example, you mentioned the Ebola crisis, and very resource-constrained governments or countries that have little infrastructure as a starting point, let alone institutional capacity. And it's the question of what are the minimum prerequisites, whether it's organizational capability, IT support, or the policy environment around ownership of records or management of them, that I think I keep on coming back to on the question of not just is DLT technology relevant in a particular area, but whether it's appropriate. On the legal side, is there anything you could...
Yeah, I might just pick up on the regulatory point. I guess my overarching sort of comment here is that we shouldn't let regulation drive outcomes here. We should start from the policy position that we want to achieve, and then we should basically ask ourselves, can the technology achieve that policy position? So if we're thinking about privacy of data, for example, we should look at what the underlying policy positions are in terms of protection of personal identity, protection of personal information, security of information, and then work out whether the technology can satisfy those requirements, rather than having such a policy-driven approach that says, well, GDPR has this rule, or underlying privacy law has that rule, that would prevent the combination of these data sets. I think there's a real risk that we get to a position where we're over-regulated in these kinds of spaces, and we don't actually achieve the outcomes that the technology might enable us to achieve.
Great. And I think given the time we have for our panel, this, Rob, may be the last question that we're able to respond to, but it's a good one. The question partly of how do you define success when you're interacting with the new technology, and how do you show that there's enough there to proceed, and then how do you change and adapt as you learn more?
Yeah, absolutely. And to answer your question, we've been accused of riding the hype wave of blockchain because, and rightly so, the system that we have right now is a private Ethereum chain on 4 nodes. All 4 nodes are owned by the World Food Program, and we're running this system to underpin the back-end payments of the benefits for 100,000 refugees in Syria. And we consciously chose a private chain. We evaluated the options. In fact, we did a proof of concept on the public chain, but for reasons of speed and cost, we went with a private chain, also to be able to get more experience with the technology and to understand how to use it and understand more about the benefits. And so it's kind of what I had mentioned before. If you evaluate what we've done now on the basis of this as an endpoint, and we had this discussion with our auditors. So, you know, if our endpoint was to do exactly what we're doing now with 100,000 Syrian refugees on a digital voucher system in Jordan, then doing it with a database may well be cheaper. But this is not the endpoint for us. This is the beginning point. And from the very beginning, the exploration with this technology was meant to be focused on the problems that we have, but not only one problem, many problems, because we recognize from the beginning the characteristics of DLTs are, we think, something that could truly benefit the humanitarian system from a collaboration point of view. Because we anticipate that more agencies and organizations and governments and private sector will join forces in the field of humanitarian assistance, at least, as a starting point. In fact, UN Women is already an agency that has indicated interest, and we're working with them now to join that same system, which I'm not going to call it our system. I'm not going to call it a WFP system. It is now a system that is there and can be jointly owned and collaborated with. And so this is just the beginning for us, as far as I'm concerned. And that's why, although we've been accused of riding the blockchain hype wave and all of this kind of thing, this is not the end point. This is really the beginning, and we are actively looking for people that are willing to join with us and work on this.
Great. I think a good note to end on. Thanks, everyone, for asking questions and indulging us, and a round of applause for our panel.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sorry.
Hello. It is with great excitement that I would like to call my colleague, Ben Siegel, Global Social Impact Project and Partnership Lead at Consensus, to the stage, along with Greg DePrisco, Business Development Lead at MakerDAO, to announce the launch of Project Bifrost, which we just announced at the Oslo Freedom Forum a couple of days ago. Thank you.
Super quick, how we're going to do this is going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to do quick introductions. Aviva, please don't send that to my mother. We are going to just introduce ourselves really quick, and then we have a video to show you guys. And after that, we would just like to open it up to questions, comments, pretty informal. So if you guys have anything you want to ask, please go ahead. I can start. My name is Ben Siegel. I ignore my title, so don't acknowledge it at any point, please. But this is something to us, like announcing this project is kind of the end of a journey that started at our last conference, because last time we brought everyone together in DC in November, we sat down with the Human Rights Foundation and began ideating the potential for an international aid platform to more effectively fund civil societies on the ground in low infrastructure systems where they needed cash. And that's what we're going to show you today.
Yep. Hey guys, I'm Greg. As they mentioned, I lead business development for MakerDAO. We are a stable coin on the Ethereum blockchain. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like Bitcoin if Bitcoin was always worth $1. So like Bitcoin without all the fun parts. But you know, when Ben approached me, we kind of said, listen, either this is going to be totally real and it's going to work day one, or we're just going to throw it in the trash. And somehow all of these pieces magically came together and we actually have something that works and is real.
Yeah. So with that, it would be great if we could play the video. Video.
We can act it out.
We could probably act it out. So
There's a problem. Well, quite a few of them. And we want to help. But unfortunately, there's a problem there too. See, getting cash on the ground in areas that lack a working infrastructure or trusted political system is difficult. The current system involves the transfer of funds through multiple banks, nations, and intermediaries. This takes time and money. But what if we could reduce transaction costs to less than 1% and deliver cash on the ground in 3 days or less? Project Bifrost allows us to do just that. Here's how. Bifrost uses blockchain technology to enable peer-to-peer value transfers, creating a more direct bridge between financial contributor and those in need of assistance. It bypasses much of the hassle associated with borders and fees associated with intermediaries. Bifrost utilizes the Ethereum blockchain, but delivers aid in the local currency. To do this, a nonprofit first converts their USD deposits into DAI, a stablecoin that operates on the Ethereum blockchain. DAI is backed by collateral to keep its value pegged to $1. That means DAI still has the properties of a cryptocurrency that enable a direct peer-to-peer value transfer, but without the extreme price volatility typically associated with cryptocurrencies. So the amount of aid donated is the amount of aid that arrives to the staff member on the ground. The staff member on the ground receives the DAI and uses the Dether mobile app to directly connect with local businesses that accept it. Local organizations can also use the Dether app to exchange their country's fiat currency for the stable global currency that is DAI. All this in a peer-to-peer way with no middleman. The DAI for fiat exchange is made, and the staff member can now distribute the cash where it is most needed, more quickly, and for less fees than previously possible.
So I think for us, it's really important to acknowledge that Dether was not able to make it here, and none of this would have been possible without their team. So just a shout out for the Dether team. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here. Yeah, so if people have questions, now would be the time to ask. If not, we are more than happy to dance, do a jig, entertain you guys. Can we get mic runners by any chance? Thank you.
Hi, Ann Connolly with Doctors Without Borders. I'm curious if you can talk a little bit more about the last mile issues and that glossing over of converting the DAI to fiat.
Yeah, so that's Dether. Unfortunately, they couldn't come, but they are extremely important in the equation. And it's also important to note that they actually, well, let me start with DAI. So DAI is a stable cryptocurrency that exists completely outside of the banking system. And obviously fiat currency exists inside of the banking system. So at some point, those two networks need to touch, but it still benefits you very much to exclude the banking system as much as possible. So what Dether does is they incentivize a local network of merchants to come on and convert that currency for you. So yes, there's going to be a small fee incurred because these merchants are going to be competing to do the conversion. But at the end of the day, that money is going to go to local merchants, not to international banks. Does that answer the...
I can, and then to follow that up a bit, it's important for us to acknowledge that at current state, current time, this is a minimum viable product. It works, but it's really bare bones. There's a lot of handling that has to be done specifically by the MakerDAO, Dether, and consensus teams to make this work. And what that means is working with the civil societies, the on-the-ground organizations who are using it to help them identify and work with best local actors. And oftentimes that has been and will continue to be organizations that they're actually already working with and trust on the ground. But as Greg just mentioned, the whole concept of the platform is about changing the basically the inefficiencies in the banking system from the beneficiaries to the agencies who can actually kind of sit on cash for a bit and don't have to worry about that transactional cost.
Yeah, for the person on the ground that's doing the fiat conversion, if there needs to be a fiat conversion, they are, for now at least, doing it for free, and it's much easier for them to just take DAI and convert it on a cryptocurrency exchange than it is for them to do this, circuitous banking process where they have to keep going $2 local fiat and then having 8 banks in between them and the endpoint.
So one of the biggest sensitivities about humanitarian finance is the perception of conditionalities that are attached with the flow of volume. And this is one of the reasons why developing countries are particularly concerned in the language of international agreements, in bilateral arrangements with international organizations, about the volume and its traceability. Now, efficiency is one thing. I wonder whether you have given some thought into how you can address the political sensitivities around the directionality of financing.
Yeah, so there are really two routes that the platform can be used in. One is your large-scale international aid agency donations, your USAIDs, your DFIDs, who are generally the ones attaching a lot of the conditionality to it. For example, we know that one of the organizations we've been talking to has a significant amount of USAID funding locked up. They will be unable to use that USAID to actually use the Bifrost platform because it is not allowed to do anything that could potentially look like an investment. They can't do anything but transfer that funding from point A to point B. The second route to go, which is kind of the one where we're looking at for like early usage of the platform, is private donations. So if I want to send $100 to somebody in X location, why does it take 4 weeks to get there? Why does it take 4 weeks and end up getting there as $90 instead of $100 if I could just transfer value to that person almost instantaneously? There's a lot.
I just follow up. I think we need to think this through much more carefully. If I'm a minister in Juba or in Freetown, I would find both of those propositions highly problematic. There are jurisdictional issues, there are ownership issues, and unfortunately there's also a very long legacy of international organizations, multilateral, bilateral, and NGOs, using presence and volume to displace local voices and also attach aid volume to practices that are, let's just say, sensitive. This is a very, very sensitive issue, and it's not, let me just say, it goes way beyond efficiency.
Maybe you can be more specific about the concern.
Conditionality.
What does that mean?
Well, it means outside actors dictating terms on how aid monies are used, where it's deployed geographically, which populations benefit, which third parties are disintermediated. The list goes on. I was a senior advisor to an international agreement between the UN, the International Chambers of Commerce, and the OECD in 2016 for the implementation of the Agenda 2030, the Agenda for Sustainable Development. Once again, on the humanitarian piece, this issue came up again and again and again. And it's not just the least developed countries and countries in crisis and post-crisis that have this issue. You'll find very large countries in the global south siding with post-conflict countries on this matter because of the history of aid from developed countries being used for practices that are untenable, frankly, to local jurisdictions.
Yeah, so I think the concept of conditionality is something that's really important for us to acknowledge that exists and is absolutely something that major donor organizations are deploying. You know, you cannot receive aid if you use it in X way. And this platform doesn't allow for that. Like, it doesn't allow for a third-party organization to say, we're locking up your value unless you do exactly what you want. We're specifically focused on working with civil, and have been working with civil societies on the grounds to understand the way that they receive cash and the way that they are and are not allowed to use cash. And the whole point is just to make sure that they are the ones who are receiving the value as rapidly as possible. And if it's coming from private donors, which we know that about 25% of these organizations' donations do come through private donors, there's no conditionality attached to that, at least for the societies that we've been talking to and working with.
Hi, Heather Leathers from the Global Fund for Widows. I'm just curious about the collateral that you mentioned. Where is the collateral coming from? Where does it live? And who's providing it?
Are you talking about it in the DAI system?
Yeah.
So in DAI, all collateral is crypto collateral. Right now, the only form of collateral you can put in is Ether, but come midsummer, you're going to be able to put in any form of crypto collateral, meaning, for instance, if a supply chain company wants to tokenize its invoices, you can then input those as collateral into our system and borrow DAI against them. See, DAI was created out of what we call the Bitcoin fallacy, which is that money is created from scarcity. We realized that that has no historical precedent whatsoever. Money is created from credit, and therefore the supply of DAI can be dynamic and incentivized to remain around $1 because it's always borrowed against collateral. And the whole concept of our smart contracts, which are totally decentralized, by the way, we have no control over your collateral, is that you have to maintain a certain threshold of over-collateralization, almost like a secured loan, where if it goes below that, your collateral is liquidated onto the open market. So Tether is backed by US dollars in a bank account, meaning that it's really just an IOU on those dollars in the bank account, where if the bank account got frozen, then the Tether dollars are arguably worth zero. DAI is completely backed by on-chain assets, so you can always audit it, you can always know they're there, and you can always redeem DAI for those on-chain assets.
So in this scenario, I am a local small merchant in Lagos. I have a T9 phone, I use mobile money, and I have a set of customers. What's my incentive and how do I move onto your platform? Like, what's the point of me collateralizing on your platform? What's the incentives for me? Why do I do this?
So there's two different people in the Maker ecosystem. There's stability seekers and credit seekers. You're describing a credit seeker. That wouldn't be part of this system at all. Your stability seekers are just people using DAI, and as far as they know, they're just holding US dollars. They have absolutely nothing to do with the collateral, nothing to do with the credit, nothing to do with the smart contracts.
So what's my incentive to move to this electronic thing that again, take this individual. What's my incentive who is not involved in the global markets to move to DAI rather than saying I have a stack of real Benjamins?
Well, you would probably never know that you're using DAI. If you let's do a hypothetical. Because this is actually a company we're working with. You're a Ghanaian merchant at a fish market. Every day you have your human teller machine come to you and you hand him Ghanaian cedi, and then he goes and does something with that. You don't really know. You just know that it's safe with him. What he's really doing is he's going and he's depositing it at Barclays Africa. We are saying, don't go to deposit it at Barclays Africa, use our synthetic Ghanaian cedi that we've made on top of DAI, or will make on top of DAI, and then put it into a smart contract in that person's account. So even though you are maintaining custody in the interim, they can eventually take over custody as they grow into the digital age.
And then in the context of Bifrost, the DAI is just representational value that allows for people to trust that when they're handing over cash to people who need it, that they can go and reactivate that cash, to making sure that they're not actually losing any capital that they want to hold on to.
So effectively, can be used in addition by foreign workers who want to send funds to their family back home. It's not that you created a system that's only for organizations, right?
No, DAI is pure infrastructure. It exists on the blockchain. It's totally permissionless. It's completely outside of the banking system. Nobody can freeze your funds. Nobody can custody your funds besides you. As long as you have this, you effectively have a synthetic US dollar in your account. And if you want to send that as a remittance, you can send that as a remittance. But that's why Ether is so important, because they represent that last mile solution for the people on the ground that receive those remittances.
So it's at minimum viable product right now. If you want to use the system, we can help with you and work with you guys to make sure that you are able to use it. It's obviously super early. There are phases of development that we're planning on rolling out, ranging from the ability to, when you click to donate to a civil society, you're donating directly in DAI, not USD, but you don't see that. And kind of moving forward to make the user experience as simple as possible for all actors who are interested in using it. And that does mean moving to potentially a much more remittance-based idea.
Right, just because remittance is a multi-billion-dollar market that can start using now for billions of people. So I was wondering what your marketing strategy towards advertising what it is you do to those who need it most.
Well, since that's more of a business scenario, that wouldn't be Project Bifrost's jurisdiction. That's more maker proper. And we work with a number of remittance companies that are replacing their internal banking rails with DAI.
Done. So we are out of time, but always happy to talk to people. So.
So the next panel is going to, actually one of my favorite topics, is going to focus on freedom of press, fake news, and connectivity. And it has one of my favorite spokes at Consensus, Matthew Isles, the CEO and co-founder of Civil, that's going to be speaking, as well as Stephen Haft, former SVP of Innovation at Time Inc. Please come up. And Heidi Seek, who's the principal of Democrats.com and a dear friend, as well as Misha Benelier, CEO of Nodal. It's going to be moderated by Melissa June Rowley, and a tech and social impact journalist. So come on up, guys.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? That was really quiet and unenergized. How's everyone doing? Thank you. Blockchain, yes. Thank you for joining us for this panel. Couldn't come at a more opportune and important time. We're talking about how blockchain can be used to address democracy, issues like fake news and voting suppression and voter participation. Each of us was already introduced. I don't want to talk too long, but I'd like everybody to briefly introduce themselves and just talk about how they're using blockchain, or if you're not using blockchain, then technology in the current work that you're doing. Stephen, would you start?
My name is Stephen Haft. I have just left what was America's largest publisher, Time Incorporated, Time Magazine, Fortune Magazine, people, you know some of those. A 92-year-old company, a print-based company that was engaging in technology in order to have 93 years, celebrate its 93rd birthday. And my role there was as Chief Innovation Officer, focused on the transformative technologies we were engaged with. Subsequent to leaving Time, I have been working with one of the Consensus satellite companies, MetaX and AdChain, which is a voting registry with media assets on it.
Thank you. Heidi.
I'm Heidi Seek with Democrats.com LLC. We are a private company, not the party. So it's, don't complain to me. We are the largest digital platform and largest list of progressive voters in the business. And we do innovations in digital voter ID and engagement using video technology, texting, email access, and a lot of digital targeting. I particularly am focused on innovations and cross-sector partnerships. I've been involved in civic technology for about 30 years, doing large-scale projects like the San Francisco 311 Customer Service Center, the Open Data Initiative, resilience initiatives, and I am very, I'm here representing the old school democracy, the system of democracy, the system that was invented in 5th century BC that we're still dealing with now, and how do we apply blockchain to that system? So I'm here to represent that particular perspective.
Misha.
Hi everyone. So my name is Misha Benoliel. I am a founder of a company called Nodal, where I built a decentralized network for connecting IoT devices, so objects to the internet. And the reason I'm on this panel is because I've been building many decentralized systems, and among them an app called FireChat that was a decentralized messaging app that was big in many protests and pro-democratic movements, like the Umbrella Revolution in Hong Kong in 2014. I use crypto in my current company and blockchain to actually incentivize the adoption of the network. And I'm super excited to talk about freedom of speech with you today and many other good topics.
Hello, I'm Matthew. I'm the CEO of Civil. Our mission is to power sustainable journalism throughout the world. We're a decentralized marketplace for journalism, which means we're using the blockchain and crypto economics to incentivize ethical journalism and contributions to civil discourse, and creating penalties, both economic and actually being removed from the platform altogether if you act in a way that might undermine that purpose. We are launching in just a few weeks with over 150 journalists already committed to the platform across 15 newsrooms, and we're eager to figure out a way that we can both create an ecosystem for ethical journalism, as well as, just as importantly, an ecosystem for sustainable journalism, and we're eager to put blockchain and crypto economics to use to make that happen. So thank you.
Great, thank you everybody for describing what you do and giving your good summaries. So we have a lot to cover in a short amount of time, but I want to start with fake news and actually broaden that out to propaganda, disinformation. As a journalist, it's something that I'm really concerned about from watching mainstream networks, some that I've even worked for, and there's a lot of disinformation going on. And it's been shown that when fake news is tweeted on Twitter, it spreads something like 70% faster than just it would if it were a regular article. So fake news is actually spreading more quickly than real factual information on the internet. Now, Matthew, with Civil, you're creating a new funding model for journalists that's going to help. Will combating fake news somehow be a byproduct of that, do you think? And how do you see that working?
Yes, so we are starting off with a token curated registry, not unlike what AdChain and MetaX is using. So our first use case of our Civil token is effectively a governance token. We've published a document called the Civil Constitution, which lays out the purpose, values, ethics, working standards of our protocol, which is, we like to joke, we're reinventing a lot of things in journalism, but the ethics of journalism are one thing we're not changing, and is a pretty well understood and agreed upon thing in the community. And so then we're using this token to incentivize the community of journalists and engaged citizens to essentially govern newsrooms' behavior on the platform, whether or not they are in fact abiding by this constitution, and have the economic incentive to kick people off the platform if in fact they're trying to undermine that purpose. So to fake news, we have statutes essentially listed out in the Constitution that say things like the willful dissemination of known false information is unethical on this platform, and so doing so would make you in violation of our Constitution, and thus our TCR model is effectively incentivizing people to expose newsrooms for being unethical, and thus they could get rewarded for that. The newsrooms would lose economic value for being bad actors and could even be deplatformed altogether, thus losing access to our ecosystem. So we do think that fake news is something that can be addressed in our ecosystem because there's no financial incentive, like there was sort of the first time that fake news really gained hold was just sort of social hacking. There is no such ad model present in our ecosystem. And then furthermore, those who are trying to spread misinformation, who have more political aims, less financial aims, would be doing so. We kind of also like to joke that it would become economically expensive for you to be a jerk. So the more that you're trying to kind of hurt the system, the more you actually will lose.
Yeah, thank you. So Heidi, I heard you making thinking noises next to me. So as someone who has really made it a point to become an expert on the electoral process, we know that fake news affected the voting turnout this last election just a little bit. How do you see, where do you see the correlation with something like what Matthew is building at Civil and voter suppression and voter participation in the future?
Well, we have to remember what the system that we're talking about, which is a system of the allocation of power. We're talking about political infrastructure and political power. So fake news impacted a particular intended outcome of an election by suppressing the vote. So there was a plan that looked at the supporters of a particular person that got elected and is now sitting in the White House to make sure that the vote for this person was activated and energized, and that the folks who might be coming out for the other candidate was not energized, was suppressed, was disenfranchised, disaffected, disappointed, angry, unhappy, you name it. And that is the implication of fake news. Now, I wonder, and I am still pondering this, which is what is a mark, like a seal that says this is real or this is fake? Does it matter? And that's what we have to ask ourselves, is we have to remember that this is about voting outcome, and that was the intention. So that's one intention. The other intention is the flow of money. The more people we can get to look at something, which means that there's also a desire to be engaging people from a psychological and an instinctual place by mobilizing them with values in order to click something to make money on ads, et cetera, et cetera. And that is something that I think blockchain definitely can help by taking some of that money of the dissemination of information. But again, remembering that this is about voter mobilization, voter behavior, voter suppression, and not think that it's just something like, oh, it's a terrible thing, or oh, it's a good thing. We got to remember that this is a tactic. And to stay really mindful of that.
Stephen?
Yeah, I just want to say, as a concomitant to what Matthew and Heidi were saying, to put a mark on something, one can't put a mark on something and say it's true. I think Matthew used the correct language when he said, what this prevents is publishing something which is willfully, it's your intention, and knowingly, you know it's false. If you're putting out a piece of material, and you talk about voter suppression, that says the Pope wants you to vote against Mrs. Clinton, you know it's false. You're putting it out to suppress a certain part of Mrs. Clinton's vote that will respect that piece of news, and you're doing it for the purpose of getting somebody else elected. You are willfully and knowingly distorting the news. So I don't think any of us can sit up here and say we are creating a system using the most remarkable decentralized autonomous organization ever imagined that puts truth out. But I think we can prevent the wide distribution of knowingly false media and content.
So Misha, I don't know if you mentioned this during your introduction. Did you talk about Fire Chat?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. So just a refresher though, Misha created Fire Chat, a messaging app that can be used without the internet. It's connected via Bluetooth. And in 2014, I think it was downloaded over 200,000 times in China during the Umbrella Revolution, during protests around what was happening around the election process there. But while you were creating that, you said that you've seen a lot of everything from trolls and people posting fake news and trying to sway opinions. Where do you see blockchain potentially implemented in tools like Fire Chat or in tools that you might create in the future when it comes to IoT?
So I think what's fantastic about blockchain is, I mean, the cryptographic system that are linked to it. So you can first verify that someone is really that someone who is posting an information, and that's going to change the way I think in journalism also. If you have someone posting an article, you could potentially check if that person wrote things in the past and verify the reputation of that reporter. What you can do with decentralized system, I'm still waiting for someone creating the Bitcoin of messaging, and I haven't seen it yet. And I'm sure something is going to come up soon. By that I mean a way to actually exchange information real time that cannot be shut down anywhere on the planet. And we approached that with FireChat, that it could work and operate offline, and people could spread information locally through what we call a peer-to-peer mesh network. And it was, I think, the first example of decentralized network at scale. We got almost 500,000 people actually during the Umbrella Revolution who used the app. So identity is very important, and so I think blockchain can solve that problem. Reputation, and I think that's what Matthew is trying to implement in his solution. And the fact that also with decentralized system you can really enforce. I mean, you can reinforce the freedom of expression, and I think and press, and that's very important.
So this is for everybody, this question. I've been seeing a lot of startups that are concerned about fake news, the distribution and consumption of fake news, basing their models on wisdom of the crowd. Is that another way of saying token curated registry, would you say? No?
It's certainly a crowd-driven method. I don't know if I would call it the wisdom of the crowd, but...
So my concern about, and my question about the wisdom of the crowd, even though that's not exactly what you're doing, you made that clear, but is that crowds are biased, and crowds are wrong often, and another, in addition to the spreading of propaganda or disinformation, we're also dealing with all being in these filter bubbles of Googling the same things and seeing the same opinions and views that align completely with ours, or seeing our Facebook friends do the same thing. Could blockchain be conducive to that at all?
Yes. So it's important to, I think, talk about the current paradigm and why we're here. So Google and Facebook and YouTube and et cetera are effectively engineered to make you addicted to their product and show you things you're likely to click on, by and large. And so they're really good at it. And they're really good at continuing to kind of drive you further into your corner of thought. And show you things that you are already likely to support, even if those things, whether those things are accurate or not, is not really the point for them. It's just that you continue to come back because it was clickbait. So, and there's a lot of value in that if you're an advertiser, because as people are clicking on this content, now Facebook could tell you, here's the group of people who like that content. Do you want to reach them? You can pay us to do that. So the current paradigm has created a lot of the incentives for people to want to access these platforms in ways that are detrimental to us, because we're not even necessarily aware of how our data is being used or how this content is being brought to us. So the way that we're thinking about it at Civil is that the paradigm is being rewritten from the bottom up. None of those rules sort of exist. Instead, we're writing our own rule set, which is this civil constitution, which has the notion of ethical journalism at its base. And so we are essentially, this token is really just you buying into the, it's like your loyalty. Someone recently told me tokens are seeking utility, but in fact, tokens are all about loyalty. So the idea is people who possess our civil token are committed to making sure that it stays healthy and successful, and the rule set serves as that guideline. So when it comes to bias, or when it comes to, at any one given point, our crowd might be more liberal or more conservative, but challenging a newsroom's place on our registry on the basis that they're a conservative-leaning newsroom is not unethical. That is not in our Constitution. So if you go to challenge a newsroom on the basis that they're conservative and I'm liberal, you should be found wrong. You should lose your challenge. Now, even if the community votes in favor of you because maybe everyone also has your same political perspective, we've designed in a civil council, which is effectively a a Supreme Court meets ombudsman, where if you feel that you've been wronged by the community for any reason, then you can appeal to this council of practicing journalists, free press lawyers, and journalism academics, and they have the ability to overturn the community vote, and even they then are subject to a community supermajority vote. So at the end of the day, the people are still in charge of the ultimate decision, but there is this sort of expert oracle that has the ability to step in the event that the community makes a wrong choice.
I can riff on that a little. Did you say repressed lawyers or depressed lawyers?
There's probably lots of all of those, but what I said was
a couple on stage, probably.
What I said was free press lawyers.
Yeah. I remember a couple of years ago, we built a nationwide voter guide that aggregates information for folks all the way down the ballot, so you have a really groovy mobile voter guide that you can take into the polls as make a plan to vote and information about the candidate and if they're endorsed by, Planned Parenthood versus the NRA. It's really cool. And the developer that built that was out of Silicon Valley, and he was so excited about it. And he was telling me all about the liquid democracy and the tokens and how you would give tokens to thought leaders and it would transform voting. And I'm sitting here thinking, that is never going to happen. This is like 100 years, maybe 200 years after democracy blows up. What are you talking about? And this is the old school kind of Democrat, been around, seen it all, like skeptical as hell, I've lost my will to live, sort of thinking, right? And so, but the more I've learned about the technology and the more I've watched it engage and thought about how it might hack things for us, I do think that there is a significant innovation in the short term around the idea of polling. So consultants and polling have really done us a disservice in framing our political perspective by really only engaging a certain small part of the electorate. They are calling people who have a certain voter profile on their landline phones, and we're getting a totally skewed perspective of information that's going into prospective candidates, just the way that they engage with you. So a prospective candidate is looking at a polling report about what you're thinking, and it's not getting young people, it's not getting transient people, it's not getting people that are digital savvy or technology oriented. And what I think is cool about what you're talking about, liquid democracy, the tokens, it can actually become a powerful source of information for people who are saying that they want to step up and serve in our democracy and to be able to serve in an authentic way. If they are seeing folks giving their tokens to an issue or a person that they respect or follow, it can help us serve. It can help us serve the community authentically. And so I would implore. This is not a project that Democrats.com is working on, but I'm hopeful that somebody in this room will take it on, make lots of money, and please put me as an advisor and just give me a little bit of the option. It's cool. So go to town, and I think we need it in the short term.
Listen, if what Matt is working on is 3.0 content management, I'll be a slight bit old school, not so old school, but just to go back to 2.0 and look at Wikipedia. We actually have a working encyclopedia of the globe, which is edited in a pretty much democratic way. It's been around for a long time. It's got 750 million contributors. For all of its faults, I would rather read a Wikipedia page on Mitch McConnell than go to the Mitch McConnell for Senate website. Yeah. So I think for all that we have learned to praise Wikipedia for its community management, I think all of that thinking has gone into Matt's thinking in the 3.0 version, which uses a token curated registry in place of what Jimmy Wales created.
And can you talk about the voting protocol that you're advising? Is it no? Isn't there another?
We both pray. We both pray to the God of Mike Golden, who is a consensus scientist who developed the token curated registry for one purpose, and we are now finding it is just an extraordinary, along with decentralized autonomous organizations, it is one of the, it's a true gift to democracy. And I have to say, having, I went to work for my first digital company in 1999, so I've been at the digital, full-time digital executive for now 19 years. In the beginning of the digital transformation with the internet and AOL, back in the days it pretty much was the internet, after the Defense Department gave it up pretty much to AOL with 28 billion disks, there were no conversations in those 5 years, and I sat through a lot of meetings of startup organizations and established organizations in the internet of how the internet can change the world for good democratically. There were people who sort of were good actors who were playing in the world of the internet and entrepreneurs who are good souls. But the ethos of this blockchain movement as represented in this meeting is just so lovely to experience here today and in the months that I've had the privilege of working around Mike and Matt and others in the Consensus organization. And as I see the products they're coming out with, are not like a get-rich-quick scheme. It's let's get people voting, and as we just saw Ben talking about, let's put money in the hands of people who are at the end of a mile that we can't reach in parts of the developing world we can barely find. It's just a remarkable thing, and so really what Valeria said before, Matt, hats off to you. I think what you're doing is pretty great.
Misha, is there anything from, I don't necessarily want to make it all about IoT just because that's what your company Nodal is focused on now, but given your background with creating offline tools that help people come together, that help people organize, that help people be in a more function in a more democratic way, where do you see that going and aligning with some of the projects that you're working on?
Well, I think there's one element which is very important is, so it's great to verify the quality of the information that's created, validate the reputation of who writes, if it's a real news or if it's a fake news. The one big issue is when it comes to freedom of press is distribution. And if you have one central authority that basically decides to shut down your voice and the way you distribute your content, then there's no way to actually do anything, unless you start to use systems that the ones I've been building for many years now, where you actually use the power of the crowd and the power of this small device that we all have now in our pockets, and you turn them into kind of a repeater where you enable everyone to actually empower and create a network and be able to share that content or that information, even in situations when the whole internet gets shut down, or only if one application or one media gets shut down. And that happens more often than you could imagine. I can give some examples. I mean, in the case of Hong Kong, that was it was more like a huge popular movement from the students, and it helped them communicate when they were in the crowds. I mean, who knows if it was because there were too many people in one place, or it's because the internet was shut down. I mean, I think we will never know. But at least they were able to exchange information and organize themselves. But there were other situations. I remember back in beginning of 2015, when actually one opponent of in Russia of the current of Putin wanted to talk, and basically his accounts were censored on very famous social media, and I think that's more concerning. And they then had to use the tools like the one we built to basically keep on communicating. And I'm just giving examples there of big countries and big nations. So
Arab Spring.
I cannot even imagine in smaller countries when you have one government that has full power and basically has very easy ways to shut down access to any source of information.
I can build on that. We like to talk about how journalism isn't just about journalists publishing news. Journalism is the system of information distribution between journalists and citizens so that people can make sense of the world and make decisions for themselves. And so we see that as a very expansive thing. It's not just about publishing. Already in this conversation, we've talked about polling, and we've talked about social media, or just sort of peer-to-peer communication. And these things are just as much a part of journalism as anything else. So you mentioned polls as a way in which candidates interface with their constituents, perhaps more intelligently. But polls also tell us what people think about policy proposals. Polls tell us what my demographic thinks about policy proposals. And those can be very informative. They drive the news cycle. It can drive politicians' decisions. If a poll is going a certain way, they may change their position, and that's important. And then social media is both, as you mentioned today, because it's so consolidated, it's primarily the main way that journalists actually get their information out. So it's sort of not very fault tolerant, because if a government just shuts down access to Twitter, that pretty much knocks a lot of the conversation out right there. So thinking about how we don't just, the fake news problem and trying to sift out sort of what news is real and what's fake is important, obviously, right now, but it's actually just the tip of the iceberg, I think. And what blockchain and crypto economics are going to, I think, enable is not only this notion of sort of censorship-resistant information and communication, but then again, this idea that the people around the world who believe in this idea can become the owners of it, and it can't be taken from them by any powerful institution or organization, and that is vital. And so if we continue to build tools and applications sort of on top of this protocol, that as long as we continue to grow our network of people who are in support of that ideal, we'll be able to tackle some of these issues like polling, social media, all within this construct of an ecosystem that stands for accurate information and civil discourse.
And Melissa, also remember that nature abhors a vacuum. So the lack of a politician being able to poll his constituency on an efficient basis doesn't produce no input. What it produces is the following. In an American elected to the United States Congress, from the day he or she takes office in Washington until they leave office, face the next election, they have to raise $1,500 every day they're sitting in Congress, because Matt hasn't yet reformed our campaign finance system, but it's the next thing I'm going to urge him to do. While that is the case, that's a poll. Every one of those phone calls, that congressperson is on the phone, believe me, all day long to get that $1,500. And who's he talking to in his community? He's talking to check writers. He's not talking to check needers. He's talking to check writers. So there is a poll going on, and I think Matt's intention and the intention of this community to replace that kind of polling with something more small d democratic,
That's what I meant.
which was what you're excited about, is magnificent.
Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions. Does anybody in the audience have any questions? Yes.
I have a microphone for you. Here you go. So as a freelance journalist, I welcome any new funding model that helps me survive and continue. But as for the creation and dissemination and amplification of fake news, I'm not clear on how anything I've heard up here is going to address that, because I don't think Alex Jones, Macedonian bloggers, or Russian bots are going to be participating in any of this. So how will blockchain address any of that?
It's a very good question. I think it's more a question of we need people to be more educated and time, and we need more solutions that get implemented like the blockchain, which enables basically to verify reputation and identity in a way that cannot be falsified. And I think it's going to take time. It's not going to disappear from one day to the other. And the more people are educated about these technologies, I think the more they will have take the habit to check and see and verify the source of news and For example, I like to share a lot of news, and very often when I'm not sure, I just ask people who follow me, can you check for me if that's accurate? And it's amazing because I think there's a natural good in everyone, and I think people actually want to know the truth. And when you ask them to look for the truth, they actually look for it, and then they come back and tell you, "Oh, I've been able to verify that or not." And but it has to be. It's going to take time.
Two comments. So token curator registries are very, very cool, and if you're interested in this space, you should go learn about them. And what effectively, in our case, we're doing is we're creating this registry of newsrooms that are whitelisted, and what we're going to be doing as soon as we can is something akin to the green lock that shows up in your browser bar that tells you it's okay to put your credit card into this website. There'll be a very similar, almost watermark that tells you that this website is in fact on the civil registry and thus has committed to the civil constitution and is thus subject to the accountability. And if you were to go to a different website that didn't have that, you might think twice. Now that's part of our job, to grow awareness around what it means to see that and not see that. But that's one way that we're trying to address that. However, blockchain is definitely not a silver bullet, and people who want to disseminate propaganda or worse are not going to stop, probably ever. So there's going to need to continue to be this response to create something different. Right now it's incredibly difficult to distinguish, and we're basically doing all the good and the bad stuff in the same place. As much as we could potentially create an almost cordoning off, not to want to leave people behind, or so to speak, but people who are going to want to continue to disseminate hateful things have always been there, and we need to address that problem. But what we're focused on is at least making it possible for those who are meeting new information from maybe new publishers they've never heard of before to be able to know the difference, and putting that power in their hands.
We're also here meeting on ideas that haven't scaled yet. So I think you would agree that should this idea scale, it has some potential to crowd out the bad actors. Before it scales, it leaves a lot of room for the bad actors to continue to play. But if you want to see an example of, in the digital science, of how whitelist can crowd out blacklist material, take a look at SEO, search. That if you publish enough strong content that is, let's say, whitelisted content that's smart and about something, you can push the more obscure stuff, the stuff that everybody recognizes is dicey, tricky, to page 2 and page 3, and eventually it's it's off Google, it's off of search. So there's an example, I think, of how if you have a whitelist, and a vital whitelist, it can crowd the blacklisted material basically off the pages.
One more question in the back.
Thanks so much. So Matt, this is for you as well. For civil, along the same lines of, we're going to be incentivizing and rewarding journalists for quality, integrity in their journalism, and there's also going to be a whitelist of sources which information can be provided. Is that going to be, is within the Constitution of Civil, is there going to be like a barometer as far as what's whitelisted? So like Facebook.com or Reddit.com or Medium.com or CNBC.com. If they opt into providing, participating in the civil platform, is there a certain percentage of the amount of material on their website that needs to be verified to be able to stay on the whitelist? And then not only that, is it going to be published? 60% of the information on Facebook is verified as positive, whereas 82% on Reddit is positive. Is there going to be a rating system that can be utilized so that the mediums themselves are actually held accountable instead of just the individual contributors and authors? Because I think that that would be a way that not only are we holding quality journalists and giving them credit, but also we're holding the mediums accountable for the material they have on their website?
Great question. I love that. We have not thought about platforms being newsrooms. So Facebook, for example, is not, I think, would fail our test right now. So the only people who at the moment should be represented on this registry are original journalists or original news organizations. The idea of, so one of the things that's so great about token curated registries is also one of the things that makes it somewhat, it's sort of a blunt tool. You're either in or you're out. There's very little room for nuance. And what you're starting to suggest is there room for nuance? You know, being libelous, being willfully disseminating false information is egregiously bad. But what if you just publish something with a clerical error? Is that really worth kicking someone off? So what we want to do, and what the Constitution lays out, are egregious violations of ethical journalism. We do want to layer in more subtlety over time, so that someone who's sort of consistently publishing data with, you know, a missing zero should be, the public should know that they are sort of sloppy, maybe. But are they unethical? Should they be removed altogether? No. So we want to provide sort of these signals over time. Where we're starting is this sort of city wall metaphor, where you're either in or you're out according to this broad set of ethical rules.
So what would be the types of websites that would qualify to petition to be whitelisted on your website? So Facebook doesn't qualify, Reddit doesn't qualify, Medium doesn't qualify.
Yep.
What would qualify?
So local newspapers, local news TV stations, radio stations, podcasts, Vice, that kind of an organization. We're focused at the moment on local policy, investigative, and international news. So we feel that those are the areas of journalism that have been hardest hit over the last 20 years of business model erosion. So anything that's focused on sort of a niche or deep dive topic like that, and that would have like a dedicated audience, is where we're initially focused. But conceivably, any kind of publisher of journalism should be welcome onto Civil. Okay, so it's a pretty niche market to start. That's our go-to-market strategy. That's not in the Constitution. That's just sort of our business strategy. Sure. That's where we're starting. But yeah, any journalism outfit should find a home on Civil.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions and participation. We need to wrap it up, but thank you to my panelists. And I'd just like to say, as someone who covers blockchain from time to time, I receive about 10 blockchain pitches a day, and 9 out of 10 of them actually don't need blockchain most of the time. They're just doing it so they can create a token and get in on the ICO action. So the more that we can see initiatives and cross-sector collaborations like this panel and this event, where people are actually testing and experimenting new ideas and looking for communities to participate, the better. So congratulations to everybody for being here. Thank you.
We now have a short coffee break until 3 o'clock, and then at 3 o'clock we return to see the presentation of one of our incubator winners. So we'll see you then.
You had a great lunch and a great networking opportunity. I'm here to announce the winners of the refugee category. There are about 66 forcefully displaced people in this world right now. While we are enjoying this amazing building, there's actually a crisis going on. And in order to qualify for services, you do need a registered identity. The judges decided the winning project to be Unchained. Unchained is a digital identity and resource allocation system. Please, Trevor, Campbell, and Todd Schultz, come up and tell us about your solution. Congratulations.
Hi, everyone. So we are Team Unchained, and we're working in the Refugees Challenge. So if you look here on the screen, here's a very big problem, the refugee crisis. As of today, there are 65 million people who have been forcibly displaced from their homes. It's an enormous problem, and we have many government organizations, governments, and nonprofits working on this problem. But unfortunately, there's still so much left to be done. So here's the problem. There's more than 65 million people who have been forcibly displaced, and the reason for this is either due to conflict, climate change, or some kind of other challenges that may present hardships for people. And most of these refugees lack money, they lack identification, and they don't have a means to prove their identity, and they can't get access to services, to help, and to humanitarian aid. And unfortunately, a lot of these resources have been insufficient and have been poorly distributed. So efforts from humanitarian organizations, I'm a little nervous. So efforts for humanitarian aid organizations have been falling short because their goal is to get people assistance and to get them in camps and provide assistance and help them, uplift themselves into better situations. But they can't do that. So here's another problem outside of just refugees. The World Bank estimates that more than 1 billion people, today we learned it's 1.7 billion people, are unbanked, and they don't have the proper identification documents to prove their identity. They can't get bank accounts, they can't get loans, they can't get access to services. And without proper documentation, this effectively locks these people out of the global economy. And this is a huge problem. 1.7 billion people. That's enormous. And so by creating a global distributed identity system, we can enter these people into the global economy and help them get access to aid, services, and resources that can uplift them out of their situations. So how do we fix this?
So we're going to be talking about the solution we came up with, which we call the Unchained DRS. DRS stands for Digital Identity and Resource Allocation System. So the key idea underpinning this whole model is to combine digital identities and ERC20 token wallets to be able to link in a refugee or displaced person's personal identification to a monetary fund that is independent of any country, nation, or border. So the way we're doing that is implementing these brand new Ethereum standards proposed by Fabian Vogelsteller, co-author of the ERC20 token contract, which help define how we can identify individual actors in a system and how those individual actors can make claims on each other's identities. So how would we go about implementing this technology, this big change? So the first thing we would have to do is we would have to identify certain partners, international aid organizations that would be willing to pilot or try this technology. These organizations would be allotted a single 725 contract deployed onto the Ethereum network that would serve as their identity. From this contract, they can place claims on refugees they wish to accept into their network, and upon making this initial claim, the refugee's identity is federated and tokens are distributed to them. And as time goes along, this workflow is continuously validated through peer-to-peer transactions and periodic deposits of funds into refugee token wallets. Our MVP is made up of combining, like I said earlier, the 725 and 735 implementations our already deployed ERC20 token, test transactions, an identity mapper to match these 725 organizations to the refugees within their network, a mobile interface, and biometric authentication.
So now we come to the important part. Why does this all matter? So this is kind of a two-part benefit. It benefits both the organizations that serve refugees and refugees themselves. So some of the benefits that our system has for aid organizations is that one of the big pieces is that it uncovers data that was previously unavailable. So we can get a lot of transactional data and information as to what are refugees' needs, what are they spending their resources on, what do they need more of, and where are all these resources going? Where are people going? And so using the system, aid organizations can make their processes more efficient, more cost-effective, and see better impact benefit from their investments and from their missions. And so along with this, we also get a lot of increased transparency from the humanitarian aid system. So we can see exactly where resources are going, how they're being spent, and that provides a lot of benefits for the donors and patrons of these organizations. So one of the important parts too is that transactions and identities are validated continuously. So in doing this, we can analyze transactions, look at spending behaviors, patterns, and figure out where resources are needed, what resources might be more effectively spent elsewhere. And we can also analyze transactions and find bad actors in the refugee system. So right now it's very difficult to find people that are abusing the system. And this provides insight. We can use data analytics and find abnormal spending patterns, abnormal behaviors, and we may be able to penalize these people and refuse them aid if they are abusing the system. And so along with the data analytics, we're able to provide insights to aid organizations so that they can better allocate their resources, which in turn increases efficiency and all that. So then we come into benefits for refugees. So most of these people don't have identities, and this is a huge problem because it locks them out of the global economy. So in order to help them, segue into the global economy and get bank accounts, apply for citizenship, asylum, and start working their way towards rebuilding their life. By continuously using the system and transacting, they can build a robust profile of their identity. So each time they make a transaction, each party can affirm the identity of the other. And in doing so, we can build a robust transactional history and identity for this person. And since stateless people don't have a government, they don't have an organization to depend on to build this identity for them, we can do that. We can step in, fill that void, and help get these people entered into the global economy and build identities for them to enter, make bank accounts, things like that. Not done yet. There's more. So one of the also really important aspects of this is that it enables peer-to-peer transactions between refugees and service providers that they transact with. So right now, there's people that are in camps or are in cities, they can't transact with one another, and so a lot of the times they spend their time doing not much of anything. And so we want them to be productive. We want them to start businesses. We want them to transact with one another. And this can enable that by giving a secure way to access their funds and lay claim to assets, money, things like that. And so in order to get this system off the ground, we definitely have plans to collaborate with the UNHCR, the World Food Program. They operate large cash assistance programs right now. We just learned today that the World Food Program spends $1.4 billion, probably going to be closer to $2 billion per year. And so in doing this, we can reduce the transactional cost and eliminate the need for banks and their business networks, which benefits them greatly too. It saves them a lot of money.
All right, so before we get done here, I'm going to talk a little bit about the technical architecture that's making this all possible. This application is a full stack, fully distributed application, not hosted on any one server, not controlled by any one party. And we accomplish that through deploying Ethereum smart contracts to capture the logic of our application and using Swarm distributed API storage to store the data and all the data points that we need to keep on the Ethereum chain natively. Eventually, we will be working towards creating a React mobile front end to allow for a mobile application that can be used anywhere in the world. I want to talk to you a bit about me and Trevor, who are here, and then the 4 team members who couldn't make it here. Sam is on vacation somewhere in Europe. Urja and Guri, they both live in India and could not quite make it to Washington, D.C. on 2 days' notice, and Madhu just started a new job, and he couldn't come either. But everyone you see on the screen had a lot of roles to play in this and really, really drove the development of what I think is a really amazing technology. Thank you guys for listening, and I really appreciate your time.
All right. Just a reminder, let's try to keep to the schedule as much as we can. So if you guys are presenting up here, please keep an eye on your watch so that we can run on time, because there's sessions that need a certain amount of time. So let's keep it as close to the schedule as we possibly can. Thank you. Next up here, we have one of my favorite colleagues, John Wolpert, who runs the DC labs at Consensus. He'll be moderating Creating Sustainable Supply Chains Challenges and Opportunities panel, along with Tyler Mulvihill, the co-founder of Viant, another favorite of mine, Lauren Roman, Client Solutions Metals and Minerals at Everledger, York Rhodes, founder at blockchain at Microsoft, as well as Tomika Tilleman, Director of Blockchain Trust Accelerator at New America. Come on up, guys.
How are we doing? We got Lauren? Here
Paging Lauren.
There she is, right over there. Come on down.
Part the seas for Lauren.
I feel like, well, who's doing it now? At my age, I'm still thinking Bob Barker, but it was, yeah. Drew Carey, is that right?
Snoop Dogg.
No. Well, it's good to see everybody. This is the panel on supply chain. Valeria stole my thunder a little bit, but I will introduce the panelists, and then we'll have some questions and leave some time for some questions from the audience. So I'm John Wolpert, and I provide some leadership services here in Washington, D.C. for Consensus. We have an amazing team of developers, designers, product managers, economic analysts that will team with your teams and build amazing new businesses, ventures, products, and projects with and for your company or government agency or organization. Tomika Tilleman of New America serves as a co-founder and director of the Blockchain Trust Accelerator and the Bretton Woods 2 program at New America. He's also the chairman of the Global Blockchain Business Council and advisor to the Bit Theory Group, VoxGov, and a number of other blockchain companies. He served the United States in several notable roles in the Department of State, Senate, and the White House. So thanks for being here. Lauren of Everledger. Lauren manages client solutions for metals and mineral supply chains for Everledger, which is one of the very first companies in supply chain that I know of, and really a leader. She's the president of the Seattle Blockchain Government Blockchain Association and a notable voice in both media and numerous US EPA initiatives on electronics lifecycle management. So thank you for being here, Laura. Tyler Mulvihill is an entrepreneur and founder of Viant, a next-generation blockchain-based platform for modeling business processes, tracking assets, and building a transparent supply chain. Before Viant, Tyler spent a decade leading firms like Deloitte, advising clients in the fintech industry. And finally, York Rhodes, my roommate at Davos this year, and a computer scientist with 20-year experience in technology companies, both large and small, startups and enterprises. He's well known and respected for his ongoing work at Microsoft, leading their blockchain efforts. You've probably seen his content in many places. York teaches e-commerce at NYU and is currently developing a course on the user-centric economy called Our Next Economy. He is also an aspiring DJ if you go find him on Twitter. So, thanks everybody for being here. I'm going to start the bidding with a couple of questions and then we'll go on to a conversation. So Lauren, the first question is for you. Everledger now has over, 2 million certified diamonds on the blockchain. How does blockchain technology add value if certification already validates provenance?
Well, what blockchain can do is actually validate certification itself. So depending upon the certification scheme, a lot of times it involves a once-a-year audit, and they are pre-announced. So that gives certified organizations or whoever is holding the certificate an opportunity to stand at attention at the right time. And then after the audit, go back to doing what it is that they do to really make better money. And then some certification schemes are self-certifying. So there is a electronics products sustainability certification. And the brands actually self-certify their products to the standard. And then the certification owner, the certification body, the organization that maintains the certification, they randomly pull products and run them through a lab and analyze them and make sure that they conform to the standard. So that's, the problem with that is that they're finding the problems after the fact. And if we were monitoring what went into those electronic products and could validate that and validate that that certificate is actually true, then you wouldn't have all these purchasing agents buying certified products and then finding out that, oh, geez, that whole line didn't meet the certification requirement. As far as diamonds go, there is a certificate for conflict-free diamonds or diamonds that are not blood diamonds. And again, having that as a part of a blockchain validates the actual source of those diamonds and the fact that we use 3D photography to track diamonds. Every diamond is kind of like a snowflake. They have unique characteristics, and the 3D photography can pick it up. So as the diamond moves from mine to cutter to polisher to jeweler to consumer, you can use that technology along the way in order to validate it. So it's a lot more comprehensive than just saying, well, it's certified.
And the reason you needed to put that on a blockchain and not a centralized database?
On the blockchain and
yeah, and the reason you needed to put that on the blockchain is because you had many legally separate entities that needed to coordinate.
And there's, the way that we do the diamond blockchain is with trusted parties. So it's a closed community of people that have been vetted and to participate. So it's very secure. And so that was, Everledger will use different types of blockchain platforms depending upon the application. It doesn't have to be closed. Some of them are open. So that's pretty much.
Right on. Okay. Tyler, you've been racking up a lot of success in the early game of supply chain provenance. What's the next set of challenges you need to overcome to open up more uses of blockchain in logistics, trade, and where do you want to go next?
So let's talk about the successes first. So hopefully a lot more sustainability, blockchain for social impact type customers. I think that's where a lot of the impact is going to come from. People care a lot, and it's a way to make a huge impact without a lot of effort. Right now, we're in beta with 5 customers, GlaxoSmithKline, the World Wildlife Fund, one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world, one of the largest consumer goods package companies in the world. York Roads and Microsoft is a partner in this endeavor, providing the Azure credits, so everything is built on Microsoft Azure. So we're building very different use cases in very different industries with huge companies, right? With real business problems that they're looking to solve. So John, your question is like, what's next and what are the challenges? What's next is scaling up the team because you need a certain amount of support. And it's really just enabling the world to build business processes and supply chains. So I think people are ready. I think people are ready to build, and Vine allows business users, not necessarily developers, but people that don't know how to code, so it takes the scary blockchain piece away, to build blockchain applications with literally the quick click of a button, a few buttons. You click a final magic button, which is literally a magic wand in our application, so it gets the point across, and the smart contracts are auto-generated, the user interface is auto-generated, and then out pops a blockchain application. So if you know a business process, if you can build a swim lane, you can define an asset, you can build a blockchain app. So it's us refining it, tweaking it a little bit more, and then going to the moon, hopefully.
Well, let me just quickly switch the
I didn't say
question
any
around.
challenges, I don't think.
What would you say is what can't you do that maybe frustrates you? Let's be straight with everybody here. You know, everybody here is thinking about building their own things. Do you find the platform? I mean, we're still early days.
Yeah.
What is the platform? What is the protocol? What are the protocol limitations where you go, wow, if it only did this, I could do these other things?
Yeah, so this is not groundbreaking. Everyone in this room should know that one of the biggest challenges is confidential transactions. We focus on our use cases. We focused on use cases that involve trust and transparency as the kind of the pillar of the use case, and there are plenty of them. So we're not worried about like running out of clients or running out of opportunity. But one of the things every morning that we hope that the hundreds of PhDs that are working on this finally come up with the answer and let us know so we can, write off their hard work, is confidential transactions. So right now, if you don't know this, within blockchain, if you have a node, you can see all of the transactions. So that means like the volume of, if you have Procter & Gamble and Unilever in the same consortium, they can see what each other's trade volumes are and who they're doing business with. That's a no-no. That will be a no-no for a long time until we all kumbaya. It could be maybe 7 years or 70, I'm not sure. So that's the biggest challenge, confidential transactions by far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, there are approaches, right, to confidential transactions like Quorum, a variant of Ethereum, for example, which we work with a lot to solve exactly that problem. And this is, I think, in terms of challenges, Joe said this earlier, I don't think the technology is going to be the challenge at all. I mean, what we're talking about when we talk about sustainability and these types of issues, there's systemic change, and systemic change, takes a lot of people getting together to solve these problems. Not that we shouldn't try, but it's not like this is going to happen overnight from a deployment perspective. So we will see tremendous public examples like with Viant's customers this year. And we're already, you can look at basically pretty much anybody who's doing blockchain work who has a relatively mature system has 3 or 4 public references. And so that is, either in production or on a path to production, or else it wouldn't typically be a public reference. So it's not the technology, it is actually getting scale across lots of different solutions.
Good old change management, right?
Yeah, and I think my favorite point about this, that it not being about technology, is if you don't have someone evaluating your business problem that fundamentally understands the value of decentralization, you're not going to wind up with a blockchain, right? So this is it's a mind shift in how we think about systems, right? When we think about public trust in this thing that's not owned by anyone, that's a big, big shift for governments and organizations and enterprises to grasp onto. And from an enterprise context, it goes from I control access to my systems through my firewalls and my permissioning systems, right? And I keep myself safe that way, to I need to keep myself safe by rooting things in a public root of trust, right? That is a huge, huge shift. So I think this is actually more of a business analyst problem, quite frankly, than it is a technology problem.
It's a social tool as much as a technical tool. So Tyler, I'm sorry, we've got Tamika. You recently wrote a piece on how cities are using blockchain to see municipal issues differently. I really enjoyed that piece. Do you see a connection between potential city initiatives and supply chain initiatives that are both running on blockchain rails?
Absolutely, and it's a great question. I'm going to start not at the city level, but at the national level. And if you go a few blocks down the street, you will find the U.S. Treasury Department. And if we talk to our friends there, which we do on a regular basis, They will tell you, and these are these numbers, that they are writing right now $144 billion a year worth of improper payments. That is an astounding figure, even by the standards of the US government. $144 billion is going out the door when it should not go out the door. And in most instances, this is not a result of outright corruption or malfeasance. It's simply a product of systems not speaking to each other. And the procurement processes that both at the state level, city level, and at the federal level our officials are forced to deal with make it very difficult to ensure that they are procuring the things that they are supposed to be procuring in the most efficient, responsible, and inexpensive way possible. Supply chains have the potential to dramatically change that as they are moved onto blockchain. What would this look like? One example, some of us were at an event recently that we did with the World Bank at their spring meetings, where we had a Dutch coffee company, Moi, come in, and they told the story of a farmer in Ethiopia that they've been working with, and they've now worked with a lot of farmers. And they've gotten their blockchain-based supply chain to a point that if you like the cup of coffee that you are drinking when you walk out of a coffee shop in Amsterdam, you can tip the farmer. You can use the integrity of the supply chain to tip the farmer that produced the beans in that cup of coffee. And any government
blown. I did not know that.
Any government agency or city is going to be looking at three things when they are looking at supply chains and the task of procurement. You need efficiency, you need accountability, and you need responsibility. Those are three things that are very, very difficult to pull off given legacy systems and legacy technology that's available. With blockchain, they should be commonplace and they will be expected, especially for those working in government.
That's very insightful, and I imagine there's a time when global funding sources will say someday when the blockchain's mature, hey, yep, we'll give you your money, but only if you have a blockchain rails of this type, that's precocious in some ways down into the supply chain so that we can know where the money's going, right?
Well, and one quick additional number on this, which again should make all of us pretty sober. The UN estimates that 30% of all funding that is deployed in frontier market environments is lost as a result of corruption and malfeasance. Another 10 to 15% is spent on monitoring and evaluation. So that means that before you do anything, you've lost 45 cents on the dollar. And blockchain should allow us to dramatically improve both sides of that equation. It's not going to eliminate the problems entirely, but it's going to make it a lot easier to do things right, and it's going to dramatically raise the costs for those that want to circumvent these systems and skim off the top.
Basically, you've got verifiable remittance without the middleman, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll open up some space if anybody else has a comment there. Or, no? All right, on to the next question then. York, so how does all this add up for cloud companies like Microsoft, right? So as supply chain networks start to run into and merge with each other, supply chain network B that was started 2 years ago, on rubber provenance in the southeast, that has companies like Goodyear in it. I'm just making this up. Suddenly they discovered there's another supply chain network in Detroit on auto supply chains, and they wrote their data schema and everything else differently, and now they have to merge. What happens when these things start to squash into each other? And what does it mean for cloud companies like yours?
Well, first of all, you have to understand Microsoft is a large enterprise at this point, obviously, that has cloud technology data centers all over the world. And those cloud technology data centers, like all of our other products, have their own supply chains. So we worry a tremendous about mining minerals like cobalt and things like that. They become sources in our Surfaces and our Xboxes and in the technology that we put into our data centers. So we actually have a fairly sophisticated internal fulfillment and logistics operation that looks after how do we move physical goods from before the factory, raw materials into the factory to create products and then move them through our distribution channels into retailers like Target and Walmart and others. So that's a first-party business operation that's a supply chain. Right?
That's how you're getting my beautiful Surface Studio to my house, is that?
That's right, yeah. And I've actually been spending quite a bit of time with them because we can actually use our first-party business operations as a test bed to go and test all of these theses that we're telling everyone else to go test. Secondly, we have a very sizable philanthropic organization that focuses on NGOs and the UN and the World Bank and other organizations to try to address these problems. So we have focus areas of, in fact, we have a product called AI for Earth. We have a sustainability organization. We have all different types of organizations that are very focused on these hard systemic problems that are not organizations that are focused on commercial outcomes, and they're focused on reinvestment. So that actually is, a really interesting place for me to tap into when I go to do projects like this. So, getting to the other half of your question, which is, how do we avoid the problems that we've seen in our technology history with other products like email or texting? When those systems started out, it was not obvious that you could email from one system to another or text from one network to another. We had to put gateways in place. So when you put gateways in place, you've got a technology message transfer mechanism that guarantees delivery, potentially. More importantly, you've got data schemas and data formats that have to be abided by. So in email, we had in the early days a protocol called X400. If anyone's around as long as I was doing email, you'd know that. And in other areas, like in the physical goods supply chain, we have particular data formats from organizations like GS1, and then we have messaging formats from long-time systems like EDI. And so what we're trying to do when we do these projects is we're focusing on ensuring that the data formats that are placed on chain comply with the existing data schema standards, so that when we get to the bridge or the gateway, we don't actually have to do a data translation in its most optimal state, right? It's basically, GS1 has a standard for a Microsoft product, right? So if you follow that, then when it hits a gateway, someone can look at that standard and say, oh, I understand that's a Microsoft Xbox, right? I don't have to actually go and translate that data. Now, there are obviously problems with adopting standards and how organizations implement those standards, which is, if you study this at all, suppliers and retailers are not good at implementing standards. So even though they're trying to follow GS1, they might not be exactly following the data formats properly. And this has happened throughout our history. And so what's interesting about blockchain is we sort of have to face those problems at the front end, because if we're going to write systems that are immutable through smart contracts that you don't change, you have to focus very carefully on getting it right in the first place. And what that means is really doing the due diligence on what are the types of exceptions that we have to our business process in our supply chains, so that we are addressing those problems when we actually write the first version of our code, instead of doing what we've done today in supply chains, which is we throw people at the problem and try to fix the problem through people doing reconciliation work, right? So if you sort of wind that to a technology solution, we've actually got to build the reconciliation of the exceptions into the business logic.
So I tend to live a year or so in the future, but if I push a little harder and say a couple of years in the future, I can imagine from what you said that a company like Everledger wants to create a new standard or wants to create a new service for supply chain X, non-conflict materials in aeronautics or something, and instead of defining a private blockchain or something like that, they say, we're going to write an ERC that is a standard for that, and then we're going to implement it, and we're going to write that with the future Viant tool that is going to implement, that's going to translate that all into smart contracts, and then and that's going to reference law that is now callable on the blockchain, so I can actually be compliant with laws on the blockchain. We're all going to run it on Microsoft Cloud.
Can I inject one cautionary note on this? Because I think that is certainly a future that we will all be thrilled if we're able to realize. But it's also critical to recognize that while the worst part of our current systems is that we have a lot of people in the loop, The best part of our current systems is that we have a lot of people in the loop. And in the future, the reverse is going to be true. The worst part of our systems will be that it's done almost entirely by code, and the best part of our systems will be that it's done almost entirely by code. And so John touched on this key question around dispute resolution. We need to be spending a lot more time on that as a community right now, because unless we get that right, we're going to be left picking up a lot of expensive pieces in a couple of years.
Well, and actually, the way that's solved in supply chains today is through penalties, right? I mean, we don't actually solve the problem. We just say, if you screw up, I'm going to charge you a fee, right? And that obviously is hugely inefficient. But I actually think one of the things that Ethereum has done that's really phenomenal is the ERC20 standards and all the evolution of the different types of standards beyond those standards. Because it gives us an opportunity to create a common structure for projects that are built on top of Ethereum. And if you believe that this is sort of the wave of the future from a technology foundation perspective, it's actually quite powerful. What's also nice is that if you look even at private systems, you can build ERC20 compliant tokens in a private environment today. And if you're doing systems where you're thinking about tokens, you should do it that way, because what that means is you can actually exchange those tokens potentially with a public system or another private system at a point in time that you choose to do that, because you've coded it to a proper standard, right? So that goes back to the point about having a standard.
And this will be especially important, I imagine, for folks like Lauren, as you start implementing multi-ledger type systems, right, where you have very private activities between maybe bilateral or multilateral parties that need to pass parameters to a smart contract on a wider network for something else that ultimately may be on a public network and then back around, and you don't want to run into race conditions or deadlocks or other nasty coding problems. So this is the standards are going to matter, right? Want to comment on that at all?
I agree with you.
For those in the audience, if you want a real-world example of this, you can look up ERC 721, which is a non-fungible token standard. So just, if you don't know what it is and you're interested, just Google it. ERC 721. It's easy to read. It's on GitHub. It's a homework for you all.
But by the way, I also call out that a lot of people try to simplify decision trees on blockchain. And this goes back to the statement that I made earlier, that if you don't fundamentally understand decentralization, you can't even use a decision tree to help you get to a decision about whether it's a good use case or not. And I'll give you an example. I'm not impugning anyone, but there was a recent decision tree posted by a fairly well-known organization, and the second step in the decision tree was, if you're not dealing with digital products, you shouldn't use blockchain, right? So that kind of obviates things like Everledger and everything else we're doing in tracking products in the physical world, including humans, right? And identity obviously is an important
In fairness, though, I think I know the decision tree that you were referring to. They had a qualifier that indicated if you couldn't digitize the product. So it said digital if you read a little bit more deeply.
Oh, no, I read the whole 11, it was 11 pages, by the way, so it wasn't very deep, just to be fair.
So Tyler, on that, I think we were talking about this in the Uber over. There's a notion that, well, if you can't put, if it isn't sort of fundamentally digital, then you can't know whether it's really true because there's a translation. And the comment I've heard that I really like is, a lie on the blockchain is a permanent lie. And there's utility in that. I think you guys utilize that. I think both Everledger and Viant use that. Can you guys talk about how you use that and what utility that gives you?
Sure, I could take this first. So yeah, the adage is garbage in, garbage out. So
is that right? It's almost garbage in, permanent garbage. I
garbage in, things forever.
Garbage in, garbage forever.
Garbage forever. Okay. So I don't consider that a technology problem. I consider that a bad process problem. So one of the things that Viant does really well is that because it's so easy and it's clickable, and business users and business analysts, the subject matter experts that are modeling these supply chains, can do it so quickly and so easily, they can go out and they can model a business process, and it can be horrible. And they can go put it in the field and test it, and it can come back and they can make 800 changes, or 8 changes, they can go back and they can iterate and iterate and iterate. And this isn't like a 6-month or a 3-month build every single time. This is a 30-second, maybe 30-minute exercise. So one of the things that I really like and what I push our clients to do is build something early and test it and see where it breaks and give it to the people who are actually going to be using it and then tell us what happens. So to make this, to put a real example out there, so a couple weeks ago at Ethereal, which is an event that Consensus puts on, I imported 245 pounds of yellowfin tuna and albacore tuna from Fiji that was caught on long-line fishing boats, tagged with an RFID tag, and we have footage of all of this too. You can go online on Vimeo.
It was tagged on the boat, right?
It was tagged on the boat, not in the water. It wasn't tagged before it was like born. I got asked that question. But everyone came back with certain answers or certain questions that were valid. So how do you know that they didn't go somewhere else and then tag it? Is there a video that you can see? Was it in cold storage the entire time? Well, how do you know? Et cetera, et cetera. Like, how do you know where the boat actually went? Was there a geolocation of a boat? Could that be hacked? So these are all great questions. And I said, one, this is a demo. This was for press. Come on. The second question is, yeah, they're all relevant. And you as a consumer at the end of the line, if you say, I don't trust the process, I'm not going to pay a premium for this Providence-informed product because I don't believe it, it's going to change. So now it's letting the good actors prove that they're good actors and the bad actors get called out by everybody else. So.
And the other critical point that I think is important for us to keep in mind when we're talking supply chain is that no process is going to be perfect. You're never going to create an unhackable, flawless supply chain. But what you can do is increase the costs of violation to a point that it's not worth it for the bad guys to try and screw the system.
I want to kind of clarify my question a little bit. I think what I'm saying is that it's not a bug, it's a feature, right? And Lauren, maybe you can comment on this. I mean, in conflict materials in particular, and in electronics supply chain, right? Here I have a box of bananas. Here is a box of guns. Somebody paid me to put the guns in, but check in the bananas, right? I can't stop that with a blockchain, right? Here's my blockchain. Here's my gun. No. But I can now. But the lie that I just committed is there forever. It can't be tampered with later to cover up the lie. Isn't there a lot of utility in that?
Absolutely. If I was buying bananas from you and I was really hungry and I got a box of guns, I think I would tell everybody not to buy bananas from you.
Well, if you have a gun, you can get a lot of bananas.
Or maybe an analogy the other way around might have been a little bit better, but so I think the beauty of it is, using trusted players that are contributing to the blockchain, that are the nodes in the supply chain, is really important, and they have to be qualified. They don't just get magically blessed because they're going to interact with the blockchain. And in so many of the things that I've been involved in with electronics life cycle, that's the big problem. I mean, on the supply chain of everything that goes into our electronic products, there's big issues with counterfeit parts and conflict minerals and all these things. And manufacturers are spending a lot of time and effort trying to ensure that these things aren't going into their product, but it's this linear paper process, and who knows where something got flipped and went awry. But if we can kind of all see this happening and know who's involved in making these things happen, it's just information. That information is so powerful. And the same thing on the downstream side, when your electronics are no longer of use and you come to end of life, and how do I know that my recycler sent this to, properly manage this? And it's broken, it can't be fixed, and it's got hazardous materials in it, it's got a lithium battery. How do I know that it didn't wind up in the hands of some little kid in some African country who was standing by a pile of these when they burned them, Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's two things, but I'll address the history of the lie first, which is really important. And a future blog probably, we already discussed this. So the history of the lie is actually quite important, because if you look at most large entities that have supply chains that touch developing countries, they're working with contracted organizations. And those contracted organizations are probably certified in many different ways. When you have an immutable, verifiable source of data that no one can argue with, now you have accountable traceability to what a particular contractor or contractor's employee actually did, right? So this in and of itself, besides getting you visibility to the data, actually gives you a compliance tool in the industry, because now you can say, let's say, for example, undocumented workers is a problem in your supply chain. Well, it's a problem in every supply chain. And the US government, and we have laws, in fact, in California we don't even enforce because we can't enforce them, about undocumented workers in supply chains. But what if you could actually verifiably know that a certain percentage of workers in your supply chain across all your contractors were on any given day documented? So I could run a query against my supply chain and all the people touching my goods and say what percentage of my supply chain is documented workers, right? You can't do that verifiably today. We don't have the data at the source to give us that. And we don't have any way of actually tracking it. And even if we could track it, today we don't have a way to go back to those contractors and say, hey, we know that you only have so many people documented, and here's the proof of that. So the verifiable nature of this public transparency chain actually gives us that tool. So this systemically, again, I like to use that word because this stuff will take time, but systemically there are a lot of things that change when you bring transparency and verifiable traceability into the picture. Just one more point about source data, because source data is a really important problem in any system where you have people involved. Source data is the place where data gets input into your technology system, and that can be done through data entry, it could be done through pictures on a cell phone, it could be done through a GPS or IoT devices or cameras. And when people want to digitize physical objects, source data becomes extremely important, because you can't verifiably track things unless you know the data inputs are valid. You can't create unique identities about devices or people unless you have the right source data to actually do that. And so when people tell you, no, we can't digitize that thing because we have no way of knowing that that is a unique thing, whether it's a land registry document or a person or a piece of clothing or an Xbox, what you have to actually ask the question is, well, why do you trust the title company? Or why do you trust the land registry in a particular society? You trust them because they went out and they actually captured some data to prove that that document says that piece of land belongs to a particular person. So if you can actually capture the data that they captured into the land title process on this immutable record, or at least linked to this immutable record, then you can actually do the translation you need to do from the physical to the digital, which goes back to my point about the decision tree. That digitization process is actually how you go about creating these unique records about these unique things.
Thank you. I think these comments are very, very salient to the issues of impact causes, because typically if you're dealing with humans, if you're dealing with impact, you're probably dealing with humans. Humans are not digital, and so you have to think these problems through. And supply chain's been dealing with it a lot. So I think this was a valuable start to the conversation. I want to check time. Who's checking time? Nobody's checking time. All right, so we're going to just get comfortable here. And all right, we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes for some questions. Anyone? Bueller? Got that? All right. Just a second. They're working on it.
Audience microphone on, please.
We can hear you. We'll repeat it.
Shall I go again?
So I think the question was, what was the relationship? So you deal in tea, coffee, and chocolate, and what's the relationship between the certification?
Yeah.
I'll just go again. What's the relationship with the large certification bodies? I mean, like, because I think this is game change, right? Whether it's you're standing in line at Whole Foods and you see all the chocolate bars and they've got pictures of kids on them or whatever it happens to be. It's like, well, did the kid make the chocolate? You know, it's always a good question. But especially with some of the mergers in the certification space, Rainforest and Oots recently merged, so they now certify 75% of the tea, the cocoa, and the chocolate on the planet. So, I mean, that's it. Where are they in this conversation is the question.
So York, you might have a better answer, but let me answer the 1 year in the future answer. I think that we are going to be enabled to be the Uber of certifiers. So every single person is going, so each time there's a state change or each time something happens to the product, and that's recorded on the blockchain, right? So tea picked, tea dried, tea processed, whatever it is. You're going to have to, as a company, allow people to audit you. And this could be consumers that go in and scan barcodes to make sure that the local store isn't like selling something that's expired, or it's people that literally like trek out in the middle of the jungle and like make sure that those mines there's no kids like running around and et cetera. So I think in the future, people are going to get paid to audit most supply chains, and the other people, the demand side, is going to put up bounties for people to do that. So is this chocolate legit? Like, hey, do you guys want to put $15 to get somebody to hike in the jungle to see if there's any kids there today? Sure, let's do it. Somebody gets $15, goes for a mile hike, and then can record on the blockchain, and reputation's involved, and paradigm shift.
You really went there? You went to the Uber of supply chain? Really? You went there? He went there. All right.
We're token launching in December. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Right on. So
I think just to really answer the question a little differently really quickly is I think certification bodies today are part of this ecosystem, and as we walk towards the future, certification organizations will be great participants if we can convince them to be participants, and they'll have some some length of stay in the ecosystem, and ultimately probably morph a little bit in terms of how they actually perform their function.
And John, one quick final note on this. I think it's important for us to recognize that as the technology is evolving, the broader landscape in which we are deploying these technologies is also evolving. I was with Canada's top pollster yesterday, and he said we are entering the age of rage. And what that means is that a company like Microsoft, and I'm just picking on Microsoft because you're up here, has liabilities that far exceed the value of the actual products that are going into their supply chain. And so what that means is that the premium on responsibility, transparency, and accountability in these processes is going to be far greater than it has been in the past. And that hopefully can reinforce some of the positive trends that we're seeing on the technology side of the equation.
And if I understood your question correctly, I think that this is so new to the certification organizations that they have no idea how powerful of a tool that this is going to be, and how this is going to change the value and the profile of the certifications that they have. And there's a huge need for that because certifications are really valuable. It takes all that information about a product and boils it down for the consumer to say, yeah, it's certified to X. That's good, I can buy it. But we don't have that trust now. So I think we really, as an industry, need to work really closely and even aggressively with the certification organizations so that they understand what this can do for them.
Right on. So that's, unless there's a really burning one, a short question, nothing. No, you got one? No?
Sorry. I've been engaged with certification bodies since 2003, Fair Trade and Equitable Food Initiative and many others. The certification is always as good as the auditor is. It's the auditor that knows if freedom of association exists. It's the auditor that knows if the soil is fertile, if child labor is occurring. How are we going to deal with the quality of the auditor?
Reputation management on the blockchain.
So some good old token curated registries there.
Yes, TCRs plus reputation.
And I think at some point, blockchain becomes the easy part of this equation, and it's important for all of us to keep that in mind. But it can, again, make it much simpler to ensure accountability in those areas where technology isn't going to provide a substitute for a responsible official who's willing to do the right thing and not accept a bribe or validate goods the way they're supposed to be validated.
Yeah, and I think reputation is actually a really important point, and it's sort of what I was alluding to earlier with contractors. If I know that a contractor is below a certain threshold because of their reputation that's verifiable, then I can choose not to work with that contractor. So as we get more transparency, we can actually rely better on reputation and histories and verifiable histories.
Everyone, thank you for, please help join me in thanking the panel. And, have a good rest of your day.
I just did, yes. No. I don't know the numbers. Oh, you are? Yeah. Mine's already on. Just tap like
Okay.
No, yours not. Yeah, because
All right.
Who's going to do it? I searched for him.
Another exciting panel coming up on human trafficking, identity, and supply chain. Please welcome to the stage JP Ziegler, CEO of Collaborative Health Solutions, Mariana Dahan, co-founder and CEO of World Identity Network, Josephine Goob, CEO of Techfugees, Lauren Hendricks, Executive Vice President for Program Strategy and Institutional Relations at Grameen Foundation, Reuven Heck, co-founder of Uport, and Elizabeth Rainiers, Global Policy Counsel at Evernym.
I don't know where I go. I might grab a chair. Exactly. All right. I guess I'll speak here for a second since we're out of microphones. My name is JP Ziegler. I am, thank you. 6. Hello? Oh, perfect.
So I am the CEO of a company called Collaborative Healthcare Solutions. We are developing digitized reports for the reporting of sexual assault, domestic violence, and other interpersonal violence. Right now in the state of California, but we're looking to roll that out across the US. And we are looking to build that on top of a blockchain platform for purposes of security, chain of custody, and smart contracts to trigger payments. All of that has nothing to do with this panel. So with that, if I may, I will let each of my panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the conversation. The topic we're talking about today is human trafficking and self-sovereign identity. Today, more than 40 million people suffer from events around human trafficking, forced labor, forced marriage, and more than 1 billion individuals have no recognized formal identity. So we are looking at, and my panelists are looking at, ways in which blockchain can be used, first to address the issue, but ways in which blockchain and other technologies can be used to minimize effect and ideally get to a point where those issues become much less relevant in the world we live in. So to start with, if I could introduce Mariana Dahan, if you would introduce yourself.
Hello everyone. Hello DC. I hope you are not too sleepy, and I really feel very happy to be in DC. I consider this being my home. I lived in DC for the last decade, but I am born in a country called Moldova. Many of you probably didn't heard of it. It's a post-Soviet country. And I'm born in a very poor village as someone who had no identity. So I came to realize how important this was for development. Without an identity, all of the opportunities are closed off for you. You are excluded socially, politically, legally, economically. You can't access even the most basic services, like enrolling in school or accessing healthcare. So when I came to DC, I started to work at the World Bank, and I have created and coordinated for some time the Identification for Development, ID for the Agenda, a global program that is now recognized and embraced by leading international development agencies. However, a year ago, I have launched the World Identity Network, and it is an initiative that looks at building better, more inclusive identification systems, embracing principles of self-sovereign identity. And I'll be happy to talk more about it during this panel.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And Elizabeth Ramirez, who's with Evernym.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Ramirez. I am local here in DC. I am Global Policy Counsel to Evernym, which is a startup focused on self-sovereign identity. I'm also a principal at a boutique blockchain law and consulting firm, also based here in DC, called Ouroboros LLP. And I'll get into self-sovereign identity in a bit. Thanks.
Very well. Josephine Guber.
Hi, I'm CEO of Techfugees. We are a nonprofit in 25 countries, coordinating the commitment of the tech community to build technology for refugees. And the idea is always to do it with the refugees and to promote, so identify best potential technology and promote the best example, and I wouldn't say best practices, but best inspiring examples, because best practices is a normative kind of feeling, and we like to give people inspiration to do their own experiment and learn from failure too.
Lauren Hendricks.
Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. Thanks. Good to be here. I feel a bit of an outlier. I'm with the Grameen Foundation. We're an NGO that specializes in financial inclusion, digital innovations in agriculture and health, and are exploring ways to use blockchain, particularly around supply chain and agriculture and traceability.
And Reuven Heck.
Yes, hi, my name is Reuven. I work at Consensus, and I'm one of the co-founders from a project which is called Uport. And what we want to build is as well a self-sovereign identity solution, which is enabling people not only to have their identity and their data, but also to interact with blockchains. Because I think most of the use cases you have heard today require an ability for people to have an identity and to prove who they are to the blockchain. So when it's about supply chain and other cases, it's always this link which is extremely important.
Very good. So our idea is we'll open, I'll ask a couple of questions to the panelists. We'll get the dialogue going. But relatively quickly, I'd like to open it up to the floor and ideally get you all engaged in the conversation as well. So just to kick things off, I think it's important that we really understand what we are talking about when we talk about self-sovereign identity, and then also sort of the larger scale and scope of human trafficking. But Elizabeth, if you want to just speak a little bit about when we talk about self-sovereign identity, what does that mean to you, and how does that start to play into this conversation?
Yeah, sure. So the first thing to say about self-sovereign identity is it's really just an idea, right? So at this stage, it's not one specific technology or project or company, but it's just an idea. And the idea is it's a new way of structuring how our identity enables us to interact and transact in the world. So we can think about sort of three models of identity. The oldest, the most well-known, or the traditional model is the siloed data model, right? Where you have an individual who wants to access the services of an organization and has custom credentials, username, password, login details to access those services. We've sort of, because of the clunkiness of that, right, where you have to have a separate set of credentials for every organization services that you want to access, bad user experience, we evolved to sort of a second intermediate model of identity known as the federated model, where you have an identity provider, an IDP, that basically sits in the middle and through one set of credentials or login details, federates your identity amongst a variety of organizations so that you can access a variety of services. The downside, of course, there is creating these massive honeypots of data, right? So higher risk, more attractive to nefarious actors. So self-sovereign identity in some ways is sort of the third model, or the third generation of identity, where the identity owner, or the individual, sits in the middle of his or her data ecosystem and controls all of her data attributes and all the information about their identity, and directly authorizes every single transaction about that individual directly peer-to-peer with the party they're interacting with. So there's no one sitting in the middle of the transaction. So this is kind of where the self-sovereign nature or the term sovereignty comes from in that context.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And along those lines, when you take identity and you start to create an identity, one of the big issues with human trafficking is very frequently a lack of a formal identity for individuals. So Mariana, can you just go into a little bit sort of the global environment in terms of human trafficking, some of the implications that identity might play in that, and some of the things that are happening along those lines?
Sure. Identity is really central to everything, and especially to human trafficking, because without a way to prove who they are, people can fall prey to human traffickers who are using fake ID documents to smuggle them across borders, to coerce them into modern slavery. And for undocumented children, oftentimes they basically become invisible to everyone who wants to help them, only with their immediate family members being aware of their existence. And as such, in countries like Moldova, which is one of the poorest countries in Europe, undocumented children can become victims of organ trade. And this is something very unsettling. Therefore, giving them an identity has become a priority for many international development agencies and for the organization that I'm currently leading. But old identification models that we were advocating for just a couple of years ago proved to not be flawless. In fact, they are wrong, because when I see today a young girl in a refugee camp having her biometrics taken and then stored in some poorly managed central databases to regulate her access to food and aid, I can't help myself but thinking it is insecure. It puts this child at the threat of a future abuse. So how do we give unique identification credentials, and in cases like India, a unique ID number, without putting their personally identifiable data at risk of being hacked, of being used, and of being abused? That's how we came to realize the importance of self-sovereign identity.
And so as an extension of that, Lauren, you and I have talked about how child labor, forced child labor, and so forth in the agricultural environments and some of the other and the financial services that support that in those environments. Can you talk a little bit about how that's all coming to play in what you all are doing with the Grameen Foundation and so forth?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the previous panel talked about it a little bit as well, but I'll dig into it. You know, I think one of the issues we work in large commercial value chains, and so cacao or chocolate is one of the value chains we work in with some of the world's largest providers. So Mars, for example, is one of our partners, who are very interested in being able to certify that they have a child labor-free value chain. And they find a commercial value in that. And we work with a partner called Rainforest Alliance that's a certifying body. And again, I know you guys were talking about that a little bit earlier. But the issue for us is, how do we bring the value that Mars gets from being able to certify that their cacao value chain is child labor free? How do we bring that value back to the individual farmer so that they realize that value and are able to then, are incentivized to produce child labor free chocolate or cacao? And traceability is a key issue with that. Traceability and the ability to certify and have that certification at the individual farm level visible throughout the supply chain. So we work with these types of partners to use blockchain for the traceability of the value chain and for the certification of that individual farmer to move with him through the value chain. So that's the issue we're working on around child labor.
So along those lines, then, Reuven, in terms of actual use cases, applications, you within Uport and the identity solutions that you're trying to create or help enable, can you talk a little bit about what you guys are doing on that front to try and address some of these issues that have been talked about so far?
So at the stage where we are, it's really like early days. So what we have built is...
We don't need excuses.
So I'm just saying, I think where we are today, I think the technology is not that mature. So I think some of the use cases we're talking here are maybe a little bit too early for some of these experiments, I would say. I think what we see at the moment is it's very basic things of like you get an attestation that you have, you're an employee of a certain company, or you have been KYC'd, or that you are at a conference, or some very, very basic things. So what we are building at the moment is really the identity layer which was missing in the internet. So that enables people to experiment and then try different of these use cases for people to build a reputation. So an identity is an identifier, sure, but let's say only if you use this identity in interactions with others, then it becomes valuable. So at this point, we are just building a platform for developers to build applications on top. Before we go into some of these more sensitive use cases, we need to learn much more in like our environment for now.
Okay, and so to take it a step further, Josephine, you're actually on the ground. You spoke earlier today, you were talking about the refugee environment. That's where you're spending most of your time. Can you talk a little bit about some of the applications that you're seeing, things that you're seeing experimented with, and things that you think should be focused on, some of the things you'd really like to see happen?
Yeah, and I kind of quite disagree, or I want to put out there a thought that I kind of disagree. I want to know what we mean by identity, because from my experience, I don't see the refugees wanting to be identified. The refugees will have to do illegal stuff to get into a safe place. Getting them identified on that illegal stuff that they will do, which is crossing a border to get refugee status, could get them in trouble. And the numbers of refugees that are crossing in Europe burning their fingertips not to be put on a system, I can't count them. I've seen them burning their fingers several times because it comes back, the skin grows again. So I kind of just like, I want to know what we mean by identity. If it's identifying people, I think we're putting them in more danger than we were initially trying to do. So when we talk about identity, what do we talk about? Then the collateral to that is, from my experience, refugees are going onto a refugee journey. Refugee is not an identity, it's a paper that grants them access. So can we stop having a tracking of where they're coming from and how they are labeled as refugee if we're going to build an identity system, so they're perceived as a talent and as someone who can access, as a previous doctor, yes, from Damascus in Syria, but maybe that information is irrelevant. Maybe the information just to know is that this is someone who's been a doctor for 9 years. So I just want to stir a bit the conversation to know more from experts here how they're tackling about that issue.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. So it's an excellent point. As a lawyer, I love to first define what we're talking about, right? So what do we mean by exactly giving people identity? Do we mean identifying them? I think in the old models, probably yes. I think in self-sovereign identity, that's not what we mean at all, right? I think in self-sovereign identity, we mean giving the individual the ability to use things, claims, attributes about themselves contextually under their control, when and how they want to access, interact, or transact with certain other parties, right? So it's a fundamentally different, it's a paradigm shift. It's no longer about over collection, over storage, over processing, this kind of mass surveillance. It's not about walking around in with complete transparency. It's the opposite. It's like in the real world, right, where you walk around in relative anonymity. Most people here don't know who I am, and selectively I can disclose things about myself, who I work for, where I live. I can give you a business card, right? So it is a contextual, peer-to-peer, individually controlled mechanism for interacting and transacting in society.
And I'll jump in on that because, we were talking about this earlier, I think one of the critical issues in this is the issue of, do I as an individual know that my data is stored in some sort of a blockchain? Do I know how to access it? Do I know how to use it to my own advantage? And there's a whole literacy, we tend to call it financial literacy, but this is, I guess, kind of blockchain literacy component that needs to go along with this. I work primarily in Africa, in East and West Africa, with barely literate populations. Do they really understand what it means when they put the pieces of their identity into a global blockchain that's immutable? And do they know how to share access to it? So I think there's a whole literacy component that needs to go with just the technology part of how do we get their information into the system.
Yeah, I think what Elizabeth described, like the data is really in control of the individual, which I think is extremely important. On the flip side is if someone can force you to reveal certain data. So whilst technically we change the paradigm, but there's still a risk that you will be forced to reveal certain data, even if it's selectively disclosed, as long as someone holds or has reasons or can pressure you to reveal it, that's still a problem. So in some form, we need to have some kind of plausible deniability about the data you actually have, which gets quite complicated, but that's kind of ultimately what we need.
Yeah, and basically it's saying, are we giving them the choice, or are we giving them identity? And I think it's never really clear.
Right, I agree with that, and I think that's why you rightly put it, we are at the paradigm shift in the concept of identity, and old identification model held some promise when we were to put on the global map the importance of identity and to estimate the number of people who had absolutely no way to prove who they are. We were looking at counterfactuals, which were mostly paper-based ID systems when, you know, a dictator in Cambodia could just come in one night, burn out all the ID documents and birth certificates of people. Or what happened in Haiti, right? Everyone lost their belongings, including their proof of their identities. However, as I mentioned before, I think we are moving towards a new era where we need to put the individual more at the center of identity and identity ownership. And as a global community, I think we need to acknowledge that technology can be a double-edged sword, and that we need to continuously improve. So recognize where we were wrong and how we can move forward with what technology has best to offer today.
Sorry, one more point I think what's really important is that I think we talk about it here on a blockchain panel or event. We don't put any personal data on the blockchain. I think it's very, very important that we're not confusing this, oh yeah, you have your data on the blockchain and then you reveal it. No, it is something which is under the control, so a user at any point of time can delete it, and if it's on the blockchain, they couldn't. So I think it's just very important that this is clarified, that there's nothing on the blockchain.
So when we were getting prepared for the conversation, one of the topics that came up over and over was education, and in multiple facets. But part of the issue is if we in this room talk about blockchain, or if I go to policymakers about blockchain versus cryptocurrency versus all the ramifications, it's already a difficult conversation. How do we get to a point where a refugee or someone without an identity or a child who's in forced labor can actually understand that when they put a fingerprint or an iris scan, that it's not being recorded as a green eye with, you know, this fingerprint, it's being hashed, and I mean, if I explained it to my mother, she would never understand it. How do you explain it to that community so that it becomes an adopted solution and a trusted solution?
Why don't you educate the kids that are in Zaatari, in the camp in Jordan, about blockchain, and have them tackle their own problems and see what comes out? I bet you'd get kids that are smart enough to build a ledger and to build something that would solve their own problem. Don't push a technology to them. I think it's an old way of doing things, or it's maybe not the right way. I mean, a year ago I was in Zaatari, we did a small mini hackathon, and what the kids came out with was just like, kids are kids. They're smart. They're smart and quick. They knew how to crack the Wi-Fi code every week of the UNHCR. They knew better. So I'm sure, I mean, why don't we have refugees working on blockchain? Because they don't have access to that information. But I think if we give them the education, we would see really interesting stuff coming out.
But I would also say, how many of you know or knew before Bitcoin how your banks transferred money between each other, right? You don't. Blockchain is just, it's a back-end system that makes certain things possible. So what you need to explain to people is what's possible with the system and what the risks are in the system, and then let them make choices about what risks and what possibilities they take.
Yeah, I would argue it has less to do with the technology, right? Eventually, it should fade into the background. Most people don't know how the underbelly of the web works, but they use it all the time, right? So we want the UX to be, grandma friendly. But at the same time, I think the implications are the important piece. So in Web 2.0, people didn't understand the implications of their actions. They didn't understand the implications of their cookie settings in their browser. They didn't understand the implications of, browsing the web, going from one site to another, or going from an app to a site. So I think it's really that. It's the risks, it's the possibilities and the risks. And I think it's also, as you said earlier, it's becoming part of the value chain, right? Having that opportunity is something that has never been possible before. But everyone in the ecosystem now deriving value from their actions and their choices fundamentally changes the game, because that means that they have an incentive to participate in the trusted ecosystem, in the reputation system, in whatever we're building to enable that trust. So I think it's, again, less to do with the technology and more to do with the softer factors, so to speak.
And just to add, the two examples that I know well of a case where blockchain is used for refugees, money in Finland, WFP, the World Food Programme in Zaatari, the refugees are using cards or iScan. At no point there's like mobile phones or like anything that tells them that they're using blockchain to make this operation. So it's all happening in the back end, and I doubt that many refugees know that we're using blockchain in the back. And even if we're using blockchain, the thing is, those two examples I gave, even the people that have built those things, they do it for the vision. They do it because they think they could do it with another technology. They could do it out of the blockchain because it's not public blockchain they're using. What they're thinking is it's an augmentative technology that maybe in the future will help me scale or do much more for the refugees. But today, the way they use it is no different from any Excel sheet, much more safer Excel sheet, but in a way, it's just saving them money.
So if we extend on that and say that there's an education role that needs to play and it needs to start earlier, and that communication needs to get out to say, this is a solution to a problem for you that will help you in the long run. There's a messaging that has to get out there, and we've talked earlier about how do you get folks like the World Bank, the NGOs, how do you get people, Mariana, why don't you speak to this, how do we get them behind some of these educational or other solutions to actually get past that point where you have a fear of the technology and people are comfortable using it so they can reap the benefits of it?
Yeah, I think it all comes down to encouraging them to be more agile. Institutions like the World Bank and UN agencies have some inherent inertia built in, and they would be cautious to adopt a breakthrough technology that is not yet proven to scale. But we need to encourage them to do so, because I think the cost of inaction, and when we see what happened with India's Aadhaar program or with Equifax here or with Facebook everywhere, I think we need to recognize the risks that we are about perhaps building an Orwellian system, and that there are solutions today to help prevent that, and we need to quickly jump into the game. As big international organizations, we are still able to learn quickly, get up, and do things better. So, for example, in the case of human trafficking, we have partnered together with several UN agencies to launch a global challenge which was called Blockchain for Humanity, and where we have invited participation from a range of stakeholders, including NGOs, including individuals themselves, to come up with solutions and have the UN endorse self-sovereign identity principles and try to explain this to their staff on the ground and try to actually implement them. So we are very proud about that. And by the way, Consensus won that global challenge. So Reuven, you are on the spot now.
So I was just about to say, I'd like to open up the floor to questions. There's a young lady here with her hand up, so why don't we do that?
Hi, my name is Ash. I work for the Blockchain Trust Accelerator at New America. So a couple of questions. With the World Food Program, when they scan the irises, as far as I understand, the people whose irises are being scanned don't control their own identity. The whole system is controlled by the World Food Program. So when it comes to the self-sovereign identity bit, where do people store their data? Is the responsibility of securing the data gets pushed onto them? And in that case, do they need to have a device? Do they need to have security protocols in that device? Can they use a card? Are they expected to carry this card around?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I can't speak to the World Food Program example, but Everton works with an organization called iRespond, which works with migrant populations, and rather than taking a biometric and storing it on the ledger, they basically created this technology that is effectively a hash of a biometric, right? So it's like a templatized version where in order to reverse engineer, you basically need to reproduce the individual in the flesh, and they would have to give their iris again. And the idea is that, yes, we want to minimize the dependencies on certain technologies. So it's a great point that, if you're a fisherman in the middle of the sea and you don't have access to Wi-Fi, you don't want to, lose your identity, so to speak, or not be able to authorize something that needs to happen. And so, so the solutions often, right now are either they're not technical, right? So there's still a need for some mechanism for that exact scenario, which kind of in the Everton ecosystem we call guardianship, and it has a host of legal rules and responsibilities and liabilities attached to it. And unfortunately, it's not a full end-to-end technical solution, but I think it's a great point that to the extent that there are high dependencies on technology, we have to account for situations where that's not realistic, or resource limitations, or lack of expertise, or other restraints. And so I think that but I think the constraints thinking also allows for some really creative solutions to emerge. And I think, again, in the self-sovereign identity context, you would never have that kind of information on the ledger, right? So, so in terms of control, the user's ability to control that, it is a question. And you're right, as we push things to the edge, to the user, to the individual, how much of the responsibility do you expect the individual to take on? Decentralized key management is something that we're working closely on with the Department of Homeland Security and other government agencies as well. So it's something that we're not familiar with now, and so there is definitely an educational aspect, but there's also responsibility, I believe, on the creators of the technology to focus on making something, to minimize those dependencies and make something as user-friendly as possible.
So I have not seen any technology out there which allows it to do this without, like a mobile phone, for example. So you need something which can control a private key, or something which is really secured in your control, because in every other model it is another third party involved. Even if it's a guardianship, it's a third party. So today how we design it for now is a mobile phone which can have a private key, and then you can store data either there or in the cloud somewhere, but it needs to be controlled, and this key cannot be in control of someone else. Otherwise you cannot encrypt your data, you cannot prove that you are the only person in the world who's in control of this. And that's not the answer in some of these cases we have today, but it is where we are from a technology perspective. Maybe there are some cool things coming, but for now I haven't seen anything.
There's a gentleman in back. Oh, sorry.
Oh. Hi, Shaylee Adenolfi. I wanted to know where your thoughts on zero-knowledge proofs and where you are, where we are as a decentralized identity community on realizing that at kind of.
I'll let the lawyer answer. So we were doing a lot with zero-knowledge proofs, ZK snarks in particular. So I think it's a really promising.
Can you just articulate what that is, just quickly?
Yeah, so some of the sort of anonymous currencies, Zcash, Monero, right, have implemented certain technology to basically prove that something is true or false, binary, yes or no, without revealing necessarily any other specificity, right? So over, under an age without the exact birth date. And so, it's all this technology is kind of primitive. It's very early days. For me, and this is something we were talking about earlier, I think the right to remain unknown is as important as the right to be known, right? So I think anonymity and contextual anonymity is really important. To the extent that zero knowledge can enable that, I think there's a lot of promise. Again, we live in this world right now of, so I have a data protection privacy background. We are in a world of over-collection, over-processing, over-storage. The GDPR is finally getting some people, to pay attention and to think, do we really need to do this? And to a push towards data minimization. But I think that zero knowledge has a lot of promise there, right? Because if you cut it off sort of early stage, so if you collect less data to begin with, well, now you're storing less data, you're processing less data, you have less data that's vulnerable from a security point of view. So it minimizes all the other dependencies in the data supply chain. So yeah, I think it's a great question around zero knowledge and lots of promise there.
And I'll just jump in and say, I think the right to identity and the right to anonymity are not binary either. There's sometimes when I want to step into my identity and exercise my rights, and there's other times when I want to remain anonymous because of, restrictions, whether they be legal or social, cultural, so that I want to step away from that identity. And blockchain should enable both of those things.
There was a question back there.
Hi, thank you. My name is Matt Sullivan. I just wanted to ask the question of what do you see the role of governments? Because it seems like there's a big collision with the self-sovereign identity. And then also in terms of protection for the individuals like you were speaking about, and kind of how they could play a progressive role in actually empowering people and their citizens.
Well, we've seen, I started my career in the telecommunications industry, and we've seen that happening when we were forcing the governments to give out control over the telecom monopolies, the state-owned enterprises, and actually allow every individual to have a mobile phone or two. We wanted to foster greater competition and freedom. It took a lot of years of compromise and of dialogue, and I think now when talking about digital identity, self-sovereign identity, I don't see any way around it. I actually advocate for involving them in the discussion right now and making them understand the benefits for the state. And to me, governments are people. I've met a bunch of them actually through my career, and I've seen many of them actually being interested to advance this dialogue. So I think there is a real conversation to be had.
Yeah, so I take the other perspectives. I think it's great if some governments will take part of this, and I think we see that many places in the world are very open for this. Also institutions, it's great. But we believe as well there's a bottoms-up approach where if you give people the power to interact and do something between them, if you're in certain parts of the world where maybe there is no institution you would trust or no government, maybe you can still build a reputation between individuals or in your community. And that can become powerful as well and grow from something. So I don't know, nobody has asked Bitcoin to become is that an acceptable currency? And it has grown because people believed in something and they built something. Whether we believe in this or not, that's a different thing. But let's say some countries are willing to accept it as a currency now. So there's a way also in a different perspective.
Can I just, so I think another key difference between self-sovereign identity and the earlier models is because of this peer-to-peer nature and leveling function, right, where each entity is at the center of their data ecosystem, you now have a situation where an organization and individual are peers, right, and they have similar obligations. So right now, if you call your bank and you need to authenticate yourself to your bank, well, your bank doesn't have to authenticate themselves to you, right? But in a self-sovereign identity model where you now level the playing field and entities, organizations, and things, which will become really important in IoT world, all have their own identities that are contextualized, you have this incredible opportunity, and governments are often very persuaded by liability, right? So liability is very persuasive actually for everyone in the sense that everyone wants to minimize it. And so the more that you can enable trust by forcing every participant in the ecosystem to authenticate themselves, to enable contextual relationships, to have multiple decentralized identifiers or DIDs, the more it benefits everyone. And again, as you become part of that value chain, now you have incentives on top of it, right? So there is kind of this self-enforcing nature of self-sovereign identity and this leveling effect as well that we haven't had before, where we've been in hierarchical systems where the individual is always subjugated to the organization or the entity or the government or other actors in the ecosystem.
So just to extend on that, where does the role of cultural norms, moral values that differentiate themselves between different United States, Western Europe, Sub-Saharan Africa, and so forth, as these programs get pushed forward, those have to be adjusted, right? There's questions of privacy. Is your privacy more important than food? You know, at some point you have to make those decisions. I mean, Josephine, you're on the ground for some of this. How do you see, I mean, it's the kind of thing here nobody really wants to talk about. Oh, privacy is paramount, but if it's food versus privacy, that becomes a more open question. So how do you think about that in this context?
But there's two things. Yes, every technology has a design, and there's an intention behind the design, and it sets core values, and you're going to define what you mean by privacy by the design of the blockchain you're going to build. And it's not going to be the same privacy as in France, as in Jordan. People don't hear the same thing when they hear privacy. And that's the thing that shocks me when I hear technological project and they pitch it and they say it's going to be worldwide, because they don't take an approach of cultural differences on what is privacy and what is anonymity. There are some information people will give away here very freely that in any other country would just not. People would never do that. So there's one, this needs to be thought through, because I think you can't scale one design. You're going to have to do different sort of blockchains, different sort of idea of privacy to scale something.
So I think it's very important that we have a very diverse group of people working on these things. So not only between different companies, what happens already, but let's say we have hired a team which is really distributed. Like, we are a small startup and we have people on 4 different continents where the conversations are very different already. And we see this not all over the place, like that this is as diverse. The second step is we want to do way more things open source, so we get feedback from everybody in the world. So I think back to the comment made earlier, if we can empower and teach people to understand and they give us feedback on the design, then I think we have a chance to build what I would say like an identity protocol, which is something which truly universally works, and then it will be applied in different jurisdictions in a different way. So if we build something, I try to refer to this as the SMTP, which is like the email protocol, which works around the world. You can encrypt your email or you don't. You can send it to anyone, it is truly open and universal, and can be adapted in the specific needs of the country or the situation. And I think if we can build something like this with identity, I think we make a huge step forward.
And one thing I would add to Reuven's comments is it's equally important to give people choice, right? So you can't have self-sovereign identity without choice and enabling meaningful choice, which means there's more than one actor in the ecosystem, right? So we work closely with Uport on interoperability. We believe there's going to be a multi-ledger world. We don't think anyone will prevail and have a singular point of view. So I think all these solutions need to work together, because what good is your digital wallet with your identity credentials if you can't take it anywhere or use it with anyone else's system? So I think we're super focused on interoperability as well.
So do we have any other gentlemen here?
Hi, I'm Steven Garcia. I'm the new Chief Information Security Officer at Consensus. My question is really geared towards Josephine, because you brought up something that I didn't think about before, about how refugees might not want to be identified, and we've been talking about identity like, yeah, everybody wants it. And you reminded me of something like how important it was to be on the ground, like when Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation tried to help out Africa with sending the mosquito nets back in 2015, and then people started using it to fish and then started messing with the wildlife. How can we as the community kind of learn from that and your experience on the ground to not impose what we're doing, right? So like Reuven's doing with Uport, we're trying to put a framework out so that maybe they can build on it. But if they don't have access to build on it, what can we as the community do to not mess this up or make it worse?
It's a very good question. The way we do it at TechFugees is really 2 principles of our 8 guiding principles. One, human-centered design. So yes, you get the refugees that give you feedback, but not only give you feedback. they become actors. You empower them through it. Because if it's just to get data from them and thank you, bye, I'll never tell you what I built, that is this amazing thing. You're not doing anything. You're just serving your own purpose of how you see, how you want to change the world. And I think empowerment really means you give power of people to define how they want, and I like the self-sovereignty, but how they want to be helped with your technology. Which I found it, sorry, but I'm off the record, of course. But I found it interesting when Mark Zuckerberg was asked, would you tell, where did you sleep last night? And he said no. So I think we need to think about this before we want to give every refugee information about where they are localized, what's their age, and yeah.
I think moving from a purely transactional notion of identity, right, to this more relational, interactional, participatory, right? And I think this movement towards open sourcing, towards everyone becoming a builder, taking ownership, adding value to the data ecosystem, I think all of these are meaningful steps in the right direction to, hopefully tackle that ivory tower problem that we've had.
Gentleman there. Kia ora, I'm from New Zealand. I'm going to do a very annoying thing and make a statement to follow that up, which is a theme that's been brought out from this group, which is understand impact. A lot of organizations who get in this from the tech side just don't understand impact. They don't understand the theories behind it, the concepts of agency, theory of change, all those kinds of things. So if you're in tech and you don't understand impact, then you can't be in tech for impact.
So, are there more questions?
While he's moving over, but I'll talk while you walk over to her. One of the things we were talking earlier about is what's our ability to foresee kind of 12 steps down the road how data is going to be used, and really we don't have any ability, right? We can guess how data is going to be used, but we can't know, and so this ability to control your own data is really so important. And talking about it in a trafficking context, right? If I'm a victim of trafficking, I want to be able to use some of these identity tools to help get myself out of my situation. I want to use those tools to be able to access some of the rights I might have as a victim and the assistance I might receive. But I may then want to be able to go back to my community and lose that identity, right? Because in certain social cultural terms, being a trafficking victim, has connotations. I can't get married, I can't reintegrate into my community. So how do I leave that identity behind when I want to? And then 20 years from now, maybe I want to access it again for some reason. I don't know. None of us know. So that ability for an individual to control how their identity is seen and used is really the most critical point, in my opinion.
That was my question. In human trafficking, I mean, first of all, if you're in that situation, you probably don't have any biometrics anywhere. So how do you do that? How do you use that to get out of human trafficking?
I know of a really good app made by lawyers, human rights activists, that are using smartphones to anyone who's being trafficked and abused could take pictures from their phone, and then it's sent to this database of lawyers I don't remember the name of. Yes, and you can't find on the phone the app. You have to go on on a specific location in the phone and then enter your fingerprint. The second thing is it doesn't record the image onto any backend of it, and it takes the geolocalization of where you are, so people know exactly. But that is not based on identity as such, right? It's made in a way that it's not asking too many questions to the person. It's helpful.
Anybody else out in the audience? The gentleman in back.
Good afternoon. My name's Nick Forster. I run an organization, a company I set up in 2006 that does ethical recruitment of migrant workforces, and we work all around the world South Asia, etc., most sending countries where migrant workers are looking to migrate for work without getting exploited, which unfortunately is the normal practice. So one of the things we're trying to explore at the moment is how we can use this distributed technology and some of the emerging technologies that are coming out from this to help assist in that process. Because the reality is that all the recruiters we've ever come across in source countries all work on the same model, which is to charge fees to the workers, whereas our model is to ensure that they're not and to do a proper job of recruitment. Over 40 million people in the world in forced labor situations of varying degrees right now, a lot of them in the Gulf, as we know, with the news on Qatar, etc. I spent 9 years out there myself. I'm fascinated. It's not a subject we've talked a lot about today. We've talked about the refugees, which is obviously another critical area, but this huge issue of forced labor that continues to grow year on year, and we're this tiny drop in the ocean battling against this issue. I would love to know how we can leverage this kind of technology to, to help help further our cause, if you like, and create more transparency between the workers and the ultimate employers, and ideally take someone like us out of the mix. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And you put a great point. I get amazed by the number of people that are trying to build blockchain for refugees, a very vulnerable population, compared to, and we talked about it earlier, people that could build blockchain here in Washington, D.C. for the people that have no identity, don't have access to services. Like, it would be good if people could care first of their own community to build blockchain, rather than think of what they see on TV, or they think of a great case. And I'd add to that when we do hackathons, it comes up all the time. We bring local NGOs with their local problems with refugees, and each time we'll have 2 or 3 teams that come and say, no, but those challenges are like local, we can't do anything, we want to go to Greece and Jordan and save the world. And it's just, get it straight, build it for your own community first.
I think it also raises a really good point about what blockchain is good for in respect of identity and what it's not so good for, right? And I think it's good for the transactional pieces of the double spend problem. Same with your identity. Is someone else trying to use your identity, right? It's fundamentally the same issue as it would be with any other digital asset. The other pieces, I think it's not so good for, and I think we also have to be more nuanced about what do we want to be transparent about, what do we not want to be transparent about. So we might want to be transparent about things that are in the collective interest, but we don't want to be so transparent about personal attributes, right? So blockchain is good, it has these very clear properties that are beneficial in some contexts and not in others. So I just think nuance is really important there, and the tension between the individual and the collective is another piece that needs to be thought out, and as you mentioned, kind of trying to take the view of what happens down the line and what happens to this data down the line.
At least on a positive note, there are some people in New York, for example, working on like food stamp programs, like for homeless. I think they are like the first experiments out there. They're happening. It's maybe not as known or as big, as famous that they're sitting here on stage, but it's happening as well.
Yeah. And in Paris and in Germany too. In capital cities, it's happening everywhere. We hear about it.
But to the question, how do we get what's happening in New York out to New Zealand? Is that where you're saying?
No, I know you're British, but I thought you were...
Anyway, no, but your question, I think, is how do we get these technologies out of incubation, out of a lab and into the field? This is something you spoke of earlier this morning, but how do we get it into his hands that he can start to look at ways to implement it, to start to eradicate the problem, rather than just talk about it on a stage like we are today?
So I can't answer his question, but I think what our mindset is at the moment, we can build something, we can build tools and knowledge, and then hope that people who see the problems find solutions. Because for us to go into a company, tell them, hey, you have this problem, we have a solution here, we don't know the problem. We don't really, like, we're not educated enough for each of the problems. So by enabling people with like some core technology and education, trainings, documentation, that other people can see, oh yeah, that's not possible, and they build a solution for it.
Right. So I know I'm not supposed to say these kinds of things, but I'm going to. Company I'm with, it was founded by a woman who's been in the emergency department in Oakland for 30 years and recognized the issue that all these interpersonal violence cases were being handled, were on paper. Everything else is electronic. The minute you have sexual assault, domestic violence, it's on paper. It's madness. She recognized it because she's on the ground. Many of you are on the ground. You're on the ground. The trick really is, and you don't just drop something out there and have the first iteration work and be brilliant, right? We launched sexual assault across California, the form for that and the reporting for that in February. 3 weeks later, we were doing a pretty big overhaul, notwithstanding that we'd gone through a year of development with examiners. So it's got to get into the field. I think, Josephine, you spoke of that this morning a bit. You and I spoke about that earlier today. The only way to make these things work is to get them into the field in an imperfect state and modify them along the way. So, are there, did you want to add to that, or? Okay. Are there other questions in the audience? I'm not sure how we're doing on, I know how we're doing on time. I'm not sure how we're supposed to be doing on time. Are we done?
We're good.
So, well, thank you very much. I appreciate all the questions. Very much appreciate my panel and a lot of the insight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Nick Sehran, U.S. Chief Conservation Officer at the World Wildlife Fund. Coming up, Nick. It's going to start on there. It's happening now.
And how does this work? Great. Change the topic a little bit. Talk about how we employ blockchain in the management of tuna fisheries. I'm the Chief Conservation Officer at the World Wildlife Fund. I've just arrived in Washington. I was until recently the Director for Sustainable Development at UNDP. And here at WWF, we've been employing technology in different ways to try and disrupt the various pressures that confront nature. And blockchain is just one in a suite of technologies we're currently looking at. WWF was set up in 1961 to protect nature. We face no shortage of challenges in this context. Biodiversity is being lost, increase in atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations and deforestation amongst others, all of which preoccupy us. This is what I think about when I wake up in the morning. Now, the global population is not likely to stabilize until it surpasses 11.2 billion people. So the challenges that we confront today, just in terms of population, okay, are going to grow. And we need to find a balance in between consumption and production in the context of a larger population in order to assure sustainability and live within planetary boundaries. The global community agreed to a set of sustainable development goals. This is what I worked on before joining WWF. This is what I lived and breathed. Really the focus is to try and ensure the future of economic growth, to ensure jobs for all, to ensure equity in development, and then finally to decouple environmental degradation from economic growth. And of course, given that we live in a complex system, it's not an easy undertaking. Now, technology has changed radically over the last 100 years, corresponding with the greatest improvement in human welfare ever. And I don't need to walk us back through a history of technological change. But going forward, we at WWF always ask what's coming down the pike. Imperial College in London did an interesting piece of analysis recently. It's called 99 Technologies. If you haven't seen it, I urge you to look at it, asking what are the most likely technologies to disrupt development as we now know it. Some of that's pretty far out. Number 74, for instance, is male pregnancies and human wombs. But if you look at the bottom, I don't know how well you can see this, in the bottom left-hand quadrant in green, you'll see technologies that are currently available and are being applied, and therefore they're not in the realm of fantasy. And there are two which involve blockchain, one being cryptocurrencies and the other being distributed ledgers. So have a look at this. I'll come to this in a minute, because ultimately the adoption of technology takes place within a complex system. It's governed through various means, including governments, but also in a system there's a certain amount of chaos in terms of how systems manage themselves. They have certain stability intrinsic in themselves. So when you're looking at disruption in the application of technology, you've really got to understand the interplay in the economic sphere, the environmental sphere, and the social sphere in which you're intervening. Now, at WWF, and we recognize that the challenges confronting nature are non-linear, and that we need to find non-linear solutions, therefore, in addressing the challenge. It so happens that there are 7.4 billion consumers on the planet today and 1.5 billion producers. The biggest challenge in terms of nature happens to come from food production. Some 70% of forest loss can be attributed to agriculture. It turns out that there are 300 to 500 companies that control 70 to 80% of the top 15 commodities which have bearing in terms of impacts on nature. One of these happens to be tuna. So at WWF, we set out partnering with Consensus, with Traceable Solutions, which is an ICT partner in Fiji, and Sequest Fiji Limited, which is a fishing company in Fiji, to test the use of blockchain in Fiji, so at a domestic level, and to see whether it works and can be scaled up beyond the borders of Fiji. Now, tuna is an important resource for the Pacific. The total landed value of tuna in the Pacific is some $6.8 billion. The total final value of that is about 28 billion. So it's the largest fishery in the world, and the Indian Ocean being second. Important source of livelihoods, domestic currency, jobs, and so on and so forth. The problem is there are some $23 billion worth of illegal fishing taking place on the planet annually. Some 70% of fish stocks are either fully exploited or overexploited, and we have a challenge in managing fishing, especially when it takes place in distant waters. Many of the countries in the Pacific are small and don't have an ability to manage the archipelagic waters. Now, early in my career, I worked in Papua New Guinea, I was in the Ministry of Finance, and I was involved in the negotiation of bilateral and multilateral fishing treaties with what we call distant water fishing nations. I can tell you how difficult it is to do that, okay? You're dealing with a real asymmetry of power and information. It's really difficult to understand, the issues around price and volume and so on. And so you're dealing with the negotiations from a basic junior position, if you like. So to me, the use of blockchain to disrupt some of that and to try and move us towards more sustainability, but also to ensure that the countries that are responsible for husbanding these stocks actually benefit and receive the resources and the values from their sustainable management. So how do we use blockchain in this pilot? We are attaching radio frequency identification devices onto each fish, which allows the fish to be tracked along the supply chain. The fishing, and I'm not going to get into details, we don't have time, in terms of what the tuna fishery looks like in a supply chain, but of course there's different means of fishing tuna, from pole and line to long lines and using purse seiners and nets. Either it's a small vessel or it's a large vessel. A small vessel often offloads onto a mothership that gets landed onto a port, or it gets landed to a distant port where it can be processed immediately or shipped to another point for processing, etc. So we need globally to establish tracking points along the supply chain, and of course using the RFID devices. Ultimately, we want the consumer to be aware of where the fish came from, to assure themselves it's coming from a sustainable source. In the Pacific, there are some fisheries which are sustainably managed and there are some which are not. Okay, so we're trying to provide a disincentive for unsustainable management. These illegal, underreported fishing, And so the question is, how do we catch them? It's an issue of enforcement economics. What is, given it's expensive, what is the maximum deterrence for the minimum cost? So the Pacific has set up some tools already. There's an onboarding system with the Australian Navy and the New Zealand Navies. There is a blacklist of ships, so if we know they're fishing illegally, they can be blacklisted. And we do have people on board some vessels trying to track what goes on, but it's imperfect. So we're trying to add to this through the use of blockchain, and just make sure that along the entire supply chain from bait to plate, we have a better understanding in terms of the data, and it's secure. So, and that's the whole point around having a distributed ledger, because this data can be manipulated. That's one of the biggest problems of the transfer pricing and so on and so forth, which is very, very difficult for a small fishing nation like Papua New Guinea or Fiji, etc., to manage. We think that blockchain has a lot of application beyond just validation in terms of where fish was caught. As a consumer, I'd like to know where my fish came from and know it came from a sustainable source. But digitization of the data has benefits too in terms of engendering efficiencies along the companies involved. Also, there are benefits potentially in terms of food safety through tracking of cold chains by date and so on and so forth. So this has utility beyond the purpose that we have, which is to ensure that we have a means of tracking the origin of fish. Now, just to say that we don't believe that blockchains alone can solve the problem. There are some other technologies out there which we think need to be used in conjunction with blockchains and which we're currently exploring, or other partners are exploring. One of these is quite interesting. It's catch tracking. We do this using video, successfully use image capture of fishing and machine learning to actually establish what fish are being taken and the biomass at the point of capture. Okay, so the machine learning requires fish scientists, people who understand the fish, to actually identify it and then teach computers in terms of establishing whether the fish has been recorded accurately. So this, we think, is going to be something very helpful to us in this, as you know, in addition to blockchain, to make sure that the first entry that you have is accurate, because that's the issue. Garbage in, garbage out, potentially. It could be a very secure distributed system, but are we sure that the fish that's actually been tagged was the fish caught in that location and it hasn't changed hands in some other location, which is why we think this is important. Another key innovation is to actually track the ship vessels themselves using an automated visual electronic monitoring system. So you basically get satellite tracking of where ships are and use algorithms to establish whether they're likely to be fishing illegally, that is outside of the areas where their concession allows. So this is another technology we think has utility. And then finally, tracking trade. Actually using all the data through the blockchain and verifying that against export data to try and find out where we see challenges in the system. We think collectively the use of all of this big data analytics, artificial intelligence and blockchains can make a big difference, adding to the current suite of tools we employ to try and manage fisheries. And therefore, ultimately, our aim is to reduce the illegal fishing, so the $23 billion, and engender more sustainability in the sector, which is going to be critical if we're going to feed the growing population of the future. Thank you very much.
Excited to announce the winner of the category hardware, which is the project Kidner. Amazing project. It's the decentralized pairing system for recipients and donors of organs, and while preserving privacy. So unfortunately, they're not here, but we have a live feed, hopefully, with Noah of the team. I just need some show of hands. Sophie, is it working? Is it there? Okay, perfect. Oh, there he is. Okay, say something. Congratulations.
Hi, how's it going today? Good. Sorry I couldn't make it to the conference. I'm coming to you here from Israel, and I'm very excited to talk to you today about Kidner. So as you all know, we won the hardware track for the Blockchain for Social Impact competition, and we're very excited for the progress we've been making recently. It's all been moving so fast. So what I want to begin by doing is telling you of renal disease, which is kidney disease in the medical jargon. And this is life-threatening stuff. And unfortunately, rates of it are rising, and it is an extremely prevalent problem. So to just throw out some figures and statistics for you all, which I promise won't be boring, right now there are more than 200 million patients suffering from chronic kidney disease worldwide. And there are more than, as of July 2017, almost 100,000 patients on the waiting list for a new kidney in the United States alone. And what is a new kidney to these people? A new kidney means that they don't have to put up with the costly dialysis treatment that prolongs their life and filters their blood. It means a higher survival rate, so they actually have better outcomes, these patients, and it means better quality of life. Right now, dialysis patients who are waiting for a kidney, unfortunately, have to spend many hours a week in dialysis clinics, and they are susceptible to infections due to ports in their bodies for these machines to access their blood. Now, this is a very poor quality of life situation for them. And one thing that's actually been very helpful in helping out these patients is a program called kidney pair donation. Now, what this paradigm means is these living kidney donors who want to donate their kidney to a friend who might need one, but aren't necessarily a match, can register alongside their associated patient in one of these big registries and match with a similarly mismatched pair somewhere else in a confined geographic area, and they can have what's called a cross match. So the donor of one pair donates to the recipient of the other, and vice versa. So what that means is escape from the costly fetters of dialysis, higher survival rates, better quality of life. Fantastic. So what's wrong with this problem the way we have it now? Well, unfortunately, a lot of times these kidney pair donation registries are what are called balkanized. They're separated. They don't always work together. They don't always collaborate and share information. They don't share data. And that's a problem. That's a problem because the number of matched pairs, so if you were to have different mismatched pairs, the number of matches you make increases with the size of the registry. So having these separate pools actually artificially deflates the number of possible algorithmically matched pairs. So why blockchain? Blockchain is important. Blockchain's integration into kidney pair donation is important because of the trustlessness it grants. Right now, there's an information and power asymmetry with these kidney pair donation registries. These mismatched pairs, for example, and we'll delve into some specific examples with specific minority and underserved groups, how they are disadvantaged in these registries in a bit. But they don't have the same information as the people, for example, who run the registries. So they don't know that there are other associated pairs. They don't know the percentage of type O donors, which might be relevant, very important actually, honestly, a life-saving bit of information to know for type O recipients. So for those who don't know, type O is the universal donor, while type AB is the universal recipient. And type O recipients, as a result, are disadvantaged in these kidney pair donation registries because type O donors are less likely to enroll in one of them because they would be able to donate right to their recipient. So more about blockchain integration to kidney pair donation. It would improve security. It would improve communication among parties involved in treatment, payment, operations. It would also make heightened resilience to attacks. So we all remember a few years ago in England, there was this WannaCry ransomware that infected all of their computer systems. It shut down the operations of the National Health Service for some amount of time so that they couldn't even perform the most routine diagnostic exams like x-rays. That's a problem in our world. So it's important that we have this resilience to attack by putting this information on the blockchain. The permanence of information would prevent corruption, abuse by actors who might want to manipulate the registry. So if you're in charge of a registry, you might have an incentive to promote one group over another. And obviously, we don't want to cast aspersions on the way these registries are run, but let's be real. If we can have a trustless system that blockchain would enable us to realize, this would be an important development, obviously, in the kidney pair donation paradigm. So traceability, transparency, easier healthcare administration, these are all benefits to the blockchain integration. So now what I wanted to, obviously the scale of the kidney pair donation problem is enormous. Like I mentioned, 97,000 people are waiting for a kidney in the United States. While 1% of the total, they account for 10% of, now that's a big problem, a big financial burden on the system. So what can Kidner do for you, basically, is the question. Well, what we want to propose is some benefits that would help low socioeconomic status individuals. Right now, they suffer a de facto disadvantage. Now, what I mean by that is, by virtue of their low socioeconomic status, they aren't necessarily placed at a disadvantage because of some policy that specifically affects them. But there are some barriers to care that they experience. So 15%, actually, which is a substantial size, a sample, of surveyed transplant programs report that they don't accept donor candidates without health insurance. Now, the need for donated kidneys is 3 times larger than the supply. So why are we artificially placing a roof on the number of donated kidneys? It doesn't make any sense. These are people who are losing their lives. Why? Because they can't necessarily afford to enroll in multiple registries. So why is a transplant so important? Well, the cost of staying on dialysis is about $80,000 per person per year. Okay. Well, in aggregate, that comes out to be almost $34 billion in Medicare funding in 2015. That figure is from 2015. Now, what's the savings if they receive a transplant? It's $50,000 per person per year. So they're paying $30,000 per person per year to live in their transplant, while they'd be paying $80,000 if they were on dialysis. Now, that's a big saving. So if Kidner can increase the donor pool and enhance timely donor referrals, we would have a much better system. So how do we propose we do this? Smart contracts enabled by Ethereum would allow us to pursue treatments. For example, diagnostic testing. Does the kidney have a match? What are the antigens that might be on this kidney? And basically ascertaining what is the recipient profile is important, and also the donor profile too. So Kidner would be able to pay for these things up front and then maybe get reimbursed later on. That's the business model. It operates similar to what's called an organ procurement organization, which are already in use in the United States. So, like I mentioned, that's a disadvantage for prospective donors who want to donate their kidneys, this lack of insurance. But what about the recipients? Well, the distributed nature of these fragmented registries all throughout the United States without consensus on any allocation protocol creates some kind of disparity in which patients who can afford to enroll in multiple registries do so, while those who cannot tend to die on the waiting list, unfortunately. Now, what does this mean? This means that the poor people who can't afford to take a flight on a whim to California or Iowa or New Jersey to actually receive their kidney, they tend to die. And that's a problem because this is a loss of productivity in local economies, and it puts unnecessary strain on Medicare, which is obviously publicly funded. So additionally, what else can we see benefits in Kidner? In other areas can we realize benefits in Kidner? Well, there are actually also racial disparities in donations from altruistic donors. So what I mean is there are certain people who tend to enter these registries without associated recipients, and what they do is they donate their kidney, and they can initiate a chain of multiple transplantation events in which the longest one in the United States involved 60 people in transplant centers across the country and saved 30 lives, gave 30 kidneys to 30 different people. So these altruistic donors who enter these registries without associated recipients, unfortunately, their kidneys tend to disproportionately not go to African Americans, even though this population is significantly overrepresented on the waiting list for kidneys. So altruistic donors are supposed to be utilized equitably across the waiting list, but unfortunately, the centralized registry nature tends to not allow for equity in receiving these kidneys. Additionally, there's a type O. Like I mentioned, type O is the universal donor, but type O recipients are disadvantaged in the typical kidney donation system. So these type O recipients don't necessarily know type O donors who enter registries across the country. Now, this is what we call, like the previous speaker mentioned, that we'd be giving more autonomy and giving more information back to a historically disadvantaged patient population, these renal patients who rely on dialysis. So what we want to do is we want to make public the volume of type O donors so that these type O's can figure out where it's best located in order to receive it. That's a much better system, much better paradigm than relying on some kind of match to be made out of the blue. So that's an important consideration as well. Big economic burden of prolonging dialysis. These figures range in the tens of billions in aggregate across the United States. So this is money that could be saved and it could be returned to local economies. And we believe Kidner is an important step. Blockchain integration is an important step.
Okay. So we lost the connection to Kinder, but I think you guys got the gist of what's going on and what they're up to. If you want to learn more, you can speak to Sophie Gu at Consensus, who was the facilitator of the incubator. And up next, we have our last panel for the Great Hall, creating new financial institutions and creditworthiness for the unbanked. Michael De Castillo, journalist at Forbes, is going to moderate. Megan O'Donnell, Director of Financial Inclusion at World Council of Credit Unions, please come up. Betsabe Batatas, co-founder and CEO of ICON. Daniel Moore, Executive Director, Saltbridge Foundation, and Faith Sahal, CFO of Kalendi. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, hello.
All right.
Hello.
Thank you guys for coming out here. I think they put the loudest and longest haired guy on stage last so that I could do my best to get everybody to come back here and pay attention. Anyone who's within earshot, come join us. The panelists that we have together here are amazing. The subject that we're going to be talking about, which is serving the unbanked and underbanked, is something that's very close to my heart. I was given the opportunity to take a look at the panels before they had been completely filled out, and I picked this one specifically because I'm so excited about it, and I think that everybody here in this room, even though you're exhausted because you've been here all day long, need to be as excited about it as I am. If you haven't been paying attention to the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and blockchain space for very long, you might not understand why I'm so enthusiastic about what these people are doing, and so excited to hear what they have to say. The very, very, very first people to adopt a blockchain application, which was Bitcoin, were tech geeks. Who were just kind of exploring it from a philosophical and technological perspective. The second people were criminals. And that's basically what most of the world knew about Bitcoin for a long, long, long time, that you could buy drugs with it. But the third and the most real and the most promising application in those early days for what Bitcoin and blockchain could do was to serve the underbanked and the unbanked. We've been talking about the ability for blockchain technology to make it easier to serve these people since almost the beginning. And it's really an exciting opportunity to kind of take a look at where we are today and what the promise remains for the future. That being said, now that I've done my best to bring the crowd over here and get everyone amped up and awake, I do want to make sure that the spotlight shines where it should shine, which is on the panelists. We've already got a great introduction, so I'm actually going to turn this page here, and we're going to get straight into the heart of the conversation. What I'd like to start with is if you could just very briefly just state your name one more time so that we can connect the introduction to who you all are, and then talk a little bit about how it is, how what you are working on is going to impact either and or the underbanked and unbanked. Go ahead and get started to my right here with Megan.
Hi, I'm Megan O'Donnell, Director of Financial Inclusion with the World Council of Credit Unions. We are the global association representing credit unions, financial cooperatives. They have different names in different countries. And we reach 238 million households, actually, as our members. And traditionally, we've been around for about 50 years. The underserved, poor rural populations are often members of credit unions. They call them SACCOs in East Africa. They have different names. Our members are traditionally the ones serving the underserved already. And in most places right now, nothing's really digital yet. I mean, people are just getting smartphones now. So my programs that I'm developing, we have a special development arm. We have a digital transformation lab that we're launching right now. We are really using technology to bring even more services to these populations. So in particular, two areas that are important are digital payments and also microcredit, the ability to enhance that. So we're basically an offline operations in a lot of places that we're just coming online now. So in that way, kind of love to partner with everyone else on the stage here. Like I'm looking to them.
Really quick, Megan, before we go on to the next one of the things that I think is really exciting about the work that you're doing is you have boots on the ground.
Yeah.
You have people around the world who are actually already working to do this. Can you just give us an idea of what those boots on the ground look like right now? How big is the organization, and how many people do you have so far?
Well, we have 68,000 institutions, and so in Guatemala, for instance, we have about 6 million people that are part of credit unions, and these are, I think there are about 2,000 actual institutions, and they're usually physical buildings in the villages and the communities, and there's often a requirement for members to take education courses. I was speaking to this Indonesian credit union. They require everyone who joins the credit union to take a 2-day financial education course. And they have, it's very interactive like that. Everyone, doesn't know each other, maybe a little bigger than that, but it's very comprehensive.
And we had an opportunity to talk earlier about breaking down the silos between all the different services. I think that each of you represent in your own way a different way to attack the problem of underbanked and unbanked people. Moving on to my right, if Daniel could hop in, give us a little bit of backstory about what it is exactly that you're doing and how you see that working to serve the underbanked.
Absolutely. First and foremost, we're providing education around blockchain technology, around cryptocurrency, and also financial literacy. And so the first thing that we did was start a course with Regis University, a local Denver university, and we titled it Blockchain for Social Impact. A very original name. Thank you. And we're teaching the students financial literacy from the world perspective of what is this global structure that this exists in. So it's not financial literacy of how to save for a car or how to save for a house. We want to make it inclusive of the community that we're attempting to serve. We're also we're bringing in organizations that are using blockchain for good. We're showing them that it is much more than Bitcoin prices, that this technology really has a chance to make an impact globally. We are creating a fund. Regis has trips where they go in different destinations around the world, and they work in these underserved communities. They provide their knowledge, and they try to provide solutions working with other NGOs, other nonprofits. And so we're adding in a blockchain technology component to that. So we're trying to solve these issues with blockchain technology. And then we also have a little bit of a global impact strategy that I'll be able to get into a little bit later on these questions.
There's an educational component to both of what you guys are doing. I promise I was going to get the name right. Bitsabe also has a bit of an educational bent to her work as well. Could you just walk us through a little bit about what exactly is ICON and how are you hoping to use it to serve the unbanked?
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Bitsabe, and the company is ICON, A-I-K-O-N. So for most of my career, I have been working in financial inclusion and community development. And I love what the field is doing. There is, as Michael mentioned, and Megan, there is a silo. We constantly talk about financial literacy or asset building or capacity building, but very rarely we talk about job creation and neighborhood revitalization, which are incredibly important to be able to serve the unbanked. At ICON, what we are doing is we are removing biases to technology and helping solve the problem of income inequality. So one of the things that we're doing is we are creating the technology that enables to connect today with the technology of tomorrow, by enabling existing APIs to be connected, to be used in the blockchain. This is a little bit more technical, and I don't want to get into technical, but as of right now, of course, later we can answer, but our true vision is that technology has this power to bring work at any corner of the job. And as we heard in the prior panel about identity, young kids and a lot of people in refugees camp, they're so good at using the smartphones. They're so good at using the computers. They just need a little bit more of help and education and be taught how to use technology to actually create their own jobs and their own future.
And Fatih.
Right.
Yeah, all right. I gotta get the hand gesture in there. We had a chance to talk a little bit about how your work also fits into not only serving the underbanked, but empowering them with some new opportunities. Talk a little bit about what it is that you're doing to help serve the underbanked.
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Fatih. I'm coming from Turkey, Istanbul. My company name Kolendi. Kolendi is a decentralized credit assessment platform and also microcredit platform that's trying to make a credit worthiness assessment for unbanked and underbanked people. Today's centralized credit assessment systems do not include the underbanked and unbanked people's data because they are not in the banks and the central financial institutions. So they don't have any financial history that can be calculated a credit score for them by these credit bureaus. So what we are trying to solve this problem is to use the mobile data, mobile phone data like location, social media network, or contacts, or other data that a smartphone can provide to make an assessment of credit worthiness of these unbanked and banked populations, underbanked populations.
Megan, I'd like to turn, I'm sorry, Betsabe, if we could start at the beginning here. Now that we have an understanding with what everybody is doing, can you kind of walk us through the process by which someone might become unbanked? How does one become unbanked?
That's a good question. Well, I think that no one becomes a bank because you want to. I think this is destiny. Most of the time, you are born and raised in unbanked households. There are definitely people that become unbanked because they are bad actors. They did something wrong, they abused the system. But most part, and I just to clarify, when we talk about unbanked, I'm thinking about low income and poor individuals, that it represents about 2 billion of the population. I mean, it's just a third of the global population are unbanked. And definitely, they didn't have a choice. They were not given the choice. It's their circumstances.
The fact that there's this lack of choice, I think, has kind of blurred the lines to some degree as to whether or not serving the unbanked is an essentially philanthropic act or if it's an essentially business act. And I'd kind of like to just open that up to the panelists. In each of your work, do you see serving the unbanked as an untapped business market? Or do you see it as a sort of higher calling to bring something to these people that for no fault of their own have been born into, or as Betsabe put it, were destined to be unbanked?
I would like to answer that.
Please.
I think that definitely there is a business reason and a business opportunity. In my experience working in banks, we were always looking at a market, but it's very difficult because it's difficult to create those products and services that will serve to the real needs. At ICON, and what my team is doing, we see it as a bigger calling, because when we serve the bank, it's not just serving one person that you're going to make it included in the traditional financial system, but what you're doing is creating a domino effect that is creating bigger economies, more sustainability that in return and consequently is gonna solve many other problems. Like I'm from Mexico, and as you can hear in my accent, and in my hometown, there is a big issue of draining talent. So the issues of immigration, the issues of crime, so many different problems that can be solved by actually giving an opportunity to the unbanked.
And Daniel, you were a skeptic at first. You watched from the sidelines for quite a while. Got involved just a year ago. Talk to me about what brought you into it. Was it a business opportunity? Or was it a philanthropic interest? How did you go from not really giving a darn about Bitcoin to getting involved in the space personally?
Well, one of the co-founders of Salt Lending, so Salt Ridge Foundation is the charitable arm of Salt Lending, and one of the co-founders was telling me about Bitcoin 5-6 years ago, and it didn't interest me. It should have interested me because he kept telling me to buy Bitcoin, but really there was an opportunity in leading the charitable arm in this nonprofit when I started to understand blockchain technology. And part of the issue is when you do a Google search or you don't know who to reach out to or who to talk to, that information isn't there. What's readily available is Bitcoin a bubble? And when I told my previous employer what I was doing, the first thing they said is, so you're going to sell drugs and guns online. And so part of this education is talking about this technology and telling them really what impact this can have. So that's what led to the course, and that's what we want to create, this course that can be taken to other colleges and can be taken around the world so that we change this conversation around the price or 10x or an ICO and talking about this is what it's really about. And everyone in this room is in here for that reason. It's not because you want to hear my sales pitch on buying my token.
And Megan, if you could kind of help connect that dot a little more. Educating the unbanked and underbanked is about more than just giving them access to cryptocurrency or fiat currency, whatever the case might be. But there's a little bit of a defensive measure in there as well. What happens if you suddenly bank a population and you haven't made them financially informed while you do that?
Well, there are two things there. I guess the first thing to point out, and just from this conversation, is that just because people are unbanked doesn't mean they're not part of the economy, that they're not productive, they're not intelligent. And people are running, pretty big businesses without necessarily going through formal channels. So this already exists. And I think the opportunity with technology is just to scale that even more, to really bring something into the formal economy. It just gives them more access, more competitiveness. And then the second part of what I wanted to say is the danger. A lot of the work we're doing right now is looking at digital payments and kind of getting our credit union associations to be able to process those within the organization. And that's because all of our members are being accosted by predatory lenders. They get a text message from someone that will give them $100, and they say, "Oh, okay," they'll go get it and don't realize the interest rate. So there's all these offers being made to them by kind of shady sources, and they, and also there's. So this, I think, it all comes down to trust and being able to trust the institution that you're working with is really difficult, and technology opens you up to the world and all kinds of different actors that you might not want to be in contact with. And then there's also the issue of government and institutions and trust there. A lot of people in the informal economy, a lot of people in credit unions, they don't want to be part of the formal economy. They don't want the tax man to come after them. They don't want to tell their neighbors how much money they have. So that's one of the things that's kind of preventing them from accessing any kind of technology.
I'm totally fascinated by the idea that some people want to be unbanked. Could you just kind of briefly expand on the idea of wanting to be unbanked, and if those people should maybe fear a world where everybody's on a blockchain?
Oh yeah, just the example of I was in Congo last year, and literally any money you make, you can't let anybody see it, or you'll have 8 people coming to your door. The tax man, you know, the local mafia equivalent, your uncle, I mean, everyone will come. So you'd prefer to be under the radar. And if you're borrowing money, you don't want to know people to know you're in debt because you want them. And there's so many things that are better off hidden. But that limits scale. Like you can't go beyond a certain amount without you know, needing to go for them.
It's an ironic statement considering that we were first promised anonymity and privacy because of this technology, and now we're looking at a potential future where people who want to be unbanked might someday not have that option anymore.
Yeah, and it's just like the woman that was up here about the fingerprints. I mean, you know, she's right. I mean, there's the positive aspect to joining the world economy, but then there's dangers, and there's a lot of fear. You know, there's a lot of people who don't want to know what the weather is tomorrow. They'd rather let, you know, like, no, I'll let God talk about that. You know, they don't trust it. So I think the trust issue with everything is one of the biggest things that we try to bring technology to solve, but also the institutions have to like be trustworthy.
I just want to add to what Megan said. There is something to be said about not wanting to be unbanked, but coming back to education. Part is because of education. And I would like to quickly share a story. When we start ICON, my co-founder met a wonderful group of female entrepreneurs from Iraq. And he came on Monday very excited and said, I'm even more passionate about what we're doing because I see how blockchain is going to help the unbanked and the low-income, those that don't have actually access. And he pointed at me because he said, I didn't understand what you were talking until he heard from this amazing group of women that live in Iraq, and the stories of how the Taliban come, burn the books, mistreat them, even kill some members of the family in front of them. But it wasn't until a specific lady went to the town and found a cyber cafe, started using the computer, taught herself how to code. And it wasn't until blockchain came about and cryptocurrency that she started bringing all her female friends and taught them. And they actually were able to sell their code via blockchain and get cryptocurrency. So for the first time, this group of women in a place when they didn't want to be unbanked because the Taliban will kill you if you have money. Your husbands will beat you up if you have money. You can. But for the first time, they were able to change their own paradigm because now that money, that crypto wallet is digital. And if something happened to them, the money's gone. So it was safety, it was security, it was beyond of what I guess many of us thought blockchain can do. So the promise in blockchain is like helping these women to be safe from the Taliban and from those type of cultures.
The idea of trusting or not trusting the organizations that are in control, I think, is something that's really crucial to the question of what adoption will look like. There are a lot of people who see parallel economies, a blockchain-powered economy and a fiat-powered economy, and they're going to be separate, and the blockchain economy is going to get stronger and better, and eventually it will just eclipse the old way. But there's also definitely a path forward where the existing enterprises adopt the technology and perhaps do their job more efficiently, do it at a lower cost, and can serve people that were unable to be served before. But I'm really interested in the model that Fatih's company is exploring, which kind of reimagines the role of the enterprise. It reimagines the role of centralized authorities. Raise your hand if you followed the Equifax hack last year. Everyone know Equifax? We call that a honeypot, where somebody put a whole bunch of really valuable stuff in one place and then didn't bother to protect it well enough. And people with a lot of free time on their hands and a lot of money figured out a way to get to that honeypot. It was a hugely valuable or hugely costly hack. Millions of people's personal data was released out into the world. And in a lot of ways, Colendi is kind of creating an alternative to that. Can you talk a little bit about how a decentralized credit score could perhaps reimagine the role that these centralized authorities play?
Sure. First of all, the blockchain, the data security and the data privacy is the most important part of blockchain that can address in terms of the security issue. So what we are doing in Colendi is just a first step. As a first step, we are creating a self-sovereign identity for each user and put it into private IPFS. And no one can access it if you don't want to access them and do not give any access to them. So this is the first layer of the complementary layer of Colendi is the self-sovereign identity. And then our scoring algorithm is working on that IPFS and also working, it's an open protocol working on the Ethereum blockchain, and people who give a consent to make a scoring, to score their data, and all the transaction is beginning in blockchain and finishing blockchain. So your data is not going from any server or going from anywhere, and all the transaction has been solved in, and the score has been calculated on a blockchain and will be written on the blockchain.
And you have developers that are right now refining that algorithm. And just to quickly reiterate, this is an algorithm that is creating credit scores based off of mobile usage.
Exactly.
And there's not a centralized authority that is, it's an algorithm and not a centralized authority.
This is an open
so
protocol.
how long until that algorithm is creating credit scores that are as reliable as the credit scores created by companies like Equifax?
Actually, we're working in the last 2 years to develop this algorithm, and also it's an open protocol. All around the world, developers can also access the codes, and it's very transparent and traceable. And also we are very welcome to contribute all developers all around the world to make the development of this algorithm.
So if we don't want to trust you that this algorithm is as good as Equifax, we're going to have to wait till somebody puts their own money up, right? Like if I trust the credit score that your algorithm is generating based on mobile data, I'm willing to put my money up for that. Can you talk a little bit about where that money is coming from, and who might already be starting to put that money up based on those credit scores?
Actually, we are trying to establish a network, merchant network on that, because we don't need to put the bank or a financial institution into the picture, because this credit score can be relied by merchants, first of all. In traditional installment shopping, if the shop owner or the merchant knows you, then you can make the installment shopping. It is also relevant for the all developing countries. If you don't have any relationship with the merchant or the shop owner, then you cannot make any installment shopping.
So the vendor is the lender.
Yes, vendor is the lender. Actually, the merchant can finance this invoice of the customer. So we can create a reliable and also transparent credit score for each person. Then merchant can rely this score to allow the customer to make installment shopping or finance it.
I want to give Bitsabe a chance to talk a little bit more about how her work with APIs is helping to drive all of this. I think that in some ways that work is perhaps a little less intuitive than the services that are going straight for providing services. How is it that creating is it accurate to say a blockchain bridge via APIs or blockchaining APIs? How is that helping serve the underbanked?
Yeah, you can say tokenizing APIs.
Tokenizing APIs. All right.
APIs. Well, one of the things that's going to happen is my vision and our vision is that most of the job will be will be digital. So what's happening is right now, just on the API economy is worth by 2.2 trillion. And a simple example is a developer in the Ukraine. A developer in the Ukraine may make, I don't know, $30 an hour. A developer in the United States can make, I don't know, over $150 or more an hour. So is that developer underbanked? Many people may say no, but they are. There is only about 15% of the population in emerging markets that are underbanked. And these developers, they don't want to go to the barriers of getting a credit card or getting a bank. They just want to be able to make money because of their job, and they want to be fairly compensated. So if he's coding the same code that a person in the United States, why do we have this disparity on the income? So one of the things that we're doing is we are using that technology that would enable developers to go to our platform and leverage a protocol without having to have the knowledge of blockchain or know how to code Solidity, to be able to use our code and immediately start participating in blockchain and become a developer that adds value to the API economy. A developer in Ukraine may be having 300 APIs sitting there, work on it. Then how do you sell it? How do you actually do it? So protocol enables it to wrap it, offloading in a marketplace that we are building on our platform, and then that developer can start immediately selling it to any firm. We all are here because we truly believe on the promise of the blockchain, and we know on the decentralized economy. So that we can fulfill that promise of decentralized economy, we need to help the next generation of workforce so that they can start building decentralized applications. So, but are we expecting all these developers that still don't have access to credit cards to learn blockchain? That is going to take years. Are we expecting the mom and pop shop in Mexico or in Argentina or any part to spend thousands of dollars to be able to learn blockchain and put the process in blockchain? No. We can use the existing technology through a simple protocol, and that's what we are providing. We refer to developers because that's our first target market in the next year when we launch, but we are enabling enterprises, startups, mom and pop shops to be able to leverage and use the benefits of the blockchain. For example, how all these mom and pop shop stores will be able to go to the store and understand how it works and get the credit. It has to be certain knowledge, and that's what we are providing.
Turning to Megan, we talked a little bit about the importance of the fact that you've got so many boots on the ground. And the reason why you have so many boots on the ground is because these institutions have been around for a long time. And you are, in a lot of ways, already serving or trying to serve underbanked populations without any need of any blockchain technology at all. Sorry to say that, guys, but it is possible. But you are, in fact, exploring blockchain. Can you talk a little bit about one or two of the early stage projects that you're looking into or have already begun?
Totally, yeah. Well, one big area we're looking at is payments and access to digital payments. And I mentioned a bit earlier about how a lot of people are using mobile money, a lot of people are using other very expensive payment systems. And to be able to digitize that for our credit unions will open up a lot of other economic channels. Actually, the whole theory that payments can become kind of like access to the internet, like a payment should be free. It should be pretty much free. And when sending an electronic payment, whether across the country or across the world, becomes free, that opens up all kinds of other, you can suddenly do small loans, you can do, paying taxes, everything for someone who was previously unbanked suddenly becomes fluid, and you can become much more part of the economy. And so we're working on making digital payments practically free using blockchain for the underbanked. So that's one big area.
Any particular blockchain?
Well, it's the level 1 principles, the Gates Foundations. Okay. We're looking into using that because they've built a software solution that can be housed by a group, in a kind of a not-for-profit way. So we're
from,
looking at that.
From payments to education to technology to decentralized credit scores and microloans, we've seen a lot of benefits to, or potential benefits to using a distributed ledger and a cryptocurrency in some instances to serve the underbanked and the unbanked. What about the risks of not serving these people? This is a concept that I find really interesting as well. Actually, it was really exciting for any of you who were here at the very beginning. The CTO of World Bank, Leslie, talked about the fact that they're now saying it's 1.7 billion people in the world that are underbanked, which is down from 2.4 billion in 2011. So that's actually really kind of cool. That's a huge impact in a relatively short period of time. But for the 1.7 billion that are still unbanked today, according to the World Bank numbers, what are there risks to not serving them? Is there something that we as banked people should maybe care a little bit more about bringing these financial services?
Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
That might have been aimed at her.
Yeah, I mean,
Please jump in, anybody.
Okay. When we were preparing for the panel and that question was asked, I started wondering, really, is there any risk by not serving? I never asked that question. And my immediate reaction is just, no, there are no risks. On the contrary, there are benefits. There's so many benefits. People will be safe. People will have access to bank, will move the economy, kids will go to education, all these social economic benefits that will come. But then the question, other question that it was raised, that perhaps I would love to ask any of you in the listening, if you have an answer, is there a risk of serving all these 1.7 billion? That's the question that you asked. That's the question that I was, wow.
Or a risk of not serving them.
Yeah, well, I think that most people would think risk of not serving them. No, on the contrary, there are benefits of not serving them. But is there a risk that the entire population in the world would be banked and would have access to resources? I mean, I was like, wow, that's such a simple question, and I never asked myself. We are talking about providing the unbanked access to traditional services, and with that, it's going to create strong economies. But is there anything wrong by doing that? What else is going to happen? Do we have enough people is there enough people that can service them? How is that, like, we are humans, we are greedy, and we have, the more access we have, perhaps we will start questioning income inequality. Would there be more issues with crime, or would there be less issues with crime? So your question was intrigued so much food for thought, and I don't know if anyone on the panel has more.
Well, I don't think poverty is ever contained. So it affects all of us, and everyone should care if people are trapped in a cycle of poverty. And I struggle a little bit with this because I'm leading a nonprofit, so I'm trying to think from a business sense why you should care. And it's what we're all talking about here is just creating opportunity for people who don't have any opportunity, who are stuck in this cycle of poverty, who can contribute to a global economy, can contribute to a community, can contribute to their children's future. So maybe in a business sense, there's reasons why a bank will not be able to provide those services, but blockchain can fill that gap. Blockchain can, I think one of the biggest fallacies when we talked about banking the unbanked was you can be your own bank. No, we can create an ecosystem of everyone up here who's working together with the community that we're trying to serve, and we can create options and create opportunity where there was none. So it's not blockchain versus financial institutions and the history. It's about how can we augment those systems? How can we create value to that? And how can we work together to make overall the world a better place?
Megan?
yeah, I was just thinking about your question, like, first of all, who's the we? I mean, it's a little bit sort of paternalistic to say we're going to do this. I think it's happening anyway, and I think I think being part of your, political action and being part of the movement is good, but you have to recognize that, blockchain's happening anyway. There are developers everywhere. There's like the music pirating industry, for instance, was enabled by the internet and it's thriving on its own. So I think if we don't control it, I guess the question that I see is it needs to be formalized and kind of brought out into the open. And I guess to answer your question, what's the risk? I think it's going to go dark market. I think they're going to be a lot, it's going to be a lot more informal markets, a lot more, harder to catch drug dealers and all of this if we don't deal with it.
Is it oversimplistic to try and find a benefit for the banked world to help the unbanked world? Is that oversimplistic? You don't like that wording?
You have to depend. I recently did a project in an unnamed Central Asian country where my job was to create, help create a law to put agent networks out there so that people could send remittances digitally instead of cash. And I was like, oh, that's great. So I started doing the assignment. And I realized, the real reason the government wanted to do that was to be able to tax those remittances. And so if those are the banked people you're talking about, it's not necessarily good because they want to tax the remittances and they want to control those populations. So it's very much a political power move.
So don't romanticize it too much.
Yeah, so in that case, I was like, ooh, maybe I should make the laws a little bit loose, maybe I shouldn't try so hard in this assignment.
And on that note, I think we're going to wrap things up here. Thank you so much. If you could give a round of applause to the panelists, please.
Okay. And at this point, I'd like to invite Tessie Moraine for a quick presentation about the One World Award for the Incubator. She's the founder of Women in Blockchain and director of Global Product and Innovation at Consensus. Tessie.
Hello. Who's done here? Yeah, hi. My name is Tessie Moraine, and I'm working with Consensus on the social impact team, as well as with the fabulous Women in Blockchain. Here are some Women in Blockchain, Karen, Suzette, and Danielle. And I'm really excited to announce the winners today of the first One World Award. And that One World Award we created as an additional award to the incubator to promote diversity and inclusion, and with that, greater access and more equality. There's a great opportunity in blockchain to do that, and we all know that. That's why we're here, because we believe in that. And we have to put those criteria on the map, because it's not just about the technology and building things on the blockchain. It's not about taking those old structures and just blockchainifying them, but it's really about creating systems that work for everybody. And how do we do that best? By involving everybody. Ideally, the people for who the systems that we are currently having didn't work, they're probably the best people to tell us what we should do next. And we are all parts of certain groups and several groups, so I count myself to that as well. And so let's all work on that, and for that we created this award. Where is the... Can you go to the next slide?
Next slide. Is this it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Karen Ottoni, part of the Women Blockchain team, and so we'd like to especially thank our sponsors. We had some early supporters, obviously our organization, but also Prospero, which is Susan's company, Dr. Jane Thomason, Consensus, and we'd also like to thank Accenture as well for their support. I'd like to especially highlight...
And Donna Riddell.
Yes, and Donna Riddell. Sorry, I forgot about Donna. And I'd especially like to highlight Sam Cassett, He was our largest supporter, and he really is the one who put this award on the map. So we really appreciate him putting his name in the hat to really support diversity and inclusion. One last statement, just jumping on what Tessie said, it's so important to support and incentivize inclusion, and so that's what this award intends, because very few hackathons, very few incubators actually have a monetary reward for that. So that's what we're trying to accomplish.
So what have we already accomplished? Those criteria were part of the incubator. I'm talking really fast because we're getting already the time here. So already the incubator participants had this in their weeklies, whether they submitted the paper that they had to submit for application to the award or not. They already every week had to think about diversity and inclusion. So we changed already that mindset. The mentors, of course, were guiding them, so they also were impacted. And also, mentors is a way of increasing diversity and inclusion by bringing people in on their domain knowledge rather than on their blockchain knowledge. It's a great way of expanding the field. And then, of course, the research respondents and stakeholders, they benefit from inclusion and also give us great information. And the judges, in the end, they had to evaluate on awareness, on process and solutions. And now we get to the runner-up winner of the One World Award 2018. The second place was done by the winners of the Democracy Incubator, and it's PopChain again. It's amazing. This is a solution that is entirely focused on diversity and inclusion.
So well done, PopChain here. Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry.
I think they want to take a photo.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. And then come over here. Show your award. It's a beautiful award. Thank you. Great team. Since we already heard about them, do you just want to give one sentence context?
Yeah. Well, I had a few more sentences, but I'll just talk really briefly. So our project specifically focused on the U.S. Census because the information generated by the census has such deep impact, tremendous impact for communities not only to survive, but to thrive. And so we focused our work in putting the underserved and undercounted communities at the center of our work. And we, throughout our whole process, diversity and inclusion was at the center, really working with and not for community organizations, people on the ground, and really building with them those relationships so that we can build a product that serves their needs. So.
Thank you, PopChain. You've taken advantage of the crowd that is. And the winners of the #1 award, the first position is Arcadia. Arcadia wasn't able to attend, but hello. Arcadia is in Switzerland and Romania. The parents are watching from Mexico. So hello to Arcadia. This is your award. And our fabulous Danielle is going to give you one sentence of context to their project.
So what Arcadia is doing is they're solving the lack of access to money and financial services for refugees by allowing refugees to be identified by the NGOs that they're working with and providing them with an identityless wallet.
Thank you, Danielle. Danielle is actually a perfect example of somebody who went through the incubator last year and is still working on her project, has joined the Women in Blockchain group as an organizer. This is exactly what we want. We create relationships and we support each other. What neither of the winners know is, do you want to come back, PopChain? 1 minute. What neither of the winners know is that we actually ended up getting additional money for our winning teams, that we are splitting between the 2 winning teams. We got this additional money after we already announced the amount to you, the teams. And that brings up the amount for the second place, for the runner-up, to $8,000. And for the winners, to $17,000. And think about it, the $8,000 winners were also the winners of the incubator, which makes them the overall winners. So both of the teams that worked closely towards diversity and inclusion were also the winners. So diversity is the winner of this incubator. Thanks so much.
Everybody come on in. Is this working? Grab a seat for the last and final speaker of the day. It is my distinct pleasure to be able to welcome you first thing in the morning, and now to introduce the final speaker of the day, Joe Lubin. But how do you do justice in a brief introduction to Joe Lubin at a blockchain conference? The founder of Consensus, the co-founder of the Ethereum project, and a tireless advocate for using blockchain and technology in general to promote social good, assistance in humanitarian relief, and peace building. How do you do justice to a guy like that at a blockchain conference, especially this blockchain conference? And then I remembered a story about Albert Einstein. Einstein was invited to speak at a university dinner, and he was tired of giving the same speech time and time again at these university dinners. And he was complaining to his chauffeur about doing this. And his chauffeur said, "Hey boss, I look a lot like you. And I've heard this speech so many times that I think I can give this speech." And Einstein, who liked a good joke, said, "Sure, why not?" So he puts on the chauffeur's coat and the chauffeur's hat, and he shuffles to the back of the room. And the chauffeur goes to the front of the room and proceeds to deliver the speech flawlessly. He even answers questions. Until one professor stands up who's determined to prove that he's the sharpest knife in the drawer, and he asks him this esoteric question about antimatter formation. And the chauffeur, who doesn't miss a beat, says, "Sir, that is such a simple question. I'm going to ask my chauffeur in the back of the room to answer that." Ladies and gentlemen, I am now Einstein's chauffeur. So please join me in welcoming to the podium the Einstein of the blockchain world, Joe Lubin.
Thank you for that, but definitely not Einstein. Just a very capable chauffeur. Before I launch into it, would love to thank Peace Tech Lab, our partner in this event and some other activities, the U.S. Institute of Peace for this exquisite and peaceful setting. Members of the Consensus Social Impact Team who specifically put this event together. Valeria, tireless work, Vanessa. John, Sophie, Tessie, and Alex, and various volunteers from local universities to help make this happen, from Howard, Georgetown, George Washington, and Wellesley. Is there a mechanism that would enable me to advance slides? Looks like we got one of those. That's great news. So you've heard today about many different tangible implementations, many different projects. I'm going to go a little bit more abstract and describe sort of the bigger picture, the bigger blockchain picture, the bigger, hopefully socially impactful things that we're trying to do. It started, okay, there we go. A couple years ago, I gave a talk with this title and spoke essentially towards the end of that discussion. I spoke about something called the nothing at stake problem, and it's sort of a little joke because nothing at stake problem, it refers to the Ethereum blockchain technology. But in this case, it was all about the fact that most people on this planet have nothing at stake. And the idea towards the end of that talk was that if people did feel like they all had something at stake, that they were all grounded in economic, social, political interest in the world, they would be more inclined to be builders and doers rather than breakers and destroyers. This technology, blockchain, is taking us from political systems in which we have essentially thousands of years of monarchies that have built subjective rule systems and implemented subjective rule systems, often capriciously, often changing the rules in real time, to the current world that we inhabit, where we have nation states, for the most part, that implement rule systems, better rule systems, but still subjectively and often capriciously. We have this new blockchain technology that enables us to move from subjective manual trust to automated, guaranteed implementation of rule systems. And so that's going to be a really exciting foundation for us to rebuild all the technologies that we've built for thousands of years on a more secure, more reliable, hopefully more equitable foundation. And it enables us to build collaborative systems. These collaborative systems are going to forge greater interoperations between all of us as people, all of us as nations, and should, with tokenization, with the ability to represent many different things in native digital form, it should bring us to a world in which we essentially all have stake in each other's projects and are all rooting for one another. So I'm going to describe a little bit about how that might work. In, I think, 1937, Ronald Coase, who won a Nobel Prize in economics a number of years later, looked at the firm, the corporation, from the lens of the transaction. He felt that why in a world in which we are, or at least in parts of the world in which we're supposed to be in a free market, democratic economy, why does this top-down command and control structure form? And his analysis was that it was all about the transaction. It was all about finding more efficient, less expensive ways of accomplishing transactions. And by bringing everybody inside this structure, your typing pool, your custodial staff, etc., the costs of coordination, of search, of bargaining, trade secret costs, etc., all of those were better inside the organization than if done by independent entities, essentially entrepreneurs out in the open market. And so he looked at it from the perspective of how big an organization should get in order to be more efficient, but we've been building efficiencies. We've gone from a world in which communication is slow and expensive, and therefore decision-making is slow and expensive, to a world in which we have all these meshes, international, global communication meshes where we can speak to one another in real time. We have this technology called blockchain that enables us to make decisions in minutes, or seconds now, 15 seconds on Ethereum, soon 5 seconds, where even if up to half of the actors on these systems are malicious, we can still make good decisions. And so that enables us to turn that lens around and try to understand how small the organization can get, how we can outsource all of our different functions and focus on our core competencies. So this guy recently indicated to a reporter that he was a destroyer of jobs. But I will argue that he's also a creator of better jobs. And so as we move forward with this technology, we move from a world in which we have lots of people doing things that they're not really enthusiastic about doing, to a world in which people are doing things, hopefully, that they're extremely enthusiastic about doing. So as our society evolves, we can move towards focusing perhaps less on survival and more on things like education, perhaps gamified, creative expression, different kinds of sporting and gaming, pursuit of health, all different forms of health, including societal, communal, expressing ourselves in music and going to other kinds of festivals and going to events like this and thinking about how we as a species extend the envelope in which we live, or the many envelopes. Blockchain will be a significant technology that enables that sort of thing. Artificial intelligence will do the same. If the machines are able to feed us, shelter us, clothe us, and essentially operate in service of humanity, or maybe even alongside humanity eventually, then I think we should take advantage of that. It's going to be an exciting world. So this technology, I like to think of as a next generation database technology. Because of the architecture of it, everybody can inspect the data. Specifically on Ethereum, everybody can inspect the programs and ensure that no minority set of actors can improperly manipulate the system, can effectively cheat the system. I've been calling it veridical computing, or trust minimized computing, or automation of trust. So that sets up a world in which we can move away from this subjectivity, a world in which rogue system administrators, corrupt CFOs, hackers, leaders of nations can't improperly manipulate systems. So the Economist described that as the trust machine. And we have spent the last few decades building scalable information technology infrastructures. We've gotten to the point where we can do millions of transactions per second on the World Wide Web. And we have just thrown all of that away and gone down to 20 transactions per second on some of these infrastructures. But we've traded it for trust. We've traded it for a better foundation, and now it's up to us to rebuild the scalability. And there are many projects currently that will take us to tremendous scalability this year, and the infinite scalability that we're used to on the internet or the web in the next few years. So in addition to this new trust infrastructure, it's going to be a more secure IT infrastructure. We are building, the internet was essentially built in a naive time, and it didn't have strong cryptography on which it was built. It didn't have an identity construct that was foundational to it. Didn't have natively digital money. And so we're building all of that on a blockchain foundation. That is going to enable us to build naturally more secure IT infrastructures. So if you combine that with the fact that all of this is realized on a peer-to-peer network infrastructure, a radically decentralized, low barrier to entry market for different things, you have essentially a force for universal disintermediation. So intermediaries are great when they reduce costs, reduce frictions, add value to transaction flows, but they tend to interpose themselves, and they tend to increase the spread between what they extract and what they add. So we're going to see a lot of disintermediation. We're going to see right sizing of intermediation. We're going to see systems that enable content creators, service providers, resource providers to much more directly access their consumers. There still may be some intermediaries in those systems, but they will extract appropriate amounts of value. So with respect to content, we and others in our ecosystem have been creating adjacent industries, essentially, or adjacent systems. We're building an adjacent music industry infrastructure called Ujo Music that enables artists from around the world to upload themselves, upload their content, enable their content to inexpensively be shared with consumers. All of that is real time. All of that doesn't have a music industry extracting 70% of the value and maybe making payments 12 or 18 months later. We're building Civil, which is an architecture for sustainable news, so hopefully not fake news. It's going to be a bunch of newsrooms that are populated by professional journalists, expected to be released in 2 or 3 months. It will focus on regional issues, it'll focus on topical issues. It will be an exercise in governance as well. It will have a constitution, the newsrooms will have constitutions, and essentially if the newsmakers, the journalists, operate outside of the Constitution, they can be bumped off the platform. So it's about news and it's about discourse on top of that news. So everybody will be able to get involved. With respect to services, we have a bounties network that is enabling us to put our work out into the world and to enable different creative people in the world to help us build our projects. So anybody in the world can now jump on these networks and participate, build things, either supplement their income or create a livelihood on these systems that we use for dynamic workforce assembly globally. Cowrie is a similar system. It's a technical knowledge network. Again, it's more about the technical aspects in these early phases, but translators, artists are all helping us to build what we want to build. We are linking resource providers directly to their consumers. So these particular resources are all about the decentralized World Wide Web. They're all about data storage, heavy compute, kilowatt hours. We're tokenizing real estate. So if we can enable fractional ownership of real estate in different parts of the world, we can enable greater liquidity for owners of that real estate, but more importantly, we can enable different people who have $10 to invest or $100 to invest to access that particular asset class. And so we are building the decentralized World Wide Web, Web 3.0, Web 1, Web 2, which is where we are technologies that you know and understand. They have transformed global society. Web 3 will consist of trusted transactions and automated agreements on platforms like Ethereum, but it's also going to be decentralized storage, decentralized bandwidth, decentralized heavy compute. And that sort of infrastructure is going to be tremendously transformational. So Web 2 was orders of magnitude more profoundly transforming and more value creating than Web 1. Web 3 is going to be more orders of magnitude, more transformative, and I think it will tremendously raise all boats. So when is this all going to happen? We are essentially looking back. The curve is relatively flat. I'm sure you're all experiencing exponential technology shock like I am. There are many pieces that are being built in our ecosystem. There are literally thousands of projects, many different components that are being built and being matured. There are standards that are being built and being matured. There are data feeds, oracles, fungible tokens, non-fungible tokens, atomic swap mechanisms, naming services, decentralized governance tools. So all these different components are being put together and are really valuable in their own right, but they're going to be the building blocks that enable us to build more sophisticated systems. Another interesting part of this technology is that it benefits from tremendous synergy. So Ethereum, the public blockchain, is a single world computer. It's a single execution space. So if somebody builds something on that music industry platform and somebody else comes along with a protocol for parameterized insurance products, that is instantly usable by artists if they're arranging their next tour. It's also instantly usable by any other platform that might be on that system and might want to access insurance products. So we are in a period where we're exploring the sharing economy, and I don't think we're quite there yet. I love these different services, but essentially they are service aggregators. What we're doing now at our company and at many other companies is building protocol-based open platforms. These are permissionless systems where lots of different actors can get together in different roles, and they can emerge a set of services where before in the Web 2.0 economy and the siloed walled garden economy, corporations would deliver those services to consumers in a somewhat adversarial relationship. So we are building multi-sided markets where nobody will be overly in control or overly monetize these systems. Let me move a little faster. So some implications for people. The internet is awesome, but it's broken in a few different ways. One different way is that there has been no native identity construct. You've heard today about self-sovereign identity. Self-sovereign identity will be a better identity system for people in the developed world, but even more importantly, it'll be a better system for people in the developing world, where instead of spraying aspects of our identity throughout the internet and having it monetized by corporations, often not adequately secured by corporations, we'll have an identity construct, U-port, sovereign, where we are in control of aspects of our identity, where we can control encrypted aspects of our identity from our side of the browser and selectively disclose those aspects in situations that we designate. So you can link that sort of thing to legacy identity providers like governments and banks and have attestations that you're a citizen or have an account in good standing. But in the developing world, where you don't necessarily have those kinds of relationships, you can use your social context, you can establish your blockchain-based identity, you can use your social context to have your friends and family, community lodge attestations and essentially establish persistent portable identity and persistent portable reputation. You can use that sort of thing, reach out into the world to a micro-lending platform and maybe buy a piece of equipment and bootstrap your enfranchisement in the global economy. This system is being used. It's about to move into production in Zug in Switzerland to enable citizens to access government services and soon to vote in plebiscites. So this is one really interesting project. The electricity industry is decentralizing physically. Centralized generation of electricity, long-distance transmission is brittle, it's vulnerable, it's inefficient. So photovoltaics and storage are getting economical. We're seeing that around the world, but still Alice can't share electrons economically and get paid for them with Bob on the other side of the street. And so our Grid Plus project is pioneering that sort of thing. This is going to be transformative of energy systems around the world. It's going to, there are many places in the world that have photovoltaics, but because you can't make money selling electrons back into the system, there's no reason to have storage. So with these sorts of systems, we can incentivize people to buy storage, they can time shift the use of electricity, and they can create much more robust electricity systems. Lots of people will be able to participate in the generation of that important resource. This is a really important project. Open laws enabling hybrid, legally enforceable, blockchain-based agreements. So these are agreements that are prose, but can also have programmable elements on the blockchain. You can escrow money in these agreements. You can pay out money from these agreements. You can send data into these agreements. You can cryptographically sign these agreements. These agreements can be kept private, and their existence can be lodged on the blockchain. So this is a way for us to start, instead of having static agreements that we file away in folders, for us to have living agreements by which we operate our companies and ourselves. It's going to be a tremendous breakthrough. I encourage you all to type open law into YouTube and see a whole bunch of really exciting demos. So as we move our infrastructure from siloed systems built on legacy database technology, which is what corporations and governments do right now, we're going to build shared collaborative systems because of this trust element, so that sectors, industries, supply chains like value chains can, as their fundamental atomic element of infrastructure, can build collaboration systems. We are moving towards needing an adjacent financial industry infrastructure as we tokenize many different aspects in these economies. So decentralized storage, decentralized bandwidth, all of them are networks that have tokens, and those tokens are essentially new digitally scarce commodities. We're going to need instruments, financial instruments for this sort of economy. So we have cryptocurrencies. Ether was always considered a crypto fuel, as one of the first crypto commodities created, because you have to pay for computation and storage on that system. You need some sort of commodity to do that. Lots of different utility tokens and investor tokens are being experimented with. We have forwards for Bitcoin. We're certainly going to have futures and forwards for, actually we do have cash settled futures for Ether. Soon we're going to have deliverable futures and forwards, so that people who are powering this infrastructure, like the farmers, like the energy creators in previous economies, they're going to be able to hedge their risks, and we and others are going to be able to provision for our needs using futures and options, and this infrastructure is being built right now. It's going to democratize the ability to bring money into projects. It's going to democratize our ability to deploy our capital as we see fit. And it will be much easier globally, whether you're putting $10 into a project or much more into a project, to deploy your capital as you see fit and valuably. One final exciting point, in my opinion, one of the greatest value propositions of this technology is that while we live in an economy that has the foundational elements realized in analog frictional forms, and all the transactions using those things essentially have clearing and settlement that extends over hours, days, and weeks. So all of those foundational elements, things like money, things like equities, other derivatives, agreements, identity, reputation, all of those things are realized on pieces of paper, rubber stamps, with ink, with subjective jurisprudence, subjective implementation of rules. All of that is being replaced. All of that has been replaced in proof of concept form by natively digital elements. So we have natively digital money, we have natively digital ID and reputation, natively digital certificates, whether it's government certificates or educational certificates. When you have natively digital forms, you can clear and settle any transaction in your society in the instant of the transaction. And so, just like the value of compounding interest, if you can move these value creation events much more closely in time, you can compound value much more rapidly. And so that's going to be a tremendous growth driver for our global economy. At Consensus, we have a team that is taking all of our functional units, our product teams, our service circles like legal and HR, our regional offices, and trying to wrap them in APIs, application programming interfaces. These are the services that they offer. We're starting to use open law to put service level agreements on those things so that we know under what terms we can expect these sorts of things. That is, and we're trying to do that to every aspect of our business. So if we take a look at that approach, we can think about what Coase said, where the optimal size of the firm can potentially shrink. And so if we bring these down to smaller and smaller functional units, we can perhaps maybe to the human level, maybe to small units, we can create hyper-efficient markets and tokenize virtually everything. So, control of our self-sovereign identities, assets, and direct agency in our economic, social, and political interactions will enable us all to be true stakeholders in this human enterprise and to participate more equitably with one another. These technologies will enable us all to have sufficient freedom and resources so that almost none of us is ever in a position in which we have to make bad decisions, decisions that are not in our best interest in order to take care of the bare necessities of life. We are moving as a global society from a scarcity mindset to one of exponentially growing abundance, driven by positive feedback loops, increasingly set free from the constraints of the physical. I would argue that the essence of decentralization is when we're all fully empowered to make our own best decisions, and everyone in this room is enabling us to move towards that goal. Thank you.
All right, this is the end. We'd like to thank our sponsors and partners, Peace Tech Lab, Latham and Watkins, Icon, Kalendi, Grameen, Opolis, Topcoder, Salt, Asif, and Baker McKenzie. Thank you so much for making this happen. At this point, we'd like to welcome you all to the mezzanine level, up the white stairs, to the left, for our reception. Thank you all for being here.